This is Audible.
Penguin presents The Girl in the Glass Tower by Elizabeth Fremantle, read by Rachel Sterling and Emily Watson.
There's an inherent limit to the stress that any material can bear. Water has its boiling point, metals their melting points. The elements of the spirit behave the same way. Happiness can reach a pitch so great that any further happiness can't be felt. Pain, despair, humiliation, disgust and fear are no different. Once the vessel is full, the world can't add to it. Stefan Zweig, The Post Office Girl.
Part 1. The name of a successor is like the tolling of my own death bell. Elizabeth I. Is the hammering inside my head? Tap, 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 in the soft place beneath my temple, in the matter where my thoughts live. Something, someone tapping, wants to be heard, to escape. It is a subtle and prolonged species of torture, this noise, reminding me of the impossibility of freedom. I am the pane in the window overlooking the courtyard. I am cracked in 2 places, but still manage to hold my form. Through the glass the world is distorted, divided into 3 parts, each with its own perspective, none of them quite true. Tap, tap, tap. It is the sound of my youth. For months and months they have been renovating the rooms beneath mine. I try to keep my mind on the clean smell that drifts up, whitewash and freshly sawn timber. My maid surprises me on the floor, nose pressed to a crack in the boards to breathe it in. It takes me far into the past, and somewhere back there I believe I will find a way to make sense of things, of the shape of my life, the shape of me. I am taken back to another tower, the little stand tower at Chatsworth. I was 9. I know that because it was the year the boy to whom I was betrothed died. He was the Earl of Leicester's son, not even out of babyhood. I never met him, but there was much talk of it among the servants. They said that since Leicester, despite all his efforts, never achieved the throne by marriage to the Queen, then his son might instead, by wedding the Queen's most likely heir. That was me. The walls inside the stand tower were cool to the touch and left a powdery residue on the tip of my finger. The door was propped up to one side, waiting to be fitted. Everything was coated in a film of fine sawdust, and the stone flags were scattered with pretty curls of shaved wood. I picked one up and threaded it on my finger, holding up my small hand to admire. Noticing the dirt beneath my nails, I imagined the fuss nurse would make later, glad grandmother was away in London on business. Otherwise, never mind my grubby nails, I would not have dared to be up at the stand tower without permission, and with only a stable lad for company. I poked my head out from the entrance to ensure Tobias was not peeping, but he was seated on the bottom step, humming tunelessly, with his back to me, as good as his word. The ponies were tearing at a tussock of grass nearby. Everything was green and full of promise. Or was it? Surely it was late summer then, and the land must have been parched, though perhaps there had been rain, for I feel sure I remember the soft squelch of mud underfoot. Memories are like that cracked pane of glass with its subtle distortions. Tap, tap, tap. I stepped into the shady interior and unbuckled my satchel, pulling out a crumpled pair of breeches pilfered from the laundry, giving them a shake. Little eddies of dust danced and wood shavings skittered over the floor. I remembered clearly the thrill that passed through me as I held those breeches up to my body. "If only you'd been a boy," grandmother's refrain circled around my head. I stepped into them, tugging them over my shoes, not caring about the mud that smeared up my white stockings. Bunching my layers of skirt in one hand, I tied the breeches' tapes as best I could. They were much too big, puffing out wide and cuffed above the knee. The idea had come to me from a troupe of players that had visited Chatsworth in the spring. I was allowed to stay up that night and watch them perform a comedy with a girl disguised as a boy, though truly it was a boy actor pretending to be a girl disguised as a boy, which had us all, even grandmother, laughing until our cheeks ached. I had thought a good deal about it, tried to imagine what it might be like to be a boy, to go about unencumbered by skirts, to ride astride, to be at the heart of things instead of on the edges, to be listened to even when you spoke nonsense, like my baby boy cousin whose infant burblings were a source of wonder for Aunt Mary and Uncle Gilbert. I fumbled with the fastening of my skirt. The knot was too tight, tied double, and wouldn't undo. I was tempted to ask Tobias for help, but didn't dare. It was enough already, persuading him to go up there with me, though he didn't seem to mind that it might have caused him misfortune if we were caught. Exasperated with the stubborn knot, I yanked hard. Something gave, with a crack of broken threads, and the skirt, petticoats, bum-roll and all, fell to a heap at my feet. I began to experiment with my newfound liberty, striding back and forth, one hand on my hip as if perched at the hilt of a sword, drawing it, lunging forward with a jabbing motion towards an imagined adversary. Girding myself then, I sidled out to stand at the top of the steps. Tobias was busy scraping mud off his boots with a penknife. I hollered, a kind of battle cry, as much as a 9-year-old girl can make such a sound, and took the steps 2 at a time, making a final running leap to land before him. He jumped up in shock, and then, seeing me, clapped a hand over his mouth. Only then was I aware of the sight I must have been, my boned satin bodice atop the voluminous creased breeches, and my filthy stockings all wrinkled about my ankles. "Highness," was all he could manage. "Don't call me that. Just for today, can you not pretend I am any old girl playing dress-up?" I secretly wanted to tell him to call me Charles, to make believe just for an hour that I was a boy and named after the father who was an empty space in my memory. He looked aghast, as if I had asked him to denounce God. "What should I call you then?" "Call me whatever you want, anything but that." He opened his mouth to speak, but said nothing. Not knowing what to do with the awkwardness, I sprang at him, thrusting with my imaginary sword. "On guard!" He laughed then, drawing his own pretend blade from its pretend scabbard, raising it to meet my own. We danced back and forth, slashing and swiping until he saw his chance and pounced forward. "Touché!" I collapsed to the ground, clutching my chest with a terrible howl. He was still laughing, quite red-faced with it, as I prepared to mount my pony. Dancer tossed his head, rattling his bridle, sensing my excitement. I whispered into the hollow of his ear, "Just you wait, boy. Together we're going to fly." Then realised with a thud of disappointment that of course he wore a woman's saddle. There would be no flying, just the usual sedate lumbering canter. I began to unravel as if a thread had been pulled somewhere inside me, and didn't know what to do, so I did nothing, just stood looking into the valley, fighting my distress. I had a clear view of Chatsworth. I could see Uncle Henry in the mews with the head falconer. I recognised his bright blue cape. I liked Uncle Henry. He said he had magic hands and could make things disappear. When he got his cards out and began flicking and flipping them, people were drawn to wager he couldn't, but he could. I had seen it with my very own eyes. Someone was shaking a red turkey carpet from one of the windows like a flag, and threads of pale smoke rose from the chimneys in the forbidden wing where the Queen of Scotland was housed. Her convoy had arrived from Wingfield a few days before, under heavy guard, and the Chatsworth staff were all grumbling about the extra work. I could see the day watch in the courtyard below her apartments, and a mounted pair with muskets slung over their shoulders, patrolling the east entrance. All at once I knew what to do. I unbuckled Dancer's girth strap, lifting that wrong-shaped saddle off, propping it on the steps. "Are you sure?" Tobias had the same look of concern he'd worn when I'd asked him to accompany me to the tower. What if some harm should befall you? Riding bareback is—" "You may be 4 years my senior, Master Toby, but I am at least as good a rider as you, and you know it." It was true. I was a natural in the saddle. Everyone said it. Besides, I was about to remind him that he was obliged to obey me, but stopped myself, for I had stepped into a place where the normal rules didn't apply. I led Dancer to the steps and swung my leg over his round, piebald rump, marvelling once again at the freedom the breeches offered. "Good boy." I leaned forward, resting my cheek against his neck, whispering, "You'll fly like Pegasus." Once out of the copse and onto open land, we picked up our speed, galloping faster and faster, hooves thundering, the wind in my face, hair streaming in my wake. pleasure simmered in me. It was as I had imagined, exactly. Being a comet shooting over the sky, an arrow fired from a bow, a bird soaring, a lead bullet whistling. In that moment I was untouchable. I wanted to wrap the feeling in my handkerchief and keep it in my pocket forever. The sensation returns to me across the years. The illusion of freedom is so complete, I feel as incorporeal as a current of air that could blow through the crack in the window. We slowed eventually to a walk as we reached the cover of trees. Tobias, who had been following on his horse in anxious pursuit, drew alongside me, saying, "Why did you want to do this?" "I don't know. To know what it would be like." I couldn't find adequate words to describe the sensation of joy, of liberty, of vigour, but he seemed satisfied. I realise now, after all this time, the thing I always sought above everything, above the crown, above love or matrimony, was freedom. "You won't tell anyone?" I said, but didn't really need to ask, for Tobias had already pledged his silence, and he was good at keeping secrets. He had kept secrets for me before. He'd said nothing when he'd found me once on the roof leads after dark. I had gone up there to look at the moon, or so I told him, but truly I had gone there out of curiosity, and too much curiosity was not supposed to be a good thing in a girl, or so grandmother liked to remind me. I hadn't thought to ask Tobias what he was doing up there, when he belonged in the stables. Nurse said I was a secretive child, which I took to mean that Nurse thought me dishonest. But there is a difference between keeping secrets and telling lies. "You have my word," he assured me. "Let's not go back just yet." We were already at the stand tower, dismounting. I wanted to eke out that moment of stolen freedom before having to truss myself back into my dress and return to the house where my tutor awaited with his book of Latin verbs. "Let's go up." The staircase was tightly spiralled and steep and unlit. I mounted cautiously with one hand on the wall, which was cool and damp as pastry. I imagined I was a knight rescuing a maiden. Round and round the stairs went until we arrived at a chamber flooded with light from 4 large curved windows. There was a rotten stench from the corner. It was an ordinary small brown speckled bird, lying belly up, its twig claws clutched into tiny fists. "Nightingale," said Tobias. He picked it up firmly as if shaking someone's hand. "Must have flown in through an open window and not found its way out again." I couldn't get the thought of that small bird out of my head, flapping wildly, bead eyes swivelling, flying terrified at the panes, mistaking the glass for sky, and eventually losing all hope. Tap, tap, tap. Tobias opened the window and threw the little carcass out. For some reason I had expected it to float down like a feather, but it dropped hard, as if its bones were filled with lead. We stood for a while in silence. "You been up here before?" he asked. "Yes." I could see the guards searching a delivery cart in the Chatsworth courtyard. "Before this tower was built, with my mother." Remembering Mother felt as if someone had tied a rope about my heart with a slipknot. "She's dead." Tobias lowered his head and, after a silence, pointed towards the house. "She's your aunt on your father's side, isn't she?" I didn't understand immediately that he was talking of the Queen of Scots until he added, "It's a terrible thing that she should be shut away for all those years and her own son sitting on her throne." It was not clear to me how the Queen of Scots' situation had come to pass. I only knew what grandmother had told me, with lips pursed in undisguised disapproval. "She was foolish in love and paid insufficient heed to good advice. Given half a chance, she'd push our queen off her throne and take it for herself." What I did know was that she had been in my step-grandfather's custody at one or other of his houses for a very long time. She used to have greater freedom and walk in the gardens, even ride out and hunt occasionally under guard. But things had changed, and she was now kept under close watch with no visitors, and had to take her air on the roof leads. Those were the orders of Queen Elizabeth. "She'd like to see you," Tobias was whispering despite the fact there was no one to hear. "I promised I would bring you to her." "But it is forbidden." I stopped. Was this why he had so readily agreed to accompany me up to the stand tower? He wanted a favour in return. Do you serve her? I thought you served my grandmother. In a manner of speaking. I didn't question him further, for it was clear from his crossed arms and floorward gaze that he wouldn't say more. Suddenly I felt very young, too young to understand things, but I could not deny my desire to see the Scots Queen, and what greater temptation is there than that which is forbidden? As I slunk across the great high chamber, a sound startled me, sending my heart thudding as if it had a mind to burst right out of my chest. But it was only a log falling in the fire. Once in the long gallery I moved faster, keeping close to the wall. I stopped, holding my breath, as I heard the unmistakable slap of slippered feet. Ducking behind a tapestry, I waited as the steps moved past, their rhythmic pat-pat punctuating another sound, a clickety-click, that conjured in my mind the chink of grandmother's fat pearls that she wore in 4 heavy strands to below her waist. But no, grandmother was in London. All sorts of imagined scenarios assaulted my thoughts. A change of plan, a lost wheel on the coach, plague in the capital. Only as the sound was receding did I dare peep, to see the back of one of the laundry maids with a creaking basket of linens. Relief gushed through me, but I sensed myself drawn to the danger and the idea of having a proper secret, something real and important. As Tobias had told me, there was only a single guard outside the forbidden apartments. I suppose, now I think of it, it must have all been carefully arranged, but at the time my understanding was slight. He knocked on the door with the butt of his halberd, 3 sharp knocks in quick succession, a pause, and then 2 slow ones. It opened and a hand reached out, beckoning me into the room. The latch clicked shut behind me. The chamber was dimly lit, and there was a general rustling as the women, who were scattered about, put their embroidery frames and books to one side and dropped to the floor, heads bowed. I felt a laugh pressing at my throat. I was used to the servants' deference, but these were well-born ladies, and I a mere child. Unsure of the correct way to behave, I stood gawping at them for what seemed an age, wondering if I was supposed to give some command, a gesture, to indicate that they were free to go about their business. Then, by some invisible cue, they all rose and returned to their needlework, or whatever it was I'd interrupted. I cast my eyes around for the Queen, who was said to be a great beauty. 1 or 2 of those women were comely enough, but I reasoned that a queen got on her knees for no one save God. A pebble of disappointment dropped into me. I had expected to find her glorious, seated beneath a canopy of state, festooned in jewels and haloed in gold light, like in the cobwebby paintings of the saints that were stored away in the cupboard at the back of the chapel. Grandmother had scolded me for putting my nose where it didn't belong, when I'd asked her what they were doing there. I was puzzled by those paintings, for I knew it was wrong to revere the saints, and supposed that must have been the reason they were gathering dust in the dark. There was a movement in the corner, and a woman I hadn't noticed heaved herself up from a prayer stand, stepping into view. She was tall as a man, and stout with it. "Ah," she said, opening her arms wide. "Let me look at you. Come, my eyesight is not what it was." Her voice was odd, not quite French like the dance-master, and not quite Scottish like the head falconer, but a mixture of the two. I stood rooted to the spot, unsure of how to behave. This great lumpen matron dressed in black was surely not the beautiful Queen of Scotland. That pebble of disappointment seemed to swell. But then I saw something, a haughtiness in her demeanour, a spark of pride in the eyes, which made me drop in a curtsy all the way down to the floor. "Up, up," the Queen said. "Come and sit with me." The ladies hustled round, procuring a pair of chairs which they placed by the hearth. The Queen lowered herself into one, fitting her bulk tightly between its arms, and patted her lap with the command, "Up, Gedden," for a small dog to jump onto it. "Mary, would you bring us something to drink?" she said. "We have 3 Marys here. Mary Devlin," she pointed to a woman who was filling 2 cups from a ewer, "and 2 more there." She waved an arm in the general direction of the embroiderers. "And I am Mary, of course. There is your aunt, Mary Talbot, too, though we never see her these days. It's a shame. I was fond of her. She crossed herself, something I had only ever seen done once by one of the stable lads. The head groom had cuffed him for it. All named for the Blessed Virgin. She waved her arm towards the prayer stand, where a painting of the Virgin, puce-cheeked, with a brilliant blue gown, dandling a plump, haloed baby, was hung. Only then did I notice a large jewelled crucifix in a corner and the rosary beads that hung from all the ladies' girdles. Everybody knew the Scottish Queen was Catholic, but seeing those prohibited objects, things the household chaplain denounced in his sermons as the tools of heresy, reminded me of the strangeness of that other faith. I couldn't help but think about the stories I had heard the servants whisper, of Catholics who tried to poison Queen Elizabeth, who sought to destroy all we knew to be good and right, and the priests being dragged from hiding places hardly bigger than rat holes and taken to the Tower for interrogation. My maids often sat in my bedchamber when they believed me asleep and discussed what happened there. I would spread my limbs out in the bed and try to imagine what it might be like to be stretched on the rack. I had never questioned the wickedness of Catholics, but the Scottish Queen, smiling and petting her dog, seemed as far from an enemy as a robin from a raven. Your parents chose a Scottish name for you. Not really a name you think of for an English queen, is it? But just as well you are not a Mary too. That would be most confusing, though I would like to think you had been named for me. I suppose that would have been too much to expect, given that I am such a wicked woman. She emitted a small, bitter laugh. But I am so very glad to have this chance to see you, Arabella. She reached out and squeezed my hand tightly. My first instinct was to snatch it back. It had been drummed into me from infancy that I, as royalty, must never be touched without permission, but I reasoned that would not apply to a queen, and so left it sitting limply in hers. She smiled openly and warmly. Grandmother never really smiled, though she often told me she loved me. She said a smile made a person seem meek. I wondered about that, for the scriptures said meekness was a virtue, that the meek would inherit the earth, but grandmother was not to be questioned. She was strict and inflexible and capable of turning a whole room to her attention just by clearing her throat. By contrast, the Scottish Queen's smile made me feel safe and, in some peculiar way, though that royal aunt of mine was a complete stranger and an enemy of sorts, profoundly loved. I am to be moved to Tutbury, and it occurred to me that we might never be under the same roof again. She sighed, sinking into her seat like an ancient house settling. Tutbury is hell itself. She crossed herself once more. Leaning in close enough for me to smell the aniseed on her breath, she continued, You see, I have always thought of you as something like a daughter. My son. Her voice cracked as she said it, and I was aware of all the women craning in to listen. I fear my son is lost to me. I'm sorry for that. I meant it from the bottom of my heart, thinking of my own mother and how even death could not break our bond. My little James, your cousin, the King of Scotland. Her tone was momentarily hard, and then softened. What a bonny infant he was. She gripped my hand very hard. His mind has been poisoned against me. I didn't know how to reply, just repeated, I am very sorry for that. Now, I know you have been raised in the new faith, my dear, but you are yet young. What age are you? 9, I think. Am I right? I nodded. Fresh as a new shoot. There was that tender smile once more. I want you to remember this. Whatever you have been taught to believe, the Catholic faith is the true faith. It is the only path that leads to the kingdom of heaven. She placed her palms together as if in prayer. Despite what has befallen me, I know it is God's plan, and I have faith in his wisdom. If he had meant for me to have the throne of England, then it would have been mine. I suspect he has other plans for me. I have never heard anyone talk of God in such a way. It was as if the Queen knew him intimately, as if he was her own father. God for me was something intangible and frightening. It is my hope that one day, my dearest child, you will see what a comfort the true faith is. Ask your Aunt Mary Talbot. She will tell you. Aunt Mary? My head began to churn with all that new information. If the English throne was not my destiny, then it is surely yours. And when you have achieved it, I will be up there watching over you and your Catholic England. She had a beatific look on her face, as if she had been visited by a host of angels. You are my hope, Arbella. With that, she released my hand again and took something out from beneath her gown, a small wooden box, which she opened, removing a flat, elliptical object from it. I want you to have this, as a reminder of our meeting. I took it. It was like a ring without its shank. One side was a smooth disc of translucent red stone. On its other, set into a bed of gold, was an oval of translucent milky substance bearing the impression of a lamb. I didn't know what to say. It seemed so very precious. It is an Agnus Dei, she told me. The Lamb of God. You know your Latin, good girl. There was that smile again, deep and inviting. It has been blessed by His Holiness the Pope, she whispered, and will protect you. But do not let anyone see it. I'm afraid these days an Agnus Dei can visit trouble on its owner. She sighed, and the smile disappeared. But earthly trouble is sometimes the price we must pay for heavenly grace. I wanted to ask what she meant. How could it at once protect and visit trouble? But I said nothing. Less than 3 years later, the Queen of Scotland was gone. I wondered if she had been executed because she no longer had the protection of her Agnus Dei. Tap, tap, tap. My fingers wander now to the silk purse that hangs from my girdle containing my treasures. The weighted die that Uncle Henry gave me once, to remind me things aren't always as they seem, the tiny bell from Geddon's collar, the fold of parchment containing a lock of my husband's hair, the smooth crystal drop from the glass works at Hardwick, the scrap of paper bearing Mistress Lanya's poem. It is about me, but a me I no longer know. Right at the bottom, beneath everything, is the Agnus Dei, blessed by the Pope. It has not protected me very well. Tap, tap, tap.
Clerkenwell. A sheaf of papers lands on the table with a thunk, sending out a billow of dust. It is tied with a length of faded ribbon that might have once been crimson. Motes jig and twirl as if alive in a shaft of sun that falls through the open window. Amy feels a sneeze build, then dissipate at the back of her nose. What are they? She puts the loaf she is carrying by the window to cool and picks up the papers. Smells good. Hal reaches out to break a piece of bread off. She slaps his hand away, laughing. He smiles that bright smile of his and taps the papers in her hand. From Lady Arbella's effects. Lady Arbella. She carefully lays the papers back on the table, fearing they might disintegrate beneath her fingers. Her son seems distracted now, whistling and searching for something, patting down his doublet, then delving in the large leather bag that hangs on the back of the door, then in the chest, his head disappearing. A man I know was charged with clearing out her rooms. His voice is muffled. He thought you might be interested in them. Said he remembered you dedicated a poem to her. I told him you knew her once. You did know her, didn't you? That's right, she says. Her mind wanders back to the last time she saw Lady Arbella. An image springs up from the past, that distant gaze, the russet frizz, an echo of the old queen, scraped back and tamed beneath her cap, her sharply pronounced clavicles and thin, graceful arms. They were in the stable yard at Richmond Palace. It must have been more than a decade ago. Lady Arbella rarely looked directly at anyone, which earned her, wrongly, a reputation for aloofness. But she had cast an indecipherable look at Amy and asked, "Are you my friend?" Amy remembers the formality of her reply. "My lady, I would never presume to call myself your friend, but you have my firm loyalty and love." A flash of sadness had scudded over the other woman's face. It made Amy realize how lonely life must be for one so high-born, how much she must have yearned for ordinary friendship, and she regretted having not simply said, "Yes, I am your friend." Friendship had seemed impossible in the gulf of hierarchy that separated them, but there was no doubt that that was what it was. Amy feels the old tangle of remorse. Deep in a neglected part of her heart, she knows it was she who caused the final misfortune, the greatest one. She had longed to beg forgiveness, but it was not to be. In the end, she failed her friend. She can hear those words, she can still hear the rage in them. "If this fails, I will never forgive you." Hal continues, pulling her out of the past. "He said he'd get nothing for them, so you may as well have them." "Are they letters?" "I don't know, not letters, just scribblings, I think." If not letters, then Amy feels sure she knows what they are. It was she who suggested to Lady Arbella that she take Book 6 of Ovid's Metamorphoses and turn it into a drama. They had discussed it many times, and Amy had sent her early drafts of her own poetry. But she had never seen a word of Lady Arbella's Tragedy of Philomel. She'd concluded it was never written. But here it is. She takes a cursory look at 1 or 2 pages and lifts the sheaf to her nose, imagining some vestige of her friend's scent has remained, but the prevailing smell is of dust. The dense text is a painful reminder of how long it is since she herself has set down words in any meaningful way. Not since her book was published 4 years ago has she been able to write, no matter how great, how desperate her desire. It is as if her muse has deserted her irretrievably. She has suspicions that the thicket of guilt entangling her is to blame. But with the arrival of this, a bubble of hope expands in her. She might find a release from that, and with it the inspiration to write once more. She is tempted to sit down now and make a closer study, but would rather wait until she is alone, for she is sure that once she starts to read, she will not be able to stop. Hal continues to rummage, still whistling. She is struck suddenly by his looks. He has become a man, dark and chiselled, whilst her back was turned. "What are you looking for?" "Those new strings for my lute. I strung it for you yesterday." She crosses the room and takes the lute down from the high shelf where it lives, with a jumble of other instruments, passing it to him. She cannot play very well, though she should, for she is the daughter, sister, widow, and mother of musicians. But she can string and tune a lute faster than any of them. "What would I do without you, Ma?" "I'm sure you would manage." It is she who would not manage were Hal to go. He is bound to want to wed before long, and then what will she do? She cannot bear to think of herself as one of those burdensome mother-in-laws sharing these 2 cramped Clerkenwell rooms with her son and his bride. She pushes that worry aside. Hal has no mind to marry just yet. "Look," he says, "the tabby's caught its first mouse." He's pointing to the corner where the cat is eviscerating a small carcass. Hal had rescued the tabby a few months ago from the water butt and brought it back to life, letting it suck milk from the corner of a linen cloth at hourly intervals. "She'll be earning her keep soon," Amy says. "Come on, you mustn't be late for the music master." Taking Hal's hand, she can feel the calluses on the pads of his fingers, the result of a decade, teasing sounds from catgut. As soon as he throws his coat on, she sees a flash of his father in his profile. Not her husband, Alfonso, who died 3 years ago and left her deep in debt, but his true father, the man she loved and spent her reputation on. She still feels a sense of loss when she thinks of Henry Hunston, though he is long gone. She never garnered that depth of feeling for her husband, But Alfonso gave her respectability and a name for her son. For that she is grateful. Mind you, he was paid handsomely for the favour. She often wonders if she was right to keep Hal ignorant of his true origins. And that is not all she hasn't told him. He is not aware that Alfonso left her without 2 pennies to rub together. That was the reason she had to leave the spacious house in Bishopsgate for these mean lodgings, though she'd told Hal the old house was too much for her to manage and too full of ghosts. She doesn't want him beset with worry when he has the chance to make his mark in the world. She will manage, she always has. But in the time since Alfonso departed, her debts have escalated, and the trickle of money that came from the sales of her book has run dry. Have you packed everything you might need? Not forgotten your clean stockings, your blanket in case it's chilly at night? Ma, he is disgruntled, I'm not an infant. I can't help worrying. Well, don't. I can very well look after myself. I'm only going to court, not to the moon. His tone shifts and he adopts a look of concern. You won't be lonely, will you? No, of course not. She takes a breath, girding herself for his departure. This'll keep me occupied. She points to the papers on the table, feeling a whir of anticipation, wondering what they might contain. They said the Lady Arbella was cracked in the head, is that right? You don't want to believe everything you hear. Now go, you'll be late. She carries his lute to the door for him, and, picking up the cat, stands watching as he walks away, feeling her heart tighten. Goodwife Stringer lumbers by, hefting a large basket of apples, and flashes a slanted look Amy's way. The houses on this street are pressed tight up against one another, like crowded teeth, and their neighbour cannot keep herself to herself. Barely an hour goes by without an encounter with Goodwife Stringer. "Boy left home, has he, Widow Lanya?" she says, putting her basket down with a huff of breath. Her sculpted features make her the sort that might be described as handsome, but the effect is spoiled by a permanently welded scowl. He's only going for 2 weeks. There is something a little hostile about the woman's tone, which puts Amy on her guard. Goodwife Stringer is well known in the parish for putting her nose in other people's business. "All on your own, then?" She pauses. Amy says nothing, just maintains her position in the doorway, straight as a sentry. "I suppose you know that witch is going to be hung later?" The woman's eyes move slowly from Amy's face to the tabby in her arms and back again. "They say she had a cat that spoke to her." "I doubt that's true." Goodwife Stringer is silent and continues boring her through with that stare. "If you have something to say to me?" Amy can feel tendrils of wariness reaching up her body. There has been a frenzy of suspicion about witchcraft since the Scot, James, took the throne, and it can catch like wildfire. Any nail that sticks up must be hammered down. "I do have something to say to you, Widow Lanya." Her eyes fix on Amy's. "I suppose you won't be happy till you've turned the world on its head with your poetry." She says the word as if it is an expletive. "If Eve is free of sin, as you choose to believe, then why did God give us women the pain of childbirth? I ask you that." Amy knows it is futile to engage in theological exegesis, but can't resist asking, "Have you read the book, then?" The woman stutters, clearly wants to say that she has, but can't quite seem to allow herself the lie. "There's no need to read it, everybody knows what it says." "Well, if you know what it says, then you will be aware that I do not suggest that Eve is without sin. I merely propose that Adam is the more culpable for being the stronger, and yet still allowing himself to be led to temptation. She shouldn't really bother, for such women will think what they want. Besides, she doubts whether Goodwife Stringer can read more than a grocer's bill, so her opinions must be based on hearsay, and there has been enough of that. It was inevitable that her book, like the women in it, would be misunderstood. In court circles it was celebrated for its subtlety of thought, amongst the women at least. But 4 long years have passed since she visited court. The Chief Minister, Salisbury, had taken her aside and told her, "The King does not welcome women who get above themselves. Your poems have caused offence to His Majesty, and acting on his royal command, I am expelling you from court." Queen Anna had shown Amy some kindness, told her she was very sorry, that she and all her women found her poetry marvellous, but that she had no influence with her husband and his decision was final. As a consolation, the Queen had offered her a jewel, a large ruby set with pearls as a parting gift. A nest egg, she had called it. Amy keeps it safe beneath a floorboard under the bed. It is the one thing the debt collectors will not get their hands on. Goodwife Stringer has begun to shuffle from one foot to another. "I'm sure you're busy," Amy says firmly. "I wish you a good day." "Indeed." The woman seems incapable of even forcing out a goodbye as she picks up her basket and trundles off, muttering something under her breath. Amy shuts her front door, having to use all her self-control to resist slamming it. But as she remembers the sheaf of papers on the table, her anger disperses. She opens the shutters fully to allow in more light and cuts a slice of bread for herself. It is still warm and soft enough to need no butter, which is just as well, for there is none. She crams it into her mouth and takes another slice, enjoying the fact that she is alone and has no witness to her greed. It is a comfort, and she has blessed few of those these days. The shaft of sun has shifted and falls directly over the papers on the table as if they are haloed. In a moment of fancy, Amy sees it as a sign, laughing inwardly at herself for indulging such whimsy. She turns over the sheaf, where is written, "The Lady Arbella, to be discarded." She sifts through the ream, casting a cursory glance over each page. It is not the tragedy of Philomel she'd expected, that is immediately clear. Some of it is written in a beautiful, precise hand, but most is tangled and illegible, scrawled manically as if written in desperation to expel something, like an exorcism. Amy is surprised at her analogy, wonders where it came from. There seems to be no chronology, but some of the pages are dated, and she tries to impose a semblance of order over them. Excitement begins to prod at her, for this document is better than unwritten tragedy. The disjointed and barely decipherable pages seem to recount a life, Lady Arbella's life. It slowly dawns on Amy that she might discover, somewhere in these pages, what truly became of her dear friend. Also, hope springs up suddenly, and with it those excoriating words, "If this fails, I will never forgive you." These scrawls, like a code to be broken, could reveal whether Lady Arbella had ever found a shred of forgiveness for the friend who failed her.
Hampton Court. Doddridge, who had accompanied me on the journey from Derbyshire, came to a halt at a pair of carved doors and consulted the piece of paper on which a steward had drawn a crude plan of the corridors of Hampton Court. "I believe we are here, my lady," he said, and must have seen the anxiety on me, for he added, "Don't worry, the Queen won't be there, just some of her ladies, and besides, your aunt will be arriving from London within 2 hours at most." "Can't you come in with me?" I knew full well it was a futile request, that one didn't invite one's retainer into the Queen's rooms. Grandmother had made sure I understood the courtly protocol to the letter. We had made a brief visit to court the year before, when I was still only 12, and might have been forgiven for not knowing exactly how to behave. Anyway, Grandmother had stuck to me like gum Arabic to ensure all went smoothly. But this was different. I was to stay for 3 weeks with Aunt Mary for company. It was on our arrival that a messenger came to announce my aunt's delay on the route from London. On the long ride south, I relished the idea that Grandmother thought me old enough to conduct myself properly alone. I felt fully adult, mounted on my new horse, Dorcas, a coal-black mare, a hand higher even than Doddridge's imposing mount. Dorcas was young, too big for me, and too wild according to almost everyone, though when I rode her she was docile as a kitten and made me feel capable of anything. But the minute I dismounted in the yard and Dorcas was led away by a groom, my nerves gathered. "No, wait!" I called to the lad, who stopped, turned and dipped his head, sliding his cap off. I ran over. "She will need a good drink before she has her oats, and not too many, as she's prone to colic if she eats too much after a journey." I was babbling. When the horse dealer first brought Dorcas into the yard at Chatsworth and she sidled over to me, whickering and nudging her soft muzzle into my shoulder, I knew she was mine. They say you know instantly with a horse, like finding a kindred spirit. Grandmother had taken some convincing, but had relented eventually on seeing how obliging the mare was with me, how at the slightest command she would do my bidding. Riding her was the closest I could imagine to flight. "Understood, my lady," said the boy, who, I noticed, was tapping an impatient foot. It hadn't occurred to me that he must have had a dozen other horses to see to, and that the delay might bring him trouble. I hadn't been raised to think of others' needs, and was blithely inconsiderate back then. I wrapped my arms about Dorcas's broad black neck and rested my head against her, breathing in her scent, leather and sweat, closing my eyes for a moment before allowing the lad to lead her off towards the stables, feeling the wrench of her departure. Had I not been where I was, I would have followed them. Grandmother had said I was too old to always be larking about in the stable block, that I needed taming and to learn how to comport myself like a lady. That meant being shut inside most of the time doing needlework as far as I could tell. My embroidery skills were frustratingly poor, so I had begun to spend more and more time with my tutor, translating passages from Latin to English and then to Greek, which Grandmother approved of. Since I was to be queen one day, though at the time the idea seemed both intangible and, if I thought about it too deeply, quite terrifying, my education was of the greatest importance. But even my fascination for learning didn't quite eradicate the lure of the stables. Doddridge was waiting patiently. I never knew a more patient man. He was scrutinising the plan, occasionally glancing up towards the building, as if to assess which windows matched up with the route we were to take to the ladies' rooms. A man approached him to ask where my luggage was to be taken. Doddridge towered over the fellow. Doddridge towered over everyone, and, though he was still quite young then, he walked with an old man's stoop that only served to make him seem taller still, and meant that his fine, fair hair flopped forward permanently into his eyes. He counted the bags and chests as they were carried off towards my aunt's rooms, and sent my two maids in their wake. He and I marched side by side up the steps and into the great hall, where a crowd had gathered about a troupe of musicians, and on past the guards who nodded us through into the watching chamber, where groups of well-dressed men played cards and dice, and servants threaded their way about busily. Beyond was a clamour of people, all seeking entry where we were going, their way barred by more guards, who stood aside sharply to admit us when Doddridge informed them who I was. The long gallery was tightly packed with milling courtiers dressed up like a muster of peacocks. As we moved through at a funereal pace, I became aware of the curious glances, and could hear two girls in whispered conversation behind me. "Who is she?" "It's the Lady Arbella Stuart. Looks like a Tudor with that red hair. All the Stuarts are Tudors, didn't you know?" "How so?" "Her great-grandmother was Margaret Tudor, the 8th Henry's sister. She was wed to a Scottish king. Surely you know that." It was a strange thing, hearing myself talked of like that. And as Doddridge shepherded me through, and people dipped as I passed, I sensed myself fill with importance, beginning to understand what I had been raised to know but yet had never felt, my elevated position in that courtly melee. Once beyond the long gallery and past more guards, the place became quite empty of people, save for the odd scurrying servant. The web of corridors necessitated frequent consultation of the plan, and as we passed into ever more private areas, my nerves began to prod. I might have turned and run, but the carved doors were opening, and Doddridge was handing me in to the usher, who announced me loudly. "The Lady Arbella Stuart." So there was no going back. The room was of quite modest proportions and contained a dozen women, none of whom I had set eyes on before. They were all decked magnificently, making me understand why my maid had insisted I wear the embellished gown I was trussed into, and I thanked her silently for her bullying. I was hustled around, inspected thoroughly by curious eyes, and introduced to all present, but my nerves made their names slip out of my head. I wished desperately for the formidable presence of Grandmother who knew all the rules, when only minutes before I had been luxuriating in my freedom from her. "How is dear Lady Shrewsbury?" said someone. "She is exceedingly well," I replied. "Too busy building houses to join us at court, I suppose." "She is very busy," I replied. Someone less green than I was then might have noticed the slightly disapproving tone. People, I learned later in life, could not quite reconcile themselves to success, particularly in a woman, and always sought subtly to undermine it. Those women would have been acutely aware that grandmother, though she was the countess to one of England's greatest earls, and a friend of long standing to the Queen, was born a Derbyshire squire's daughter, albeit one with a canny instinct for making the right connections. She had married up 4 times and amassed great wealth with her astute dealings. Despite her humble origins, she had the ultimate trump card in me, for none of those blue bloods at court had a granddaughter who was heir to the throne. But I was oblivious to that complex web of hierarchy then. I finally landed on a bench. "Aren't you to be matched with the Duke of Parma?" My neighbour, an ancient lady, the Countess of Somewhere, had asked me. I couldn't think of a satisfactory response. It was the first I'd heard of such a match, and my insides began to shrivel at the idea of being sent off to a foreign court to wed a stranger. I was floundering for a response when, thankfully, the ancient Countess continued. "I thought the idea was that a marriage contract between the Queen's heir and the Spanish King's cousin might put an end to his plans to invade." "That is likely," I said, pleased with my non-committal answer. No one had spoken to me directly about marriage or anything else, but grandmother had impressed upon me the importance of always appearing as if I knew exactly what was going on, and to act like the heir to the throne and don't smile. It will make you seem meek and ingratiating. The talk of imminent invasion had even reached Derbyshire, and the servants chattered about it constantly. But then I suppose they'd all known the Queen of Scots in one way or another, and the Spaniards were, by all accounts, bent on vengeance for her death. She had died a traitor or a martyr. It depended which way you saw it. That day, a year earlier, when the news arrived of the Scottish Queen's execution, was indelibly inked into my memory. I'd overheard my step-grandfather, the Earl of Shrewsbury, who had witnessed the event, discussing it with his steward. "Butchered her, hacked at her neck. It was inhuman. To do such a thing to an anointed queen, I will be damned for it. I wish she had never fallen into my orbit." I was horrified. That kindly woman I'd once met, hacked at as if she were nothing more than a length of timber. The Earl had her little dog beneath his arm. I recognised it, remembered it sitting on her lap and her hand squeezing mine, the warmth of her smile. Nausea washed up my body. "And this creature," the Earl continued, "will not leave off pining. I can't bring myself to drown it." I still, even after all these years, have the bell from Geddon's collar in my bag of treasures, small objects that bring me a thin kind of comfort. The ancient Countess was looking at me, waiting for me to say something else. My vague response was clearly not enough for her. "I'm not entirely sure I would relish marriage to a Catholic," I offered, feeling rather pleased with myself, for grandmother had pressed upon me the importance of advertising my faith. The old woman nodded approvingly. Another voice entered the conversation. "Something must be done, for that Spaniard's armada is almost built, and he will send it our way, you mark my words." This was my neighbour on the other side, who was fidgeting with her fan. Fidgeting was another trait that, like smiling, revealed weakness, and which grandmother insisted I conquer. "We are to hear a story from Ovid, I believe," said the Countess, ignoring the fidgeting lady as if she hadn't spoken at all. I knew a little of Ovid, enough to be aware that most of the stories were deemed unsuitable for someone of my age, and so a little flame of anticipation lit in me. At 13, any glimpse into the mysteries of the adult world is a thrill, and I was not to be disappointed. A woman walked forward to stand at the centre of the chamber with an open book in her hands. "I don't know her. Who is she?" asked the Countess. "Henry Hunstan's mistress. Musician's daughter, I think," replied the fidgeter. "Gracious me, she's young enough to be his granddaughter." I found myself captivated by that woman who was someone's mistress, a fact that made her seem to my young and cloistered self immediately a little dangerous. Her hair was black and thick and glossy as Dorcas's mane, and her eyes too were dark, set deeply above the angular planes of her cheeks and framed by arched brows. In contrast, her skin was pale, but nothing like as light as the almost blue-white complexions of most of the women in the room. Her difference to them was striking, making it hard for me to tear my gaze away from her, and I wondered if that was beauty. She began to recite. Her voice, as richly captivating as her looks, drew each woman listening into the story, as if falling under a spell. The poem told of the marriage of the King of Thrace to Procne, one of a pair of sisters. It was not a myth I knew, which gave me hope that it might be one of the unsuitable ones, and as it unfurled, it became clear that this was so. The King of Thrace's uncontainable attraction to his wife's lovely sister, Philomel, led him to ravage her. I felt a forbidden thrill tug at me, the story winding about my imagination as Philomel vowed her vengeance. For this wickedness full dearly thou shalt pay, my voice the very woods shall fill. I felt the room garner behind that imaginary heroine, each one of us inside her mind craving revenge, willing her to shout her attacker's crime from the treetops. But the reader paused, leaving us suspended an eternal second before continuing. That drawing out his naked sword that at his girdle hung, he took her rudely by the hair and wrung her hands behind her, compelling her to hold them there while he himself did bind her. When Philomel saw the sword, she hoped she should have died, and for the same her naked throat she gladly did provide. A shift of timbre in her voice, and all at once the entire listening company had flung their hands over their mouths in shock. And with a pair of pincers fast did catch her by the tongue, and with his sword did cut it off, the stump whereon it hung, did patter still, the tip fell down and quivering on the ground, as though that it had murmured, it made a certain sound. The fidgeting lady to my left emitted a horrified howl. "He cut out her tongue!" and grabbed at my arm. I snatched it back, shaking her grip away. "Don't touch me!" It came out as a shout, sufficiently loud to silence the room. All eyes turned, causing my face to burn and my heart to clatter, and making me wish for grandmother's wing to hide beneath. "Why ever not?" asked the Countess. Grandmother's careful schooling ran through my head, and I quoted her verbatim, "Because I am to be queen, and it is correct to seek my permission before touching my person." A few snorts of laughter erupted around the chamber, and the Countess said, "That is not how we do things here at court. Almost every one of these ladies here has royal blood of one kind or another." She continued, talking on about Edward III and his 13 children, but I wasn't listening. All I was aware of was my burning skin and the whispers and cupped hands and flickering glances. "Noli me tangere!" blurted someone with a burst of laughter. "She's only royal, not divine," laughed another. I yearned to disappear and considered running out, back through the tangle of corridors to the stables and Dorcas, riding her all the way to Derbyshire at a gallop. How could I have known then how that odious term would stick to me? I would for years, well beyond Elizabeth's reign, be known as Noli me tangere, touch me not. Never to my face, of course, but I would not be allowed to forget that initial humiliation. It was Lady Rich who came to my rescue. I didn't know who she was then, but she appeared as if from nowhere. "Leave the poor child alone." She crouched down to my level and smiled broadly. Grandmother's voice passed through my head. "Don't smile, it will make you seem meek." But there was nothing enfeebling about Lady Rich's smile. On the contrary, it was dazzling and made her seem like the only person in the place worth looking at. "Ignore them," she said quietly. "They'd all kill each other to have a drop of your blood. So hold your head high and make for the door. I will be right behind you." Once we were out of earshot, she said, "What a collection of small-minded old crows they are. Don't listen to them. She laughed in an abandoned burst, throwing her head back before turning to me. "I am Penelope Devereux, or Lady Rich for those who prefer, and your aunt sent word asking that I keep an eye on you until she arrives." "Then your father is the Earl of Essex?" I said, glad to remember the Devereuxes in Grandmother's great book of the peerage. "Was," she replied. "It is my brother who is now the Earl." "I'm so sorry." I felt crushed at having made yet another faux pas. How could I have forgotten the famous young Earl of Essex? But she smiled that dazzling smile once more. "For goodness sake, how would you have known? You've not been here 5 minutes. You've never seen my brother." She paused, and I noticed how people gawped at her as we passed. If I had wondered about the dark woman's unusual beauty, I was sure of Lady Rich's. It was not only her obvious qualities, the tumbling golden hair, the bright black star eyes that the poets had written of. It was also her sheer presence that seemed to diminish all those around her. "Wait until you do," she added, making me wonder if the brother was at all like her. "It's a shame we missed the end of the poem," she continued. "Do you know the story?" I shook my head. "No, I suppose you're thought too young for such things." We walked on in silence until eventually we arrived at my aunt's rooms, where my maids were unpacking and Doddridge was checking items off on a list. As Lady Rich made to leave, I asked, "How does the story of Philomel end?" She looked at me for a moment as if deciding how to phrase her response. "Well, let's just say the sisters got their revenge, but the price was high, and the gods turned Philomel into a nightingale to save her from her brother-in-law's wrath." I wanted to ask more, to know what Philomel's revenge was and its high price, but she had disappeared down the passage before I could form my question. I did not have to wait long to find out if the Earl of Essex was like his sister. He was seated to my right at supper, and she was on his other side. They were a gilded pair, as if God had used up all his quota of charisma when making them. I hardly dared look at him. The Queen was to my left. Of course I had been filled with trepidation on encountering her, but she made a great fuss of me, which made me feel gilded too. I felt quite at home in her presence, for she was intimidating in much the same way as Grandmother, strict, self-possessed, guarded, so I knew exactly how to behave to gain her approval. She talked to me of Grandmother with fondness, told me she had known her almost all her life, and that she hoped she would accompany me to court the next time. "Your grandmother is one of the most astute women I know," she said. "I admire her greatly." The Queen ate with her gloves on. I had never seen that before. All the grease soaking into the chamois, making it dark. They were replaced swiftly by a servant between courses, allowing me a glimpse of her age-spotted hands. She, like Grandmother, didn't really smile, though her brown eyes flashed occasionally if something amused her. Supper was a sedate affair, a musician strumming quietly nearby, the soft babble of conversation, and the Queen carefully sipping watered wine and eating little. The presence of Essex on my other side pulsated, igniting in me a kind of profound and inexplicable embarrassment. I had never been at such close proximity to such a creature. He smelled of flowers, a thick scent like hyacinths. I had never known a man to smell like that, not even Uncle Henry, whom Grandmother always said was given to flamboyance. His hair fell in glossy dark tendrils, and his eyes, though I didn't dare look at them properly, were a piercing violet blue. His manner with the Queen was shockingly casual. He spoke across me to her, saying something to the effect that she was looking comely, as if she were some wench in the laundry and not the Queen of England. She leaned over and pinched his cheek, quite hard, leaving a pink blot, saying, "Bad boy," whereupon he laughed, murmuring, "You know you're fond of it." The French ambassador and his wife were presented later in the evening, and she said, placing one of those gloved hands lightly on my head, "One day she will be even as I am." I noticed a whisper pass round the chamber as her words were repeated from mouth to ear. I saw Lord Burleigh and his unprepossessing son Robert Cecil nod between themselves in approval. I knew them as great friends of Grandmother's. She had told me that the court danced to Burleigh's tune, but that it would not seem so. That was his gift, she said, to seem innocuous, and that I was to make a good impression on him and his son, for it would set me in good stead. As I was distracted watching that seemingly innocuous pair, Essex leaned into me and said very quietly, "I hear you are a cold fish, Arbella Stewart," not using my title as he should have. I was quite light-headed with the whiff of that lush floral scent and grappled for a response when he added, "My sister says you don't like to be touched." I didn't know if he was mocking me. "Lost your tongue?" he said. I was reminded of Philomel, inevitably, and her severed tongue. Then, beneath the table, he took his index finger and stroked it slowly over the back of my hand. I dared not move a hair. The place where his finger had met my skin felt seared, as if he had branded me. "But your birth and blood give you the right to remoteness, and, cold fish or not, I plan to wed you when you are old enough to—" He stopped mid-sentence and turned away to speak to someone else, leaving me hanging. I racked my brains to think of what he might have meant to say. Did he not know I was to be promised to the Duke of Parma, whoever that was? I saw that Robert Cecil had his eyes fixed firmly on Essex, as if he had been trying to lip-read. The look on his face was stony, and he turned to say something to his father, who in turn looked towards the Earl. It made me suddenly feel out of my depth, and I was glad when Aunt Mary finally arrived and asked permission that I might retire for the night. As we were preparing for bed and I stood in nothing but my thin shift while my maid rummaged in the trunk for my nightgown, Aunt Mary said, "Look, sweeting, you are becoming a woman." She pointed at me. I followed the direction of her finger down to my chest, where the outline of my new bud breasts was visible through the fine linen. I crossed my arms firmly over them, turning away, pretending to look for something so I didn't have to meet her gaze. I didn't want to become a woman. All the talk of marriage had unsettled me. "Have your monthlies started?" she asked, oblivious to my discomfort. "No." I pretended to search for something in my jewellery box, removing its contents and replacing them item by item. "May I?" she asked, holding up a comb. I nodded, allowing her to stroke it through my hair. It was a familiar ritual, the asking and granting of permission, and seemed entirely natural, but I was reminded of those taunting women and felt an echo of the earlier humiliation. Then a question surfaced in my mind. Would my husband have to ask my permission? Just the idea of it, the act, mortified me. "Do you eat properly?" asked Aunt Mary as she teased a knot out of my frizz of hair. "If you don't eat properly, it can prevent your monthlies from starting." I said nothing, but my mind was whirring. She had unwittingly given me a solution. I would not become a woman. We settled into the bed and she said, "You did well this evening, sweeting. Acted far beyond your years. The Queen was impressed. Burley and Cecil, too, that counts for a lot." She was quiet a moment, and I felt glad to have her beside me. In the dim candlelight I could see my mother in her face, her uncomplicated gaze, her generous mouth, and the cloud of wild chestnut hair that was escaping from her nightcap. "What did Essex say to you?" I thought I oughtn't tell her, but did. "He said he'd marry me one day." She huffed out a sigh. "I wouldn't listen to that if I were you. It won't be Essex who decides where you will wed." "Am I to be wed to the Duke of Parma, then?" "Heaven knows," she replied. "I suspect the Queen is trying to win him over with a promise she has no intention of delivering." "So I won't be wed to him?" "It's unlikely, I'd say. I doubt she'd want you married to a Catholic and producing heirs of the wrong faith." I wanted to ask her more, but she sounded slightly bitter. I didn't know why, and then she leaned over to snuff out the candle before saying in the dark something I'd heard more times than I could count from grandmother. "Shame you were not born a boy. Things would be much more straightforward." I touched my fingers to the bud breasts, pressing them hard as if to push them back inside.
Clerkenwell. A bang at the door wakes Amy. She is momentarily disorientated and realizes that she must have fallen asleep reading. There is another bang, this time accompanied by a shout. She assumes it is Hal, until she remembers he left for court the day before. Lady Arbella's papers are spread over her lap. Shame you were not born a boy. The memory of what she was reading before she dropped off sidles back to her. It had been slow going. The papers were half destroyed and barely legible in places, scrawled as if written in urgency, the ink smeared and smudged. She has found no sign yet that she was forgiven. But to find herself briefly there, her younger self, was like a glimpse of her own half-obscured reflection in a window. She'd been 19 and acutely aware of her lack of nobility among those terrifying women who looked down on her for her low birth and perceived loose morals. They resented being forced into grudging politeness, for Henry Hunsdon was the Queen's first cousin, and it wouldn't do to upset his young mistress. They'd all assumed she'd be discarded in a month, but she hadn't been. 6 years she'd loved Henry Hunsdon, and he her, confounding them all. Amy remembered the incident. Lady Arbella, just an unsmiling, big-eyed girl of 13 then, with nobility stitched through her, abruptly leaving the reading. She hadn't understood at the time what had happened, didn't know what to make of the biblical snippet of Latin, noli me tangere. Perhaps the child was frightened by the story. Truth be told, she'd been glad that the girl hadn't had to hear about how Procne murdered her son and served him up to his father. Those Greeks, the lengths they would go for revenge. She is pondering on the coincidence that she'd thought the writings might be that very same tragedy transformed to drama by Lady Arbella, when another bang jolts her properly awake. "Widow Lanya, you know the reason I'm here. My patience is wearing thin." She hates being called widow. It makes her feel as if her time is spent. She may be 46 years old, but there is life in her yet. There is a currency in widows, but they must be either young or rich, and she is neither. "Widow Lanya!" It is Mansfield here for payment, again. One of his men replaced a number of tiles for her last winter, and made some other repairs to her falling-down dwelling. Mansfield is respected here in Clerkenwell, a man who has pulled himself up by his own bootstraps. She doesn't want to get on his wrong side, but there's little she can do. She knows she hasn't the means to settle the bill. She continues to sit motionless, hoping he will assume she is out, but can't help thinking of the bucket half filled with rainwater that sits in the upstairs bedchamber, testimony to yet another lost tile. She supposes that Hal will be paid for his services at the palace. Thanks to Queen Anna's inexhaustible enthusiasm for masks and entertainments, there are opportunities. But it will be a pittance. Most of the musicians have their own means, or a benefactor of one kind or another, and play at court for the status. It will go no way to settle the debts that are building up. Mansfield is not her only creditor. He is knocking at the window now. She can see his outline through the thick glass. She can no longer afford the fine pains that she was once accustomed to, and her mind turns to wondering whether the chance opportunities of her youth have left her unprepared for the straitened circumstances she finds herself in. Thinking back to the comforts of her childhood under the wing of a countess, a woman who saw in Amy, lowly born as she undeniably was, some spark of intelligence that pleased her, she cannot help but feel a sense of loss. Amy's father had been her lutenist. She'd taken pity when both he and Amy's mother had died in the same week. She consoled herself with a reminder that she may no longer have the luxuries of her early years, nor the illustrious connections and the sense the doors would open with ease as if well oiled, but what she will never lose is the education that the Countess had invested in her. And what is education if it is not a means to opening doors? Mansfield has his face pressed right up to the glass now, his forehead flattened and yellow. "I can see you in there. Open up." She puts the papers to one side and pulls herself out of the chair, still fuzzy with sleep, making for the door, which she opens ajar. "I'm so very sorry, Mr. Mansfield, but I haven't the means to pay you." "Every time! What's your excuse now?" His tone is bereft of sympathy. "I have no excuse." She is about to tell him of Hal's employment at the palace, but he shoves the door open, pushes her aside, and steps into the room. He is a broad man, with a shock of straw-coloured hair and large hands. Mansfield started as a labourer and now has several working for him. He's known as a grafter. People like him, and she supposes it is for the fact that he is a living demonstration that it is possible with hard work to go up in the world. "I'm so sorry," she says. "Can I offer you something to drink? A cup of beer, perhaps?" He nods and makes a grunt of assent, seating himself uninvited at the table. I find it hard to believe you're lacking in funds. Isn't there a book with your name on it? I wish I could say my poems earned me a living, but sadly that is far from the case. It is put about that you have noble patrons, ladies and countesses. Surely they will not see you go short? She pours a measure of beer into a leather cup and hands it to him. That may once have been true, but it is no longer so. What's it about, then, this book of yours? It's about Eve. She sees little point in explaining to him that the aim of her work was to excuse womankind's sins, and his response proves her right. A book about a wicked woman? I'd have thought you wouldn't be able to print them fast enough. He grins at her. It's not the kind of book you imagine. Do you think, if it were as popular as you say, that I would be going about in a dress such as this? She lifts her arms to show her sleeves where they are most worn through at the elbows and scarred from where the pearls have been snipped off and sold. He clasps hold of one of them, stroking the threadbare fabric, allowing his hand to move further up so the back of it skims her breast. Her breath stutters. It is a long time since she has been touched by a man in such a way. Perhaps then you can pay me in kind. His mouth is slightly open and he inhales abruptly as if attempting to keep control of himself. Pulling her arm away, she says, Do you have some musical instruments that need mending? That I can do for you. She is being disingenuous. She knows what he's getting at. I do have an instrument that needs attention, as it happens. He brings a hand to the front of his breeches, laughing, seeming pleased with his joke. She doesn't laugh. What is it? A lute? A viol? Don't be coy with me. He stands, grabbing her by the waist, and pushes her up against the table. You know exactly what I mean. He is right up close so she can smell the beer and tobacco on his breath. She turns her face away sharply. Take your hands off me, or I will shout for the neighbour. She doubts whether Goodwife Stringer would even respond, and if she did, seeing her in this unwanted clinch would only serve as evidence of Amy's perceived immorality, and add fuel to the woman's suspicions. So you don't mind whoring if the man is noble enough, but not for scum like me? He is growling tight to her ear, has pushed his hand right up her skirts and is touching her. She struggles to get out of his grip. Your leg's only open to access the court, is that what you're saying? She will not dignify his comments with an explanation. His fingers continue to excavate her private parts. She crosses her legs tightly. I've heard it said that the nobleman who made you his mistress— with this word a little shower of spit lands on her cheek, causing her to flinch and him to turn to grip her more tightly— was old enough to be your grandfather. There is barely a soul on this earth who believes the truth, that she loved Henry Hunsdon deeply despite his age, and that she would have loved him just as much if he'd not been who he was. Remove your hands from me. I will not say it again. She is surprised at how steady and firm her voice sounds. He pushes himself up to her further so the hard edge of the table presses into the back of her thighs. His skin has the sharp yeasty smell of mouldy bread. Do you truly want this on your conscience? What will you say of it come Judgment Day? He steps back, dropping her, as if she is hot from the oven, turning away, hiding his shame. She is at a loss to know who to turn to for help. If Hal knew, he would drop everything, take on labouring work to help pay the debt. But she will not draw him into this. He has a foothold at court, and it could take him somewhere. Hal has a gift, and soon it will be recognised. There will be some noble patron who will want to sponsor his talent. Were it not for her, he could live with barely a care in the world, instead of having to keep a roof over his mother's head. She thinks of the Queen's jewel, the sole thing that has shored her up against destitution. It would fetch quite a price at one of the cheapside dealers, though they would doubtless try to fleece her. If you give me a little time, she begins, but stops herself. Even if she sells the jewel, she doubts its price will cover her husband's debts. That jewel can surely serve her better. She inwardly curses her dead husband for frittering away the money Hunson had bestowed on them. It was a large sum, vast, some might say. That is what it cost to buy a husband for your pregnant mistress, to save her from public shame. She has often wondered what might have happened if Hunsdon had lived a few years longer. Alfonso never liked her, always resented the circumstances. He loved the money, though, fancied himself as a gentleman, and it is surprising how short a time it can take for such a sum to disappear if you are determined to compete with the wealthy. He had invested what wasn't spent on gaudy fripperies in a hair-brained building scheme. It makes her physically sick to think of it, for he not only lost everything but also found himself, through his own foolishness, owing a large sum to the blackguards who took his money in the first place. The only reason they are not beating her door down is the fact that they know she cannot pay them. But were she to sell her jewel and pay off Mansfield and his like, the word would get out, and they would soon be at her door. All this is running through her head while Mansfield eyes her from across the room. "Time, you've had time enough." He has his arms crossed over his chest, and his gaze is direct to the point that she feels stripped naked. "If you come to me willingly and give me what I ask, in a mere half-hour you will owe me less. We could make a regular thing of it." He steps closer to her once more. She takes a stride backward. Her mind continues to seek a solution. A half-hour, is it so short a time? He is muscular beneath that jerkin, and strong, and is a good decade her junior. Would it be so very bad? Be your whore? I wouldn't use that word. Mistress might serve us better. Whatever you call it, it would be the same. Besides, do you not think you will be judged for adultery as much as for... She cannot quite bring herself to call it rape. The other thing. There would not be space enough in hell if all adulterers were sent there. Her thoughts are spinning in a vortex. What has she to offer but this?
Greenwich Palace. By all accounts, the Palmer match is off again. Robert Cecil was talking quietly with grandmother in the gardens of Greenwich Palace. He was a man so neatly put together, nothing out of place. He seemed to have walked directly out of a portrait. I wasn't supposed to hear. They thought me absorbed in my archery practice. But they were talking about me. My proposed marriage to the Duke of Parma had sunk along with the Spanish Armada 4 years before, but it had been raised again recently. "Does she think no one sees her game?" said grandmother bitterly. "Now she is too old to be wed herself, she is using the promise of Arbella's hand as a make-weight in her foreign policy." It was true there had been a number of matches proposed for me, none of which, thank goodness, had come to fruition. I still assumed Essex would come for me, though why I believed that or even desired it, I have no idea. Perhaps it was because I was 16, an age that brought with it such feelings of confusion and contradiction, making me at once abhor the idea of marriage and all that came with it, yet harbour a secret desire for a man like Essex, whom I had met only once. Cecil had taken the end of his cape and was rubbing vigorously, fabric to fabric, at a small smear of dirt on his sleeve. I never saw Cecil wear anything but black, and he was an odd-looking man, small and tidy, though rather crook-backed and bird-like, with thin legs. He unsettled me, despite the fact that, according to grandmother, he was a powerful friend to my cause. Even Cecil had touted himself once as a potential husband for me. "So, crooked Cecil sees himself wearing the crown matrimonial, does he?" Grandmother had said of it, clearly amused by the suggestion, for Cecil may have been the son of England's foremost statesman and grandmother's greatest ally, but he lacked good enough blood for Lady Arbella Stuart. It was my first visit back to court since the rout of the Spanish fleet. I'd been excited about it, felt I was on the brink of something, had an idea in my head about fulfilling my destiny, but as we were filing in to be presented to the Queen, I'd noticed some of the women firing glances my way and whispering. I thought I heard someone hiss, "Noli me tangere," and was immediately catapulted back to that earlier humiliating episode. Within hours I was wishing myself back in Derbyshire, where I could easily escape grandmother's strict regime with daily rides into the hills. I had developed a bond with Dorcas that was unbreakable. My maid Margaret thought me daft for my love of that horse, but Dorcas had become my friend and my confessor, and when I was with her out on the heath, with the wind in my face and the thunder of hooves the only sound, I felt invested with a supernatural power, as if I were a divine, sexless Artemis, harnessing the forces of nature. It was a seductive feeling. I continued listening. "You can't disagree," said Grandmother to Cecil. "You know what the Queen is like. She's been manoeuvring pieces on the European chessboard for near on 35 years. She knows exactly what she's doing with all these marriage negotiations." From the corner of my eye, I saw her flick a hand in my direction. I took aim. The bowstring was taut beneath my finger, and it took all my strength to pull back. I lined my eye down the shaft of the arrow and released. It whistled as it took flight in a high curve and met the outer edge of the target. "I'm out of practice," I said, turning to Aunt Mary, tugging at the waist of my dress. "This gown is too tight. I cannot move properly." I'd had a whole new wardrobe made for court, which necessitated stillness and straightness, for the minute I slumped even slightly, hidden bones would dig at me, despite the spareness of my body. Despite the hunger pangs I had learned to love as evidence of my ability to control the secret ministrations of my body. Margaret had begun to grow plump, fleshy mounds overspilling her dress. I saw it as a sign of weakness. "I can adjust it for you," said Margaret. "Loosen your laces a little." Her expression was sweet and guileless, and I wondered what she must have thought of court and all the hard people there. "I'm blaming my dress, but I am a bad shot, really." "It doesn't matter," said Aunt Mary, looking at me across her own bow with a half-smile. The feather in her hat was broken, its end dangling. I reached forward and plucked it off, handing it to her. With Aunt Mary, nothing ever seemed to stay in its right place. Always a glove missing, or a fan misplaced, or hair rebelling against its style. "There are better things to have a talent for. You may not be a good shot, but you can speak Greek fluently." She released a snort of laughter. "My dear, clever niece." We heard the rattle of arms and marching feet. Turning, we saw the Queen's Guard tightly surrounding a group of women, making their way towards us through the gardens. Craning my neck, I saw a glimpse of the famous marmalade wig in amongst them. We all fell to our knees. I imagined finicky Robert Cecil distressed about the state of his silk stockings on the damp grass. The royal party stopped. The guards parted and the Queen emerged. The sun was bright and clean in the wake of a recent shower, and it lit her starkly, revealing things that were invisible in the candle-lit interiors of the palace. The gaunt hollowness of her cheeks, the creped texture of her skin, her jutting breastbone and the lines framing her thin lips, making them seem drawstring-fastened. I knew she was younger than Grandmother by 6 years, but she seemed older by far, and had aged greatly since I was last at court. It was no wonder people whispered that her end was nearing. It was dangerous talk. Even I knew, naive as I was then, that it was treason to discuss the Queen's demise. I felt the wet soak through my dress to my knees, and kept my gaze firmly on the lavishly embroidered royal skirts. Grandmother's eyes bored into me, and I could hear her refrain in my mind. "Carry your head high. Eyes down for the Queen until she instructs you otherwise. Anyone else, gaze beyond their shoulder. They must recognize they are beneath you from your bearing alone." Once instructed to do so, we rose, and Grandmother complimented her on the loveliness of the gardens at Greenwich, saying how she would like to emulate them at Hardwicke. "I hear you are making extensions to your house there," the Queen said. "Do you never stop building, Bess?" She laughed, and so did Grandmother, making them seem like dear old friends, which I suppose they were, even if they were rarely in each other's company. 2 of the Queen's maids were whispering, and one pointed at 2 men walking towards us from the river. "Look," said Margaret in my ear. "Look who it is." It was Uncle Henry, who winked at me, but with him was the Earl of Essex, radiant in sky-blue satin. The sight of him caused a flush to run up my body as if I'd been dipped in a vat of soup. He smiled briefly at me. I turned away, remembering, as if it were only the day before and not 4 years, the burning trail of his finger on the back of my hand. Despite Aunt Mary's words, I had thought of Essex often, had secretly imagined all sorts of scenarios in which he would arrive and fulfil that promise of marriage. What else was I to think about, tucked away in Derbyshire? Young girls will have such thoughts with the slightest encouragement, and I was no different, not then. It was an ordinary obsession, I suppose. Margaret stared at him open-mouthed, and the two whispering maids giggled. A page was offering a plate of sweetmeats, exquisite things glistening with sugar. They were stuffed into mouths with delighted mms and ahs, and half-masked eyes, and everything suspended for a moment of pleasure. I shook my head as the page neared with the platter, a sense of invisible power welling from my resistance. The boy looked at me as if I were a miracle, or mad, or both, and returned to offer more to the whispering women whose mouths were already engorged. Uncle Henry came to stand beside me, still chewing, smelling of marchpane, reaching a hand out, burrowing it in the back of my ruff, pulling out a silver coin. "I'm too old for those games, Uncle Henry." "Never too old for magic." He tossed the shilling in the air and caught it, then opened his palm. It was empty. The coin was gone. I had seen him do it 1,000 times. "How did you do that?" gasped Margaret. "Like I said, magic." Margaret's eyes were bright with wonder. She was the sort to believe in magic. "Honestly, brother," said Aunt Mary, "will you never grow up?" "Don't you find her impossibly bossy?" he whispered loudly to me, winking at his sister. "What about Essex? He looks fine, don't you think?" I shrugged as if I'd barely given the Earl a second look, but he did look fine. Inside I felt my heart bloat. I suppose I believed myself in love, there, in that moment. Fool that I was. The shilling had reappeared, dancing between Uncle Henry's fingers, flashing silver. He came in close, talking quietly so as not to be overheard. "Essex was in terrible trouble with—" He nudged his head in the direction of the Queen. "Banished for a few months. Got one of the Queen's maids in the family way. Married the girl, God knows why. Tried to keep it a secret." I remember the feeling clearly, just as when I had taken a fall out riding and winded myself. I'd thought myself dead, couldn't catch a breath. I wanted to shout, "It's not true! Essex is mine! He's mine!" That was the moment I grew up. "Enough of that, brother. Our Bella doesn't need to hear that kind of inappropriate talk." If I'd been another kind of girl, I might have cried, but I never cried. I picked up my bow and arrow, lifting it, lining it up with my eye, feeling my dress pulled exasperatingly tight across my shoulder. "You haven't got it quite right." I did not turn to look at Essex behind me, too close. "Here, let me show you." He took me by the elbows. All I could think of was that he was married. I wanted to slither away out of his hold, but he had me tight, pressing his body against my own, suffocating me with that infernal hyacinth smell. I looked around for Grandmother, waiting for her to tell him I wasn't to be touched, to insist he release me, but she didn't appear to have seen. "Lift your arm higher. Bend it more, that's right." His face was pressed to mine, cheek to cheek, skin to skin, as he looked down the length of the arrow. Panic began to fizz up in me. "Pull back." He held my hand firmly. "Keep your aim. Pulling with me. Now, release." As the arrow flew, he let me go, and my panic frittered away. It landed with a twang at the very heart of the target. Margaret let out a squeal. Aunt Mary and Uncle Henry had begun to clap. "That's how it's done." I looked round. The Queen had me in her sights, directing a steely frown in my direction. I stepped abruptly away from Essex, half tripping on a tussock of grass, righting myself on Uncle Henry's arm. He shoved me in the direction of Aunt Mary, as if I were leprous. Grandmother was frowning. I had done something wrong, but I didn't know what. "Give it to me," the Queen said, reaching out for my bow. I felt all the eyes turn on us. "Want to see it done properly?" She took a lace handkerchief from her sleeve and handed it to one of her pages, who stooped to pick up a pebble from the path, wrapping the square of lace around it. Everybody watched in baffled silence as the lad strode several yards away towards the target. The Queen stepped up to the line, pulled an arrow from the sheath, and lifted her arm high. She adjusted her stance minutely. Seeming unencumbered by her gown, which was considerably stiffer and more voluminous than my own, her ruff a great, frilled, hampering cartwheel. The gathered crowd fell silent. "Hi!" she cried, and the boy down the field tossed the little parcel high into the air. The stone fell, but the handkerchief hovered momentarily as the Queen drew and released in a single swift movement. The arrow sang as it flew, capturing transitorily the floating white fabric and moving on through the air to meet the target with a decisive whump. My own arrow was dislodged and fell to the ground, disappearing into the long grass. The page held the handkerchief aloft so we could see the hole pierce through it. A cheer went up. "That is how it is done!" She smothered a private smile and gave Essex a long, hard look before moving off, the guards encircling her once more, to continue her perambulation. "Does she really need such a guard?" Aunt Mary asked her brother. "There have been whispers of another assassination plot." "Goodness, not again." "Catholics." Aunt Mary looked away into the distance towards the target. "Poor her, it must be hell." "She's used to it." Aunt Mary wore a strange, contorted expression and was twisting her ring round and round her finger as her brother spoke. I wondered if she was thinking of me and whether I would be under such constant threat when I took the throne. It was foremost in my mind. A man in royal livery ran across my line of sight, stopping in front of Cecil, who had joined the royal party. The man was gesticulating wildly, and I noticed another consignment of guards marching, halberds up around the corner of the palace, moving our way. The tray of marchpane fancies was abandoned on the grass, its contents scattered. Something was happening. The Queen's armed huddle appeared to tighten and move towards the building, suddenly reinforced by 2 pairs of men with muskets. The atmosphere sharpened, like the air before a storm. Other men, heavily armed, were heading our way, and several mounted guardsmen were cantering along the perimeter wall. Aunt Mary was holding tight to one of my elbows, Grandmother had the other. "Stay calm," she said several times. The colour had dropped from her face, and she didn't appear at all calm herself. "Come with me," Essex said, reappearing from nowhere with a pistol in his hand. "Cavendish, are you armed?" He asked Uncle Henry, who pulled out his own weapon from the folds of his cape. "Take the rear." The guards were upon us, and he began barking orders at them to surround our party. Margaret was crying and asking repeatedly, "What's happening?" in a voice shrill with fear. "For goodness' sake, pull yourself together," I said, catching a glance of approval from Grandmother. "Nothing can befall us with all these armed men." Margaret's usually milky complexion had taken on the transparency of whey. "Help her, will you?" I said to Essex, fearing she was about to faint. He tucked his gun inside his doublet and scooped her up. My heart was thumping, not because I was scared, but from the thrill of danger, making me aware of every last crevice of my body, as if it had been turned inside out. I found myself imagining what it might be like to wield a pistol. What would it feel like to have the ability to protect myself in such a way? It made me understand the Queen's practiced skill at archery, and I wondered if she was equally adept with a firearm. Once inside, we were conveyed to Aunt Mary's rooms. Essex was ordering the guardsmen to make sure all the doors were properly protected. "Would you kindly enlighten us as to what is happening?" asked Grandmother in her most imperious tone. "There appears to be a threat posed to Her Majesty and your granddaughter, my lady. Specifically what, I do not know." "Well, no harm can come to her in here," said Uncle Henry before calling for wine. Grandmother glared at him. "We might as well amuse ourselves if we're going to be cooped up for a while. Who'll play me a wager at dice?" He settled himself onto a stool by the table in the window. "Sister? Arbella?" Essex eyed me from beneath his dark curls, making my belly feel loose, and sidled over, saying, "You can still count me as your champion, my lady," before making for the door. Grandmother watched him with a slanted look, and Aunt Mary said, "Give our best wishes to Lady Essex," rolling her eyes and muttering the word irredeemable as the Earl left the room. "Keep away from that one," said Grandmother, once the door had shut behind him. Now he's wed, he's of no use to us." I wanted to ask what she meant by that, but she made it clear that the topic was closed by turning to one of the pages with a list of orders. The following day we headed back to Derbyshire in an unwieldy, slow-moving train, with triple the usual guard. Strangely, I was more disgruntled than afraid. I was made to travel curtained in the coach with grandmother and Margaret rather than on horseback, and had to watch through a crack in the hangings as Dorcas was led on a halter by Doddridge. It was just past Whitsun, the best time of year, when the trees wear their spring blossom, the birds are in full song, and the sun caresses everything gently. But all that was frustratingly obscured, the bird song smothered by the grumbling roll of wheels, the fresh, hope-filled light filtered to us in frustrating slivers, and the blossom barely visible. I had the sense, as our party lumbered north, that a heavy drape was being drawn around my life. Grandmother, Margaret and I sat close together, bolstered by cushions against the rocking of our vehicle. She laid a stiff, gloved hand on my skirts. "I will do all in my power to ensure you are safe, my jewel." I imagined myself closed in a velvet-lined box with an indented shape that exactly fitted my body. My head lolled and jigged, and my mind turned inevitably to Essex, silly girl that I was. But the forbidden had such an allure. It was ever thus for me. I don't know what I thought would happen to his wife when my dreams realised, and I'm not sure I ever allowed my thoughts to go as far as what it might mean to desire marriage. Knowing he was my champion was enough. A letter had arrived as we were leaving, and I'd thought he might have written to me, but it was imprinted with Cecil's seal and addressed to grandmother. She had turned her back to read it and stiffened visibly about the shoulders. When the motion of the coach lulled her to sleep, I plucked it carefully from her purse, feeling sure that if anyone had the full picture of my situation, it was surely Cecil. I had come to realise, even young and green as I was then, that Cecil knew everything.
Most esteemed Dowager Countess, alas, I must report to you of an intrigue of profound seriousness which has put the safety of Lady Arbella under great risk. The questioning of a Jesuit rat whom my men pulled from a hole lately has revealed a complex and dangerous plot involving the abduction of your granddaughter to the continent, where there is a plan afoot to there mount an invasion intended to overcome Her Majesty and replace her on the throne with Lady Arbella. There is some sense abroad that, given her tender years, she might be malleable to be bent to their faith and married to one of theirs. I advise you to spirit yourselves away under guard to one of your Derbyshire houses. Wingfield is a place well fortified, I believe. Was the Scottish Queen not held securely there on many an occasion? Keep your granddaughter safely. Watch her. Do not let her walk alone, only in sight of the house, and I counsel strongly never beyond the walls. Guard her chambers and vet all your staff and visitors for traitors. One can never know when there is a Judas in one's midst, so take the utmost care with strangers. You have my and my esteemed father's wholehearted and thorough support in this. We cannot allow Lady Arbella's claim to be sullied. We must be mindful of the future, and, I assure you, I intend to do all I must to ensure that the Queen's goodwill towards your granddaughter is maintained. But she is reluctant, as ever, to make her intentions regarding her successor fully clear with an official declaration, though she has, as you are well aware, insinuated Lady Arbella's suitability on many occasions. Without such a pronouncement, we must maintain the utmost vigilance. I hardly need to tell you there are others who would see themselves in her place, not least her cousin James of Scotland, though I fail to see how a Scot might circumvent that old decree omitting foreigners from the English throne. However, nothing is impossible. My eyes are everywhere. I cannot impress upon you enough the seriousness of this threat, my dear Dowager Countess, and insist you destroy this missive. We must not let this wicked attempt to abduct your girl prevail, nor any other. R.C. On the 30th day of May, in the year of our Lord, 1592.
It seemed as if Cecil, with his talk of kidnapping and insurgency, were discussing a person I didn't know. Someone far removed from myself, teetering on a knife edge, surrounded by silent threat. But it was I, and beneath the placid surface of my life there was, and always had been, I realised, an unseen turbulence which had revealed itself only in the events of the previous day. "I should like to learn how to fire a pistol," I said, when Grandmother had been jolted awake by a pothole and the letter had been stealthily returned to her purse. "Whatever will you think of next? Perhaps you'd like to go and fight the Catholics in Flanders?" I imagined the weight of the thing in my hand, feeling all its explosive possibility, how it would kick back at me on firing like an angry pony, how it would smell of burning and gunpowder and potency. It was on the final day of our journey, several hours on from Wollerton Hall, where we'd spent the night, that our coach lurched to an abrupt halt, throwing us violently back in our seats. There was a loud volley of shouting, the words indistinct, and the unmistakable scrape of weapons being unsheathed. Grandmother looked at me. I had never seen fear in her eyes before, but there it was, the same fear that was flailing about suddenly in my own belly. Margaret's face had turned grey, and she was gripping the edge of the seat with a white-knuckled fist. Someone called out, "What is your business?" "You are both my maids," whispered Grandmother, still looking at me. "If they ask, you are called Mary Temple." I nodded, repeating, "Mary Temple." "Take these off." She indicated my jewellery. I unclasped my necklace and pulled off my rings, handing them to her. She stuffed them down behind the upholstery and urged, "Your gloves and ruff, too. The lace is too fine for a servant." Margaret, with visibly shaking hands, helped me remove the ruff and crushed it into a ball, stuffing it under the cushions. I noticed Grandmother pull Cecil's letter from her purse and slide it under the seat. There was more shouting outside, and a shot was fired, making us jump. Margaret screamed and a horse squealed. I was sure it was Dorcas. Grandmother had her hand tightly round my upper arm, and her eyes were shut, her mouth moving. She was praying. Through the crack in the curtains I saw that the guards had crowded close round us. All I could think of was Dorcas, out there, petrified. "What are your intentions?" I recognised Doddridge's voice. "Declare yourselves!" There was a response. "What did he say?" asked Grandmother, but neither of us had heard. Someone dismounted, and Doddridge's head appeared round the door. "They are after valuables, that is all." "I wouldn't trust what they say. This is the valuable they'll be wanting." She nodded towards me. "How many are there?" "Only 3, he replied. 3 thieves wouldn't attempt to overcome a train as well guarded as ours. There must be more to it. There may be others up ahead. Is there anything on them that reveals their faith?" "Not that I have been able to see." "How's Dorcas?" I asked. "Don't you worry about her," he replied. "Oh, for goodness' sake, this is not the time," Grandmother said over him. There was a scuffle and another shot rang out, then further jostling and the sound of something slumping heavily to the ground, followed by horses turning and galloping off. "Oh, God," I said, pressing a fist to my mouth, biting hard into my finger. "One is shot." "Dead?" asked Grandmother. "Looks to be the case." There was nothing on the dead man to suggest he was anything other than a common thief, no incriminating Catholic paraphernalia, but as Grandmother said, we couldn't be entirely sure in what guise they might come. It all seemed so far-fetched. How could anyone think I might be taken and easily persuaded into a faith that was not mine, as if I were not a person in my own right? It was the first time I had a palpable understanding of the price of my royal blood, and a true sense of the danger that came with it. It gave me a glimpse of what it might be like to be queen, a glimpse I would rather not have seen. Margaret was in a terrible state, cowering in a corner of the carriage, and even the guards were jittery. They slung the corpse over poor Dorcas. I watched her skit and buck in protest at her lifeless burden, as if she was spooked by his ghost, but Grandmother wouldn't allow me to soothe her, deemed it too great a risk, as did Doddridge. The body must have served as a warning to any others who might have threatened our convoy, for the rest of the journey was mercifully uneventful.
Clerkenwell. Amy and Mansfield stand opposite each other, watching, motionless, as if on the brink of combat. His words ring in the silence. There would not be space enough in hell if all adulterers were sent there. The violation of his fingers on the soft parts of her body just moments ago has left an imprint of disgust, and all she can think of is sluicing herself clean, washing off his smell and the disturbing sensation of his touch. She would give him a piece of her mind, but knows that if she allows her temper free rein, she will have lost the battle. Taking a deep, slow breath, she draws in her willpower, resolving not to squander the fragile moral high ground she has gained. A thankful interruption comes with a tap at the door. He shifts, head down, towards the hearth, turning his back to the entrance. She skirts round him to answer it, finding a boy on the stoop with a grubby face and filthy hands, proffering a letter. It is from Hal, news of his safe arrival, she hopes. The boy waits for a tip she can ill afford, but she notices a line on the back by the seal, messenger paid. "Go on, be off with you," she says, stuffing the letter into her apron pocket, and stooping to pick out an apple from the basket nearby, tossing it to the boy, who grins and takes a bite. Goodwife Stringer stands watching, leaning against the jamb of her open front door. "See you have a visitor," she says, once the boy is gone. There is something vaguely menacing in the woman's tone that puts Amy on the defensive. "It's only Mr. Mansfield come to settle an account." "Is that so?" the goodwife replies. Instead of simply wishing the busybody good day and closing her door, she says, "Of course it is so." Her voice comes out shrill. The other woman merely raises her eyebrows, and after a pause says, "Went to that hanging, what a thing it was. She mewled something awful on the scaffold, begging for mercy. You should have heard the howl as she died, her body twitching and shaking and all. They said it was the devil leaving her." "Good God," says Amy involuntarily. "What a world we live in." She'd seen the so-called witch often at the market. Poor woman was just a widow who sold trinkets for good luck. She was harmless. "What a world indeed," the goodwife replies. "We must all be vigilant. There's dark forces all around us." "Yes, vigilant, yes." Amy is flustered. "Well, better be getting on." "Don't want to keep Mr. Mansfield waiting." Amy doesn't rise this time, just bids the woman a bland goodbye, and closes the door to face the other threat within. But the sight of that grubby little messenger has caused an idea to percolate quietly in her mind. "You have several children, don't you?" she asks Mansfield. He has his back to her and doesn't turn. "What of it?" "Your family must produce a quantity of dirty linen. I could take in your laundry, do your mending." She tries not to think about her lack of skill with a needle, reflecting on the irony that her privileged upbringing may have given her the means to produce a book of verse, recite tracts of philosophy in Latin, consider the meaning of life, but not to earn her a living. "Laundry, mending." He looks amused, as if she has told a joke. "What do you think my wife is for?" "But—" She searches for a response, something to salvage this idea of hers, which is the only thing between her and a descent into whoredom. The thought horrifies her. Or selling her jewel, which is worse. Her mind finally alights on a possibility. "A man like you, who's going up in the world." He turns. She has his attention now, can see his pride is engaged in the slight smile that ripples over his mouth. "Might be well served in sending your laundry out. It would leave your wife—" She lets her words hang, hoping he will fill in the blank with the idea that his wife might be more available for his own needs. "I suppose she is busy enough. We have 6 children and she's carving again." He pauses. "Very well. I shall bring you our laundry on Monday." With that he leaves, calling out, "Good day to you, Widow Lanya," before the door bangs shut behind him. Amy leans against the table and closes her eyes, remaining there motionless for some time, before laughter catches in her, provoked by relief more than humour. She submits to it until she is heaving and wiping her eyes on her apron. Only then does she remember Hal's letter in her pocket. It is short and perfunctory, so unlike her demonstrative son, and outlines his news in a few short sentences. His final words explain the brevity of the rest. "Someone asked me if I was Lord Hunsdon's bastard. I said I wasn't, of course. Why might they have thought such a thing, Ma?" "Oh, God," she breathes, slumping onto the bench. Regret prods at her. She ought to have told him the truth long ago, but she was tied into a lie that was not hers alone. It was her husband's too, and ensured their public respectability. She takes out her writing box, dipping a worn quill into the dregs of the ink, scribbling out a response. "I can't think why, my love. Someone jealous of your good fortune, perhaps." It strikes her, the way a lie must breed more lies, and shame creeps over her. The truth seems so complicated, and shouldn't come in a letter. She will tell him, but not now. Beneath the slot for the ink bottle is a secret compartment. It holds a small portrait of Henry Hunsden, wrapped in an old offcut of velvet from a dress she had years ago, in a time when velvet was what she wore all winter. The miniature was made for her by Nicholas Hilliard, one of the old Queen's portrait painters. She fishes it out. Inspecting the familiar image, she is reminded of going with Henry to the artist's studio at the top of the building off Cheapside, and watching as the tiny likeness took shape. Hilliard had painted one of her too, for her lover. She wonders what became of it when he died. His widow destroyed it, she supposes. Looking at the thick sludge of ink in the base of the bottle and the tatty state of her pens, she feels a sense of loss for those times of possibility, when she'd first begun to compose verses and inspiration was everywhere. Writing used to be a thrill that swept her up and carried her along. But that was the past. Lady Arbella's papers are calling. Despite the difficulty in deciphering the text, the story has begun to bewitch her. And though reading it pricks her guilt, she feels compelled to return to those scrawled words, hoping they will offer absolution. If nothing else, they provide a distraction from the thicket of woes that seems to have encroached upon her. She'd thought she'd known Lady Arbella, or at least had a clear sense of who she was. But there is so much she didn't know. She never spoke of her youthful obsession with Essex, nor the way she was irrevocably shaped by her grandmother's rules. Nor had she ever mentioned the all-pervading sense of danger that coloured her youth. But Lady Arbella was not a woman to talk of her past or of her feelings, and that was part of her enigma. Amy had known of her courage, for she saw it first-hand. But what girl, when held up at gunpoint on the road, is more concerned with the welfare of her horse than her own safety? As she reads and untangles, she begins to sense a curious new affinity with Lady Arbella. For although they may have always been separated by position, they were both women denied the destiny their upbringing and education promised. Until darkness falls, she picks her way on through the pages, eager to find the places where her own story intersects with this one, feeling sure that these scrawls will eventually offer up the answer she has been searching for.
Wingfield. I crept silently through the upper corridor, feeling my way along the walls in the dark, finding the indent in the panelling marking the door to Grandmother's study, lowering my hand down and across to meet the latch. Its click sounded loud as a gunshot, and I stood, breath held, to make sure I was alone. Embers glowed in the hearth. I fumbled for a candle and touched its wick to them, grateful for the vague light it threw out. Grandmother's desk was a mass of papers, and somewhere amongst them was a letter from my cousin, James of Scotland. Doddridge's whispered words repeated in my mind. It is in the pile of correspondence to the far left. He had said there might be something of interest for me contained in that letter, but that he had been unable to get his hands on it without arousing suspicion. In the 5 months I had been at Wingfield, my universe had shrunk to the size of a doll's house, and, like a doll's house, the front of my small world could be removed and its inner workings thoroughly inspected. I was watched constantly. Grandmother watched me, and Cecil watched her watching me, and the Queen watched Cecil watching her watching me. I supposed that the Catholics intent on spiriting me away watched invisibly too. That threat was to lurk interminably in my life. Under this regime of scrutiny I felt impelled to shed light on events obscured from me. My secretive nature blossomed, and I became adept at spycraft, seeking information, listening to the servants' gossip, loitering outside half-open doors, finding ways to cast my eye over Grandmother's frequent private correspondence with Cecil before it was balled up and tossed into the hearth. Doddridge, who believed it my right to know what was being arranged on my behalf, helped me in this espionage, acquiring information on grandmother's paperwork for me. She occasionally enlisted his services for letter writing, giving him access to her private papers. My security was much discussed, and my education, as was the question of who was to pay for it. I shuffled through the stack of letters, listening with one ear for sounds outside, eventually finding the Royal Seal of Scotland. I scanned my eyes down the neat paragraph. The Lennox inheritance will remain under my jurisdiction. He referred to my father's bequest, which by rights should have come to me years before. For the time being, it is not without problems. There are others who might have equal right to it. The Lady Arbella is not of age. It is a Scottish title, and she was not born here in Scotland, so the inheritance is problematic. It would seem he intended to continue withholding my patrimony. Perhaps he felt it was a way to pull my strings, but I perceived an irony at the heart of his words, for the fact that I was born in England made me Elizabeth's heir rather than him, despite his being male. I replaced the letter, disheartened. This espionage gave me the illusion of power, but truly was nothing more than an exercise, for I was incapable of changing my circumstances. Beyond the window it was still dark, but the first birdsong told me dawn was imminent. I blew out the candle, careful to leave everything exactly as I'd found it, and crept from the room and back into the pitch-black corridor. Surprising myself, instead of turning left towards my bedchamber, I turned right and took the stairs, carefully, one hand clutching the banister. I could hear the night guard's snores and saw him in a pool of light from his lamp, slumped forward over the table, head cradled in his arms, halberd propped beside him. I slunk past, and, not giving a thought to the fact that I wore only my nightgown, slipped silently as a ghost out through the door. Clinging to the darkest corners under the walls, where even the trickle of moonlight couldn't reach, I made my way, as if magically drawn, towards the stable block. A reassuring earthy smell assaulted my senses as I entered. Horses shifted in their stalls, and one or two of them looked out, curious as to who was skulking about in the gloom. But Dorcas knew me. She puffed out a low whinny as I approached. It was not the first time I'd paid her a clandestine visit. Once I was in her stall, she pushed her muzzle into me, her usual greeting, puffing hot breath, nostrils flared, into the crook of my neck. Gaining a foothold on a joist, I climbed up onto her broad back, lying forward to rest my head against her withers, humming quietly, imagining the pair of us galloping over the heathland alone, sensing her excitement as she lifted her head to scent the breeze. Her body rolled beneath me as she got into her stride, and soon we were one creature, flying towards the future. My fantasy reached an abrupt halt, interrupted by the reality of my situation. "I can't stay long, girl," I whispered, "or they'll notice I'm gone." My days of riding out had come to an end. Very occasionally I was allowed to put Dorcas through her paces in frustrating circles in the home paddock, under the careful eye of the head groom, the steward, and several others. There are limits to the enjoyment of performing a passage or a capriole or a perfect lead change when there is no opportunity to take a gallop at the end. It was for my own safety. I was not to walk beyond the garden walls, and even within I was to be accompanied at all times. The stables, though inside the walls, were out of bounds, because of the constant deliveries and comings and goings. It was thought someone might find opportunity to snatch me away. A distant door banged and footsteps approached. A stable lad up early, I supposed. I slipped silently off Dorcas's back and pressed myself into the gloom. The footsteps neared. Dorcas shifted and scuffed a hoof, sensing tension in the air. I folded myself further into the recess. The bolt shot back, and there before me in the half-light was grandmother, white-faced, with her rotund steward, Mr. Reason, at her side, rubbing sleep from his eyes. "Good grief, Arbella, we've been worried sick. I have a dozen men out looking for you, and in your nightgown. You'll catch your death." She turned to Mr. Reason, barking, "Fetch a blanket, for goodness sake." The man scurried off, and I emerged from my lair to face my fate, mumbling an apology. "Oh, dear girl, you are blue." I looked at my hands and saw she was right. I must have been out there longer than I realised. Only then did I feel the October cold, and began to shiver uncontrollably, holding my arms about my body. Reason returned with a great itchy horse blanket. Not that filthy thing," said Grandmother, removing her own shawl and wrapping it round my shoulders. "This really has to stop," she said as we crossed the yard towards the house. She didn't sound angry, just concerned. "What on earth were you doing out there this time?" "I miss Dorcas," was my reply. "What? That horse?" She seemed astonished that I could have developed such a fondness for a dumb quadruped, but how could I explain the sense of peace and comfort I had in Dorcas's company? There was no logic to it, and Grandmother liked logic. I knew my secret visits to the stables were over. "Mr. Reason, would you see to it that Lady Arbella's bed is moved into my own chamber?" She turned to me again. "It's for your safety, you know that, don't you?" It was not a question. I felt my world shrink further. Age 17, and I was to spend my nights in my grandmother's chamber. "We'll talk about it later, dearest," she added as we entered the hall. "There is something I must see to." In my rooms, Margaret was on the edge of the bed, crying, her face buried in her hands, shoulders hunched and quivering. 10-year-old cousin Bessie looked at me with a shrug and upturned palms, indicating she had no idea what the matter was. Margaret was a passionate girl, given to tears, but emotional incontinence unsettled me. I hovered over her, unsure what to say, when she blurted, "He's leaving. I can't bear it." "Who's leaving?" I asked. "Morley, of course." She revealed her face wet and red. "Morley's leaving." "I can't bear it," she wailed again. Bessie was rubbing her back, saying, "Show us how you can take off your shift without removing your gown," to distract her from her misery. It was Margaret's trick and never failed to make her laugh. "What will I do?" Nothing was going to ease Margaret's despair. Morley was my tutor, and though we had never particularly warmed to one another, I admired his quickness of mind. He had given Margaret a few lines to recite in one of his elaborate staged productions, and she had talked of him unceasingly, blabbing nonsense. "He looked at me a certain way. He dropped his handkerchief deliberately for me to pick it up. You were there, Bessie, you saw. He sat next to me at prayers." Margaret had grown into one of those wholesome girls with an unthreatening prettiness and top-of-the-milk skin who attracted cow-eyed looks from most of the young male staff, but never from Morley, though she refused to acknowledge his indifference. During those one-sided conversations, Essex lurked in my thoughts, surprising me occasionally. I was sure he would come one day and everything would change. He would rescue me from my captivity and from the inevitable marriage to a stranger in a foreign court. I don't know what I thought would happen to his wife. I don't think I went so far as to wish some misfortune would befall her, but perhaps I did. I can't remember. The callow longings of youth pale once a few years of life have been lived, but back then, at Wingfield, I had so few small joys to attach my thoughts to, and Essex was one of them, Dorcas another. Each, I realise now, represented some kind of freedom. "Why is he leaving?" I asked. I don't know," sobbed Margaret. "I think," Bessie began, and then stopped herself. "What, Bessie?" I was suddenly curious, as her expression was a puzzling combination of embarrassment and fascination. "I can't say it." "Go on." Even Margaret had stopped blubbing to listen. "He was caught in an embrace with—" She was speaking through her fingers and couldn't look at us. "The gentleman usher. The tall one." "It's not true!" exclaimed Margaret, wearing a look of disgust. I said nothing, but thought it seemed plausible. I'd seen him exchange looks with that usher several times, and had once watched the fellow pass Morley a letter in the garden after nightfall, and conduct a furtive whispered conversation which I was too distant to hear. I had read the Greeks and was more accustomed to such things than my companions. I went to the window and, as if it had been staged, could see Morley clamber up onto a loaded cart in the stable-yard. "He's on his way," I said. The girls joined me to watch as he trundled slowly off, with Margaret leaking more tears and muttering about not even having said goodbye. I was not sad to see him go. He was a good enough tutor, but I never felt he really cared much for my education. His mind always seemed to be elsewhere. On the gentleman usher, I supposed. Later, Grandmother called me in. She'd been at her desk, over which were the unrolled plans of the new hall at Hardwick, her great project. It was to be the emblem of her success, a towering palace of glass, lording it over all of Derbyshire. She stood and moved to the front of the desk to stand before me. Morley had behaved in an unacceptable manner, was all she said of his departure. But never mind about that. What I'm concerned about is you, my dear. Behind her, meeting my eye, hung the portrait of me, aged nearly 2. I was square-faced and tightly trussed into a dress that I thought I remembered, being unbearably stiff and itchy, though surely I'd been too young for such a memory. In a fat paw I clutched a doll in the form of Queen Elizabeth. For years that miniature queen lived on a high shelf in the nursery, far out of reach. I coveted her like nothing else. I had other dolls, beautiful creatures, exquisitely wrought, but I didn't want other dolls. Even then there was no allure for me in girlish playthings, and I took greater pleasure in imagining a stick was a sword, or a broom a hobby-horse. But I wanted the miniature queen. My infant mind had long machinated on how to achieve my aim, and one day the perfect opportunity offered itself. When nurse and all the maids were called to the kitchens to help with some drama, leaving me alone, I dragged up a stool and climbed onto it, stretching as far as I could to get the tips of my fingers to the edge of that little queen's skirts. She fell, exposing a wooden stump where a pair of legs should have been. Looking at the portrait of my younger self, I was revisited momentarily by the overwhelming sense of disappointment I'd felt on discovering that the little queen's exterior perfection was not matched by what lay beneath, a plain peg of wood, barely even sanded. I hid her and later gave her to grandmother's favourite hound, Apollo, who took her out into the paddock, shredded her fine clothes, and gnawed at her shapeless timber body until she was unrecognisable. The miniature queen's disappearance became a nursery mystery that was never solved. "I know it has been difficult for you, with all the restrictions," grandmother said. Her pearls, outsized and sheeny, clattered as she poured them from one hand to the other. Her voice was soft, the voice she rarely revealed to anyone but me, and sometimes to Aunt Mary and Uncle William, her favourite child, a fact she never sought to hide. "I understand why it has to be like this." An image of Dorcas with that cadaver slung over her back came to me, and with it the palpable fear on grandmother's face in the carriage as that shot was fired. "It's just—" I felt I had to say it. "I feel like the Scottish Queen shut away." She looked at me and tilted her head. "Dearest, it is not remotely like that. She—" Her tone changed, was suddenly laden with disapproval. "That woman was a traitor. A Catholic who sought to unseat our Queen with her treachery." A vivid memory of the Scottish Queen swilled through my mind, her warm smile and her words. "The Catholic faith is the true faith. It is the only path that leads to the kingdom of heaven." "But how is it different? I have lost my liberty as she did." She sighed. "I know it is a difficult burden to bear, but bear it you must. Your position comes with great responsibility. You are no ordinary girl. As the Queen's precious heir, you must be protected." I realised, then, looking at the serious dark grey eyes of the 2-year-old me, with that doll in my pudgy fist, that the image was an illusion, for it was I who was the doll, and it was the Queen who had me clasped in her hand and could do what she wanted with me, even throw me to the dogs if she pleased. How will I learn to be Queen if I am never at court? The idea of my becoming Queen of England was too daunting to ponder on properly. I will never be prepared for... I couldn't articulate all the things I feared. Despite my copious learning, I felt I knew nothing of statecraft. I had the sense, too, that my house arrest at Wingfield was perhaps a preparation in itself, for to be Queen meant living a life watched and restricted and under constant threat. How will I command loyalty? "Listen to me." Grandmother's face almost broke into a smile, but not quite. "Managing my estates is much like running a country. It requires the same tenacity and attention to detail, the same respect from one's staff. Watch me and you will learn all you need." She stopped a moment, and I remember wishing I could be more like her. She was the strongest person I knew. "You must know," she continued, "that Elizabeth was denied a place at court for many years before she took the throne, and look how great she became. Everything will be different when we move to Hardwick." She said it as if Hardwick were paradise and not just another more beautiful place where I would be held prisoner. She let her pearls fall to her lap and reached out for my hand, asking in an old ritual, "May I?" I nodded, and she took it in both of hers, which were chilled and papery. "I know it is difficult, and I am here to help you. I understand you miss your horse and the freedom of riding out. I understand how fond one can become of an animal. I do not have a heart of stone, as you believe, but my foremost care is for your safety. It must be." I nodded. I understood. I had witnessed the threat at first hand. "You are my most precious jewel, Arbella, and I will protect you if it is my last act on earth. The risk I took to bring your parents together—" She let the words hang. I'd heard it often. The jeopardy of marrying her daughter without royal sanction to Charles Stuart, Earl of Lennox, a prince of the blood, and how she had been obliged to negotiate delicately with the Queen to avoid the fate of Charles's mother, who had found herself in the Tower for aiding and abetting a potentially treasonous match. I felt my frustration well. "And you never give a thought to the greatness you stand to achieve as the Queen's grandmother?" The words erupted from my mouth unbidden and laden with anger. "Your sarcasm is unbecoming, Arbella." Her expression was tight, and I sensed her temper rousing too. "I am nothing but the final brick in your empire, the means by which you can make your elevation complete." I was shouting now. "And I must sleep in your bedchamber like an infant, so your investment is protected." She gave me a cold, hard stare. "I fear I have made a monster." "No! It is your ambition that is monstrous." The painted girl was staring at me. "I'm not a thing that you can wind up to do your bidding." I know. She had gained control of her anger while mine was still boiling. There was not even the faintest tremor in her voice. "I know you are not a thing. I love you very much." She was completely calm, as if those angry words had never been said. I stormed from the chamber, stopping outside for a moment to allow my rage to subside and to regain my poise. Whispers were coming from the page's room, a welcome distraction. "They said he kissed the gentleman." "You are wrong," interrupted someone. "Morley is a Catholic spy, that's why he was dismissed. No one's supposed to know." "How do you know, then?" "I just do." I crept away with a sense of encroaching danger. The threat had always seemed something exterior, lurking outside, abstract, but this news of Morley brought the menace within. My already small world shrank further. In the narrow space between my bed and grandmother's was a small table cluttered with objects, a much-thumbed Bible atop a stack of books, a carved facsimile of the Talbot coat of arms, a dish containing various small items, pearls and buttons, a silver thimble, a pincushion, and other nameless things. I picked up the oval miniature that lay amongst those objects. On one side, behind a perfect curve of glass, was Jane Grey, the executed queen, dark and sober, and on the other was her sister Catherine, golden with rosebud lips and teasing eyes, the opposite of serious Jane. Catherine's fate was no less tragic than her sister's. She'd been separated from her beloved husband and sons and died of grief. I had been captivated as a child by those doomed girls who'd lain beside grandmother's bed for as long as I could remember. Jane had been willing to die for her faith, brave to the last, they said, and her death was recorded in the great book of martyrs that lay on the table outside the chapel. But it was Catherine who was the greater puzzle, whose fate was more obscure, draped in shame, it seemed to me. It was whispered she starved herself to death. I imagined her forfeiting nourishment as a last act of resistance, when she had no other way to take hold of her own destiny. I too knew how to befriend the pain of hunger, to feel the seductive power of resistance, to force the body into submission. There was no place for Catherine Grey in the great book, but to me she was a martyr. The cause she stood for, free will, or something like it. "Why do you keep the Grey girls here?" I asked grandmother as she got into bed. "To remind myself that even the best-laid plans can go awry," came her reply. "What do you mean by that?" You can never know which way public opinion will fall when a childless monarch passes on. She paused and sighed deeply. Not enough care was taken in the choice of Jane Grey's husband. That was what led to her downfall. I didn't fully understand what she meant, but it was clear she didn't want to be drawn out, for she extinguished her candle and drew her bed curtains. Her words circled my head as I lay awake in the dark of my own curtained space, imagining those two tragic girls with their royal blood like mine, and wondering if Morley truly was a Catholic spy, and whether that, rather than my dawn wanderings, was the reason for the new sleeping arrangements. My only comfort came from the churning pangs in my gut and running my hands down the grill of my ribs and over the sharp jut of my hip bones. It was not long after Morley's sudden departure that my new tutor arrived. I remember clearly my first encounter with Starkey in grandmother's withdrawing chamber. I awaited his arrival sitting quietly in the window alcove with Margaret and cousin Bessie. Grandmother was being read to across the chamber by one of her women, and Mr. Reason was playing chess with Dodderidge. Margaret was embroidering a complicated woodland scene. She was deft with a needle and was always working on something spectacular. Grandmother used to say it was her only saving grace, for she wasn't bright, but she was kind and loyal, and I was fond of her. She was curious about the new tutor's arrival. She hadn't said anything, but I could tell by the way she'd worn her best lace partlet and pinched her cheek surreptitiously when we heard horses outside. I hoped, for her sake, he wouldn't be some ancient parson. All I knew of him was that he was a chaplain. Starkey turned out to be a fey young man with hay-coloured hair and a solemn demeanour. He was of a similar age to me, as far as I could tell. Entering slowly, he progressed diffidently across the floor, holding his hat in his hands. Margaret made a disappointed sigh and went back to her needlework. He was no dashing Morley, that was manifestly clear. His black clothes were spattered with mud, and he apologised for it, seeming mortified. Grandmother put him at his ease, insisting he draw up a stool beside her and tell of his journey. Despite her formidably intimidating presence, she knew how to get the best out of a person, and soon Starkey was describing the floods near Leicester and the high winds as he'd ridden over the ridge. He had an air of concentrated seriousness, as if he thought very carefully before speaking, and I knew instantly that I was going to like him, in much the way I'd known in moments that Dorcas and I were a match. We were left alone, more or less, in a corner of the large chamber to discuss my studies, and I suggested taking some air on the roof leads. Mr. Reason was dispatched to keep an eye and mounted the stairs behind us, up and up to the top, wheezing and grumbling about the weather. The wind was up, plucking at our clothing, and a procession of angry clouds scudded past. We came to a halt at the parapet's edge, from where we could see the river coiling away into the distance, and the mill far down in the valley, its wheel turning. "We might be birds perched up here," said Starkey. "If you could choose, what kind of bird would you be?" I had never been asked such a question, hadn't thought to consider such a thing, and replied without thinking, "A nightingale." As I said it, I was reminded of the story of Philomel, which hadn't crossed my mind since that time at court, and also that dead bird in the stand tower, how it had fallen. "Ah, the night singer," he said. "That's a rather sad choice. Isn't it always thought of as a lament?" "Not always. The nightingale heralds fine weather." I was determined to make something good of it. "Its song is the most beautiful. And you, what would you be?" "Oh, I don't know. I'd like to think something like an eagle or a buzzard, but I'd more likely be something a great deal more commonplace, like a pigeon." He puffed up his chest and acted out a passable impression, cooing and strutting along the roof. Mr. Reason looked over, perplexed, watching us laugh. "Why a pigeon?" I asked. "I come from ordinary stock," he replied. "Yet you are not ordinarily educated, or grandmother would not have employed you." "I suppose we shall see if I meet her standards." He looked away a moment into the distance, giving me a chance to inspect him unobserved. His doublet was ill-fitting, as if it had been intended for someone else, and had been carefully mended in several places, but his linen was crisp and white, despite the fact he'd been on the road. It was his eyes that drew my fascination, though. They were thickly lashed, quite lovely, and had an intensity of expression that suggested great depth. "Nothing wrong with ordinary stock." He turned to me. "If you were a commoner and had to have a trade, what would you be?" I was struck by the way he seemed not to think of the fact that I was a woman. "A groom, perhaps." "Ah, yes. A fellow in the stable said you had a gift with horses." "Though I only ride in the paddock these days." We fell silent for a time, and though we'd only made each other's acquaintance minutes before, I was entirely at my ease with Starkey. I felt instinctively that he was someone who didn't want anything from me, only, with his questions, to know what I was truly like. I was unused to that. He turned those eyes on me after a while, his hair had blown awry in the wind, and asked, "What kind of queen do you intend to be?" It was something else I had never considered. All I ever really thought of was my own inadequacy and whether I was up to the role. On seeing my hesitation, he apologised. "I didn't mean to confront you with a difficult... on our first meeting." "No, you are right. It is something I must think of." I was running through all the great monarchs of England in my mind, pondering which I might emulate, when it came to me as a moment of epiphany in a single word. "I will seek to be just. Yes, a just queen. That is what I want to be." "Ah, then." He rummaged a hand beneath his clothes, procuring a volume of Plato's Republic as if from nowhere. "We must look to Socrates first, I think." His eyes flashed bright, and he stroked the book as if it were sentient and might respond to his affection. Though Starkey served as chaplain in our household as well as tutor, and often reminded me that when I was queen I would be God's envoy on earth, I never saw him touch a Bible with the fondness he showed to that volume of Plato.
Clerkenwell. Amy arrives at the backfield, heaving the Mansfield's dirty linens. The washerwomen eye her up and down and seem to approve as they introduce themselves and offer to share the hot water from their large communal vat that hangs over the brazier by the river. A number of small children scurry about collecting kindling and dry wood to keep it stoked. Their children, she supposes, which makes her feel her years. The other women are robust, with sturdy bodies, and half her age. It is hard physical work, layering the linens in the bucking tub, filling it with water, hefted by the bucketful from the vat and adding the lye, so sharp it stings her eyes and the back of her nose. As she labours, she thinks of the irony that once she disguised herself as a laundress. She wonders whether she will be mentioned masquerading in Lady Arbella's story. Donning the garb of a laundry-maid hadn't prepared her for the sharp reality of the back-breaking work. That familiar remorse prods at her for failing her friend. But it was worse than that. Failing makes it sound accidental. Perhaps this work she does now is a penance. Hal also hovers about her thoughts. He hasn't written back. It's been 4 days. Worries peck at her. She fears he hasn't accepted her inadequate explanation, and that he might have come to the truth about his paternity. But perhaps he is simply too busy to write. Once her linens have been well soaked, the women make space for her at the row of trestles, where they beat the dirt out of their whites together. It makes a rhythmic, thwacking sound, a music of sorts. They laugh as they go along the tables, taking it in turns to confess who it is they imagine is at the other end of their washing bats receiving a beating. When it is Amy's turn, she says Alfonso's name, and finds there is some satisfaction in his make-believe. They exchange gossip and stories, local matters mainly. Who has a fancy for whom? Who's been caught with their fingers in the pot? Who's having a baby that isn't fathered by the husband? Amy doesn't say much, afraid that her refined turn of phrase, learned from those years at court, might set her apart. Inevitably, talk turns to the big scandal, the court proceedings in which the king's fallen favourite and his wife, the Earl and Countess of Somerset, are being tried for murder. It has captured the public imagination. A mysterious death in the Tower, the implication of a countess and the woman who'd been hanged for it already, a whiff of witchcraft, corruption seeping upwards through the court. Amy recalls meeting the Countess of Somerset. She was Frances Howard back then, a striking creature even at the age of 12, with confidence beyond her years, the kind of girl who inspires envy. Amy imagines telling the women that she has known the illustrious accused, laughing inwardly, for they doubtless assume she was spouting nonsense and think her half demented like Mad Dot, who wanders Clerkenwell looking for her dead babies. It is said they all died in a single night. It forces Amy to remember how far she has plummeted in the world, but there's nothing to be done about it, and the hard labour provides a distraction. With the beating finished, there is rinsing to be done, and then everything must be spread out on the grass to dry. Despite the ache in her back, she feels a glow of satisfaction to see the neat rows of bright white linen against a carpet of green. The sun is shining, but she wonders what she will do when the weather is not so good. She pushes the thought away. There is no space for pessimism here. She sits back with the women in the shade of the big oak, and they pass round a flagon of small beer, still discussing the trial. She wonders if they gossiped about Lady Arbella out here, when that scandal was in its throes. Of course they did. Everybody did. No one talks of her any more, though. It is as if she never was. "Did you go to the witch hanging?" There is silence, and she realises that all eyes are on her, waiting for her answer. She stops herself, blurting, "Why ever would I want to watch an innocent woman suffer?" saying instead, "I was not able." "Shame," says Birdie, a dough-faced, stolid woman who couldn't have been less like a bird if she tried. "It was quite an occasion." "Next time come with us," says Dill. Amy has noticed that the others always agree with Dill. "Perhaps they'll hang that countess. I'd like to see that. But she'll be done in private, I suppose. Not for the likes of us." Their eagerness is monstrous. Amy feels the gulf between her and these women and understands the depth of her loneliness since Hal departed for court. For though it is a mere 2-week absence, it signals the beginning of a more permanent departure. She cannot hold on to him forever. After the long day, she has no energy to eat more than a hunk of bread with some dripping, and anyway, she is impatient to get back to her reading. But soon it will be too dark to read, and candles are an expense she can ill afford. She considers using some of the dripping to make rushlights, which would offer a few minutes of sputtering flame, but she has no rushes. Anyway, she finds herself dropping off even before darkness has fallen. She dreams that Lady Arbella is right there in front of her, speaking, saying something of great importance. "I want you to know that..." She is on the brink of knowing, but the voice fades, and she can hear nothing. The next evening it is the same, and the next. Her exhaustion gets the better of her, and she makes excruciatingly slow progress with her reading. It is as if the manuscript bewitches her to sleep rather than revealing its secrets. But at least Mansfield is off her back. When she arrives for the 4th consecutive day at the backfield, Dill says, "4 large loads in a week, that's a lot of washing for one household, particularly as you live alone." The way she says it, with narrowed eyes, makes it clear that she is thinking more than she lets on. "Looks to me like she's taking it in," says Birdie, looking directly at Amy, though addressing Dill. Birdie had been glad to help Amy lift a heavy load of sodden sheets out of the bucking tub only the day before, and had given her a gentle ribbing for her fine manners and all her pleasing and thanking, as she put it. She hadn't meant it unkindly, and had said, "Anyone can find themselves on hard times, wherever it is they might have started off." Amy understood that, however hard she tried to blend in, she was as rarefied in the eyes of those laundresses as the noblewoman at court had been to her. She knows only too well that difference at best causes curiosity, but more often can be the source of suspicion. With the reception she gets on that 4th day, she realizes that while she was assumed to be nothing more than a woman fallen on hard times and having to do her own household linens, she was welcome in their ranks. But now they suppose her to be an impostor, a person after their trade. It is a different story. Amy wonders if censorious goodwife Stringer from next door has been gossiping about her impoverished circumstances, or worse. She called out from her stoop as Amy passed the previous day with a load of dirty laundry, and fired off a volley of questions which Amy answered evasively. The women in the field have closed ranks on her, that much is clear. But ignoring the sideways stares and disapproving whispers, she makes an attempt to light her own fire, scrubbing in the undergrowth for kindling and dragging logs from the nearby copse. She takes a light from the big fire under the hard gaze of Dill. She labours on in silence, doing her best to ignore the huffs and whispers. Once her whites are all laid out, she goes to the bushes to answer a call of nature, coming back to find someone has flicked ash over the lot. She forces back tears of exhausted frustration as she sets to work once more, knowing that if she shows weakness, it will be the end of her. Concealing her feelings is a lesson Amy had learned among the women at court, who could be every bit as cruel as these washerwomen. She tries not to cast her mind too far into the future. For a day at a time, the work and the women are tolerable, and the exertion leaves little time to worry about Howell's continued silence. Plus, there is satisfaction, at least, in keeping her creditors at bay.
Hardwick. "Please stand still," said Margaret, crouched on the ground, her mouth full of pins. "I will never get this hem straight if you keep moving." "But I'm so cold. Could we not move closer to the hearth? I know you need the light, but—" It was the sheer size of the windows that made the rooms at Hardwick impossible to heat. I secretly longed to be back at Wingfield, where the windows were of more modest proportions. But grandmother seemed impervious to the chill, and could not hide her delight at her vast shimmering rectangles of glass, fit for a cathedral, the talk of all Derbyshire. We had been in the new hall at Hardwick for 3 years, living in a cacophony of sound, stonecutters, carpenters, glaziers, plasterers, scaffolders, roofers, welders, all combining to ensure that from dawn to dusk there was never a moment's peace. A permanent film of white, chalky dust sat on every surface, finding its way into even the finest crevice, making our hair tacky and our eyes itch. Just as she was resistant to the cold, grandmother appeared immune to the dust and noise. I always had the impression that grandmother's constant building, for there was not a time I could remember when she was not overseeing the construction of one great house or another, was driven by some kind of intangible, transcendent hope, as if those grand edifices would shore her up against her own demise. None of us understood why we had moved into the new hall so soon, though I suspected it was because the garden walls were high, the stable block distant from the house, and the setting, perched as it was atop a high point, offered views into the distance. Anyone approaching could be seen long before they arrived. "I don't suppose you will ever be cold at court. Remember the great hearths at Greenwich?" Margaret's eyes were bright in anticipation of my return to court, the reason for the new gown and several others being tailored for me. "How many years is it since we were there?" I was counting back in time, but there was so little to distinguish one month from another. "Nearly 10 years," she said. "A decade?" I felt a sudden sense that time had been stolen from me. All those years, the years of my blossoming, spent out of sight, almost 26 years of my life gone, and nothing to show for it. But I was to return to court soon, and take my place. I allowed myself to imagine the journey there. I would ride Dorcas again, at last, whom I had only seen recently at a distance, riding out with the grooms. Starkey and Dodderidge would ride with me, and Margaret, who was a nervous horsewoman, would be stuck in the luggage cart with the other maids. Margaret stood and began to peel the pinned-together garment away from my shoulders. "Take this off so I can finish it." She slid it down my arms, careful not to let the pins prick me, set it aside, then dragged the fur blanket from the bed, wrapping it around my shoulders. "What's the matter?" "I'm just surprised so much time has passed." I was thinking, too, of Cousin Bessie, who had been betrothed a few months since and had returned to her mother's house to prepare for marriage. "They all grow up and go." "Don't think of that. You will be at court soon and everything will be different." I settled into a chair by the fire, closing my eyes, feeling the heat on my face. At last! The summons came at Epiphany. Grandmother had held the letter up and waved it triumphantly like a banner. "Your time is coming," she'd said. The Queen wants you at court once Lent is over. Fabrics were ordered and a lavish new wardrobe planned as meticulously as she had planned the building of Hardwick New Hall. As Margaret set the dress to one side, the sweep of the skirt knocked a stack of papers to the floor. She crouched to pick them up, passing them into my outstretched hand. I shuffled through the pages, reading a line here and there. I had been attempting a drama, Cleopatra, intended as a homage to the Queen, to offer her on my arrival at court, but I was struggling as to how I might convey the Queen of Egypt's death without causing offence. Starkey and I had argued over Cleopatra's demise. He claimed it was honour that had driven her to take her own life. I believed it was guilt. She had failed her people, after all. "What is it about?" asked Margaret. "What, this?" I tapped the papers. "Nothing really, just some ideas. Something to present to the Queen." "Just think, by spring we'll be at court." She picked up another dress from the bed, holding it up to her body. "It's lovely, this taffeta. What colour would you say it was?" I was still thinking about Cleopatra and her death, imagining how I might invoke the drama of the snakebite when I had never seen more than a common adder. What colour was an asp, I wondered. "Peacock blue, I'd call it," she said, momentarily confusing me. "It needs altering too, would you mind?" She was brandishing her needle. I reluctantly left my fur cocoon, and she helped me into the garment. The fabric was stiff and edged with gold braid that scratched at the skin under my arms. "I'm going to have to take it in," she sighed. "You have thinned down since we last tried it." "It's Lent," I snapped, regretting my tone, adding, "I suppose I'd be bound to lose weight during Lent," to sound less as if I was defending against an accusation. If I'd told her I liked the way my body was, lean and flat, or that I enjoyed the feeling of my clothes being loose, like a boy's, she would have thought me out of my mind. "I'll add some tucks, that should do it." I watched her as she worked. There was nothing thin about Margaret, Lent or not. She had grown into a soft-cornered woman who was watched by men and pretended not to notice. "Never mind," she continued, her voice muffled by a mouthful of pins. "Think of the feasting at court. We will be well nourished there." But I was thinking that, with so many people dining together at court, it would be more difficult for anyone to monitor what I was or wasn't eating, as they did at Hardwick. "I will be coming." "To court? Of course you are part of my household." "Do you remember the Earl of Essex carrying me when I fainted?" She sounded breathless when she said this, and I wondered if she had been conjuring up abstract fancies in her head about the Earl, as I had for more years than I cared to count. How could I forget? "Will he be there?" "Didn't you know? He's to be tried for treason." "Treason?" Her mouth was an O, and I could see her dreams crumbling in the forlorn expression she wore. "He tried to raise an army against the Queen." I left it at that, though the situation was far more complicated. The near decade of my incarceration, so interminably long to me, suddenly seemed such a short time for the Earl to have risen so high and fallen so low. I had discussed it at length with Starkey. "There are rumours Essex has chosen to back James of Scotland's suit for the English throne," he'd said. "I very much doubt that," I'd replied. "Essex wanted me on the throne. I knew it in my bones. He was my champion. He'd said it himself." "Anyway, if it is true, the Earl's demise weakens your cousin James's suit for your crown." There was a quiet passion in Starkey for what he termed my cause, which I suppose was what it was, given I was not the only one who believed themselves to be England's heir. There was my cousin James, of course, but he was a foreigner, and the Seymours, whose legitimacy was in question. My flaw was being female, I supposed. That my claim was the strongest never seemed in doubt, and I didn't consider then the fact that the small world of Hardwick was not representative of the wider world outside its gates. I never once had the impression that Starkey's support of me was motivated by self-interest. It was more his desire for justice and the proper order of things, virtues which he held in high esteem. He talked often and with conviction about Socrates' death. A noble end, he called it. An end that upheld justice above all. He believed Essex should do as Socrates had done, and end his own life. "And damn his immortal soul?" I asked, deeply shocked by the thought. "He is already damned," was Starkey's blunt reply. "The Queen will forgive him." I felt sure of it. She had already forgiven Essex more than once, and I was sure she would do so again, refused to entertain any other possibility. "It is said he is like a son to her." "The Queen has been too magnanimous with the Earl," he'd replied. There was always a sense of inevitability that he would eventually turn on her, as Caesar's favourites turned on him. "When I am Queen, I too hope to be loved rather than feared," I said. "Do you suppose that is a failing of femininity?" He laughed at that. "A failing? I don't think so." "But women tend to forgiveness." "Do you love God or fear him?" Starkey surprised me with his question. "Both, I suppose," was the answer I came to. "As God's envoy on earth, you will inevitably be feared. It is how you choose to wield the power of it that will determine the kind of queen you are. That is your challenge." His words made me feel my exile painfully. My lack of an example to emulate had become a constant concern. I had only theoretical notions on which to base my beliefs, and still feared I might abruptly find myself on the throne and at a loss. Had I been at court, I might have become accustomed to the everyday machinations of statecraft, groomed for the role I would one day take, rather than having to glean my knowledge from watching grandmother run her estates, or from books and thousand-year-old exemplars. I questioned the sense in educating me so vigorously only to keep me in the dark about matters that had me at their heart. But grandmother seemed to feel I was still a child. It was as if she hadn't noticed the time slip away. Perhaps from her great age there was little difference between 15 and 25. But at last I was going to court, and all that would change. "Will he go to the block?" asked Margaret. For an instant I didn't realise she meant Essex. I had been too caught up in my own thoughts. "The Queen will pardon him as usual." An image of Essex, splendid and smelling of hyacinths, swooped down on me. It made me think of the myth in which Hyacinth died, trying to catch a discus, in an attempt to impress Apollo. Margaret said nothing, going back to tacking tucks into my dress, silently, with only the gentle hiss of thread pulling through stiff fabric. A soft knock interrupted us. "My lady." Margaret opened the door and Doddridge swiped his cap off, revealing a sparse growth of hair, a visible indication of time past. "I'm terribly sorry to disturb you." He seemed afraid he might be disrupting something grave and important rather than the mundane business of fitting dresses. "But your grandmother would like you upstairs. The pictures that arrived yesterday are being hung." Grandmother was pacing the great high chamber, wrapped in her favourite fur, a white stoat with unnerving ruby-set eyes. She was not alone. A couple of her women were inspecting the newly painted panels, 2 men were lugging a crate through into the gallery, and my little cousins, Wilkin and Franny, were whispering and giggling about something to one side. "Margaret, would you take the children next door?" Grandmother ordered. "I'd like a word with you alone, Arbella." She sent the women with Margaret, and Doddridge was to help oversee the unpacking of the pictures. "Make sure the men handle them properly. I don't want any damage. Mr. Reason is there, but—" She left her words floating. Reason, though fiercely loyal, had become elderly and ponderous, and we all knew he couldn't be relied upon to supervise properly the efficient unpacking of grandmother's precious artefacts. The chamber was a vast square space as high as it was wide. New rush matting had recently been laid, giving it the scent of late summer meadows, which was quite at odds with its grandeur. That scent pervaded Hardwick, and whenever I caught a whiff of straw in the years to follow, I was always transported back to those cold and splendid rooms. The immense windows flooding the space with light made the greatest impact, even in February when the sky was blanketed with a thick layer of gruel-grey cloud, and the sun hadn't been seen for months. They framed a vista that rolled away for miles, making the house seem perched on the edge of the world with a view of infinity. The room had an effect, a way of making its occupants feel intimidated, except, I supposed, for grandmother, who must have looked out of those windows and known she was queen of all she surveyed. Derbyshire was her realm. She said, "Can't you put some gloves on or something?" I held my hands out, opening my fingers, They were covered with ink. "I don't know what you find to write about." "Just poems, stories, things. I wrote primarily to fill time in those empty days that stretched out forever, creating worlds to inhabit in my mind, places where things happened. I have been writing a play about Cleopatra to offer to the Queen." "I wouldn't do that," she said through pursed lips. "Can't you embroider her a pair of sleeves or gloves instead?" I didn't reply. "I wanted to talk to you. There have been things on my mind, and with you going imminently to court, well, you have been so long here, I wonder if you are fully prepared for the—" She hesitated, closing her eyes as if to search for the right word. "The potential dangers you could face." She shuffled her pearls. I still said nothing. I knew well enough that there were moments when Grandmother was not to be interrupted. "I have been thinking of Catherine Grey, your mamma's godmother. She was a dear friend, God rest her soul. I tried to imagine Grandmother with such friends, women to whom she might have confided her secrets, but the idea would not fit. It's many years ago now, but you must know her story." I nodded and followed her to the dais, where there were 2 embroidered velvet chairs set under a canopy. We took one each, I balancing tentatively on the edge of mine, she seeming enthroned, her years belied by her poker-straight posture. "Like you, she had royal blood, a quantity of it. Her sister Jane had been queen after all." She paused, seeming to cast her mind back. "In the end, Catherine Grey was a little fool, driven by passion. She wed herself to the Earl of Hertford and went to the Tower for it, carrying his son. It is treason when a princess of the blood weds without permission." She stopped to clear her throat before fixing her gaze firmly on me. "Desire is a demon. It will possess you, my girl, if you don't take pains to resist it. Catherine Grey was lucky not to go to the block, like her sister." I wanted to say she was not lucky to sink to such despair as to bring on her own slow death. I'd heard the story many times. The Queen was incensed, so afraid of being pushed off her throne by Catherine Grey's royal son, she had the marriage denied. The infant, little Lord Beauchamp, would have had a stronger claim than mine had he not been deemed illegitimate. I would have had another life. It was impossible to imagine a different destiny, or whether I might have preferred a more ordinary path. Hindsight cannot unravel and reweave a life to a different pattern. "The Queen still hasn't truly forgiven Hertford," continued Grandmother. "I remembered meeting Hertford once when I was a child. He seemed a genial man, but what can you tell from a brief encounter? He'd admired my hands, said they reminded him of someone's, and looked suddenly sad, which made me think he was talking of golden Catherine Grey, trapped forever behind her oval of glass on Grandmother's bedside table. At court you'll find people who will try to take advantage of your position." I wanted to shout at her, ask her if she thought me a little fool too, but kept on nodding. "Give them short shrift. No one will seek to know you for yourself. Remember that. If the Queen chooses to broker a match for you, then we must play along, but—" She hesitated a moment. "Cecil and I are of the mind that we should hold off any wedding until later." She steepled her fingers, as if about to pray. "It will always be possible to delay whilst appearing to acquiesce, if necessary." I fixed my gaze on the stoat's ruby eyes. "Look at me, Arbella. I need to know you are listening." I did as she bid, focusing on the thin line of her lips. "Cecil has given me his word. He will be watching out for you." She softened then. "I know you will make a dazzling impression, dearest." "I will do my utmost to see you proud, Grandmother. I assure you I have no intention of making a bad marriage, nor will I allow anyone to take advantage of me." "Good. I'm glad you understand." She stood and led the way towards the door. "Your Aunt Mary will be with you. She knows how to manage court life, and you will be sharing her chambers." The thought of those women around the Queen, remembering my long-ago faux pas, The snatched back hand and the whispers, the sidelong glances of disapproval, the cold shoulders, made me shrivel. I supposed many of those women would be long gone, but that was little comfort, for I was awake to the fact that I was not one for easy affinities with those I hardly knew. The likelihood of my making a dazzling impression was slight, so I was glad to know that Aunt Mary would be there as an ally. I was close to my aunt. She was often at Hardwick, though there was a certain amount of tension between mother and daughter, for grandmother had taken against Uncle Gilbert. It was something to do with money. With grandmother it was often to do with money. In her world, profligacy was the ultimate sin, and an unpaid debt, even between close kin, was a profound dishonour. "I suppose Margaret will be coming?" I said. "Didn't I mention I've had an approach for Margaret's hand? I'll be sorry to see her go." She stroked the stoat's pale fur. "She's a good girl, and has a talent for needlework, but we can't keep her forever." "Margaret is to wed?" I was wrong-footed, wondering how, with my careful surveillance of grandmother's correspondence, I knew nothing of it. "What does her father say?" "I have written to him, but he will not turn down this offer. It is from a much better family than theirs. Apparently the Byron boy saw her here at some hunting party or other, and has set his heart. I can't imagine why, for she's not exactly a spring chicken." "Oh," I couldn't think of what to say. First Cousin Bessie, and now Margaret. I could feel the dejection spreading through me. The world was moving on, and I had been left behind in a childhood I had grown too large for. But, I reminded myself, I would be at court soon, and hostile women or not, my life would begin. "People seem to set so much store in love these days," grandmother carried on. "Seems like madness to me, but this is a good match." I questioned the idea that happiness was to be found in wedlock. I had seen the misery of grandmother's final marriage, and the extent to which she and the Earl loathed each other by the end. But then grandmother was not a woman given to compassion, and even I, with my limited experience, understood that forgiveness lay at the heart of a good marriage. "Did you never love any of your husbands?" "Cavendish. I loved Cavendish." Her voice was clipped, as if I'd made an accusation. "The father of my children, your grandfather." She looked at her pearls. Pitter-patter they went, like rain on glass. The stoat stared on at me with red eyes. "Yes, I loved him. But don't you be fooled by love. You are destined for greater things." "I am not the type to be taken in by love." I said it, but still somewhere buried deep in me, in a place I barely dared to look, was a notion that love might offer some kind of transcendence, a way to invest meaning into life, and, paradoxically, a path to freedom. But I knew little of love. For grandmother, love, even of her children and grandchildren, was a transaction. I was not so naive as to think that her affection for me wasn't bound up in what I, or more accurately my royal blood, might add to her carefully constructed empire. That was just her way, and it was impossible not to admire how she had employed it to best use. "Perhaps not," she replied, "but you have a tendency to be unpredictable." She closed the conversation firmly by standing and moving to the door, giving me no opportunity to defend myself. There were a number of workmen busying themselves in the gallery, which was a mess of open cartons and strewn packing straw. Paintings were stacked against the walls. I saw familiar glimpses, a painted dress I vaguely remembered being worn by Mother, Aunt Mary's neat, beringed hands, half the Queen's face. For a moment, Grandmother and I stood in the doorway unobserved. Margaret and the two women were down at the far end, sitting on the floor with the children, Wilkins strumming at a lute, and Franny singing in her sweet, reedy voice. Doddridge and Reason were about halfway down, standing in front of that portrait of me as an infant, with the miniature Queen in my hand. They appeared to be in disagreement about where it should hang, with Mr. Reason complaining I should be on the right-hand side of my father rather than the left. I had never seen a portrait of my father before, wondered which of the Shrewsbury houses it might have hung in. He was a stranger to me, and looked young, which he must have been, for I knew he had died aged only 21. At first glance it appeared as if his heart was bleeding, but it was a rose embroidered on his doublet. A Tudor rose, I realised, noticing its white centre, stained yellow with age. That was to remind the world he was the great-grandson of the first Tudor king. So, in a sense, the rose did signify blood, the blood that was mine, too.
"She is crooked. She needs to drop an inch on the right," said Grandmother, pointing at the picture of me.
I shivered and wrapped my shawl more tightly round my shoulders. The gallery faced east and held 16 of Grandmother's immense windows, so even the fires raging in the two great hearths seemed to make little impression on the February cold. Casting my eyes about the space, at all those painted relatives, I imagined that tangled web of kinship into which I was tied, like a knot that was impossible to undo.
"I don't want that in here."
Grandmother pointed to a portrait of the Scottish Queen, propped against the panelling. Doddridge swiftly turned it to face in. No one spoke of the Queen of Scots, and it was Starkey who had explained to me what really had happened to her, how she had been the focus of Catholic conspiracies to oust Queen Elizabeth, and had been deemed too great a risk to remain alive. I wondered if the same fate might befall me. After all, was I not also incarcerated for fear of insurgent plots? He must have seen something scribbled over my face, as he'd said, "It's different for you. She instigated the insurrection that brought about her downfall, and, besides, you are not a Catholic." But people still seem to think me malleable enough to be converted. If they knew you, they wouldn't think such a thing, would they? The Scottish Queen's words ran through my mind unbidden. The Catholic faith is the true faith. It is the only path that leads to the kingdom of heaven. "None of them know me," I'd replied. "I am something they conjure up in their heads." Margaret began to sing around with the cousins. I caught her eye and she smiled, making me sad with the thought of her imminent loss. Through the vast window I saw a wagon lumber round the curve of the drive in the distance, watching its slow trundle towards the stable block. As it neared, I recognised the horses. "Your things from Chatsworth have arrived."
"My tapestries."
Grandmother clapped her hands together. Doddridge whispered to me,
"Your Uncle Henry will be furious."
I pictured Uncle Henry's handsome face, livid, watching on as the last of Chatsworth's treasures were bundled onto the cart and tied down with canvas. Grandmother had been stripping Chatsworth to furnish Hardwicke for years. "Chatsworth must be quite emptied out," I said.
"Contents of that house belong to me," snapped Grandmother. "They are mine to do with as I wish." "But Uncle Henry—"
"Don't talk to me of your hopeless uncle. He's a wastrel, as well you know. Had I not brought those things to Hardwicke, they would have already been sold to fund his habits." Nobody spoke, though reason rearranged his big hands and murmured a noise of agreement in the dense silence. I could never understand Grandmother's loathing of her eldest son, for to me he bristled with charm, much more so than his dull, upright younger brother William, who was inexplicably the favourite. I missed the Uncle Henry of my childhood, who would burst into a room, captivating its inmates, always with a surprise of one kind or another, an unusual feather, a puppy in need of an owner, a new card trick. Since the great schism between mother and son, the exact source of which remained obscured to me, I rarely saw Uncle Henry. Though I was the recipient of secret letters, just affectionate and newsy missives, but prohibited nonetheless. I hoped there might be one in the hands of the carter bringing the tapestries. "Would you excuse me, Grandmother?" I felt suddenly oppressed by my illustrious relatives watching me from the walls. "I should like to take some air before it turns dark."
"I suppose so." She seemed reluctant. "Mr. Reason can accompany you."
I saw Reason shift uncomfortably at the thought of trailing his bulk around the damp gardens with me. "Could I not go alone with Margaret, just this once?" Grandmother sighed.
"I don't see why not. Mind you wrap up, though. I wouldn't want you coming down with something. You are far too precious."
Margaret and I made our way around the perimeter wall of the gardens, a walk tedious in its familiarity. I glanced towards the house where I could see the ever-present shape of Grandmother watching from the window, no doubt looking out for armed men bent on my abduction, concealed in the surrounding woods. After nearly a decade of what amounted to imprisonment, I questioned whether such a thing was likely, though Grandmother never let her guard drop. I suppose she was not prepared to risk the prize fruit she had waited a lifetime to ripen. "First to the hedge!" I cried,
picking up my skirts and running into the long grass, more for the pleasure of irritating grandmother than for the simple joy of feeling the wet blades about my ankles. I could imagine her indignant huff leaving a cloud of condensation on the window, and knew it would not be long before reason was dispatched to curb our fun. We ran for the partial cover of the yews. I could hear the puff of Margaret's laughter at my shoulder, but I was too fast for her, and pulled away towards the dark shape of the ancient hedge. The garden passed in a blur. I felt the pleasing hammer of my heart and the chill air kissing my cheeks, imagining grandmother. A young lady must conduct herself sedately. What if I had not been born a lady? If I'd been a tinker's daughter, or a farmer's, I wondered. Would my life offer more joy? I asked myself if I would give up the pleasure of reading and writing for an ordinary life. Of course not, and, besides, a farmer's daughter was no more free than any other woman. It was men who had freedom. My foot caught on a root. I landed in the soft mulch, unhurt, bursting with laughter, and then laughing more at the thought of grandmother's disapproval. I rolled over and lay flat, looking at the sky through the mesh of branches. "Oh, are you hurt?" Margaret cried, breathless from running. "Not at all." I was grinning like an idiot in my bed of dirt. "Your dress!" She had fixed her eyes on my overskirt. "It is covered in mud." Sitting up, I saw the pale silk was smudged with black loam and that it was clogged in the embroidered border. I laughed, but Margaret didn't join me, and I realised that perhaps she was sad to see her fine needlework ruined. "Never mind, it will brush off." "Oh, may I help you up?" She offered a hand tentatively. I nodded, and she pulled me to my feet. "You are too thin," she said, reprising her refrain from earlier. "You don't weigh a thing." "I cannot help that." She pulled back to arm's length, meeting my gaze with raised eyebrows. "Your courses have stopped. You can't hide it from me." "Nature does as she pleases," I replied, but it was a lie, for I had tamed nature to my own ends by sheer force of will, imposed androgyny on my body. The thought of it made me feel capable of anything. "You are to be wed," I said, to change the subject. "What do you mean?" "It seems quite clear to me." I felt suddenly bitter about it all, not pleased for Margaret in the least. "But I mean, to whom?" She looked as if she'd been slapped. "Some local boy, a Byron, good family. He has seen you somewhere." I pictured it, Margaret allowing her gaze to flicker minutely towards some faceless fellow, catching his desire like a hooked fish. Margaret was that kind of girl. I was not. "Oh," she plucked at her cuff. "So I am not to go to court?" She wouldn't look directly at me. "And you?" Her eyes became shiny with tears, dissolving my acrimony. "Who will keep an eye on you?" "There are plenty to do that," I said, knowing that was not what she meant. I led the way to the arbour where there was a bench, only slightly damp. "You will have a house of your own and infants." She had talked of these things almost constantly. "When I have a home and a string of babies," she would stuff a pillow up her dress, saying, "I think I shall make an excellent mother-to-be." If I thought too long on the idea of something growing in me, it made me cold with panic. "But what about you? We will be separated." "When I am queen, I shall make you a lady of the bedchamber. How would you like that?" I said it to reassure her, and this it seemed to do, for she wiped her eyes on her sleeve and took out a scrunched square of linen to blow her nose. "I should like that very much indeed." A memory popped into my mind of those solemn girls who had sat day in, day out with the Queen of Scots, as much prisoners as their mistress, and shivered as if someone had walked over my grave. "You will be matched soon," she continued. "Perhaps." I did not repeat grandmother's caution about marriage. I could hear Mr. Reason calling for me. "I suppose we'd better go in." The cart from Chatsworth was being unloaded as we approached the house. All the warmth generated from running had dissipated, leaving me, in my drenched shoes and stockings, cold to the bone. While Reason's attention was elsewhere, I whispered to the carter, "Anything for me?" He shook his head. Disappointment spilled into me. The forbidden letters from my flamboyant uncle were small highlights in my dull existence, and made me feel connected to the world outside. The great hall was busy with people. A group of pages loitered to one side. eyeing up the maid who was sweeping away the mud that had been trodden through. A scribe hovered with a stack of papers that probably needed signing, and Grandmother was at the centre of it all, inspecting the tapestries, scenes from the trials of Job, which had been partially rolled out over the long table. There was the sound of someone dismounting outside, and a messenger rushed into the hall. He was panting, filthy from the road, and must have travelled quite a distance, judging by the state of him. He dipped in a bow before Grandmother and fumbled with the fastening of his satchel, having to remove his gloves to untie it. Eventually, with us all watching in silent expectation, he pulled out a letter. I instantly recognised Cecil's neat hand. Grandmother took it and gestured to Reason to give the fellow a coin and direct him to the kitchens for nourishment. She turned her back to open the letter, little shards of the seal scattering about her feet. I remember tension in the air, though there couldn't have been, for a letter from Cecil was a regular occurrence, and none of us knew in that moment the extent to which things were to change as a result of that missive's contents. I noticed Grandmother's body stiffen as she read. Then she turned, plainly seething, her eyes hard as pebbles, and said through gritted teeth, "There has been a change of plan. You will not be going to court as arranged." She cast me a look of accusation that I didn't understand. I waited for an explanation, watching her ball up the paper tightly and throw it into the hearth, seeming not to realise that there was no fire lit. It was unusual for her to be so distracted. I kept one eye trained on the screwed-up letter for fear it might disappear if I looked away. "Oh, and Essex is dead," she added, "the day before yesterday." Margaret gasped and began to make little choked sobs. Grandmother swept off without another word.
Clerkenwell. Mansfield walks in and sits himself at the table uninvited, as if he is the master of the house. Amy hurriedly puts a lid on the pot of dripping and shoves the sheaf of rushes out of sight. She has been making rushlights and doesn't want him to see that she has been reduced to lighting her evenings in such a humble way. She is aware that, given he knows only too well her diminished state, it is a futile gesture, but she can't help wanting to preserve the little pride she has left. She thinks of the beeswax candles she grew up with, their clean, silent, odourless light, and feels for the first time in some years the loss of the Countess, whose household she was raised in. Were she still alive, she would have taken Amy in, of that there is no doubt. Dumping a sack on the floor beside him, Mansfield says, "Linens for you." It is stuffed full. Amy's heart sinks, for it has been raining, and she has nowhere inside to hang that quantity of washing, not with all the rest she has. She has started taking in linens from elsewhere too, to earn a little more for necessities. She is nearing the end of her second week as a laundry maid, and she can feel the dull ache in her body from all the lifting. The washing bat has rubbed her palms sore, her hands are chapped raw and blistering. She is unravelling with the exhaustion. In her head she has a picture of Mistress Mansfield and her numerous children, clad in brilliant white like a host of angels. They must all have clean linen at the very least once a day, given the rate she's been washing for them. Last week was the same. Those are done. She indicates one of the neatly folded stacks of clean sheets that she set near the hearth earlier to air. Good girl. She takes a breath, resisting the urge to snap back at him to mind his manners. Whether he is mocking her or belittling her or both, she cannot tell, and part of her wants to laugh, for it is a ridiculous thing to call a woman of her age, unless, the thought surprises her, it is said in the throes of passion, when foolish things are often whispered. Don't suppose there's a cup of small beer for me, is there? It ought to be a question, but it is not. She was woken that morning by the gentle plink of rain dripping into the bucket upstairs. He still has not sent a man round to mend that tile. I might have some dregs left. She can feel his eyes on her as she bends to lift the heavy ewer from the corner. My roof still needs mending. Tomorrow. She tips a measure of the cloudy liquid into a cup and hands it to him. Your boy coming back soon? He asks. Yes, soon. In truth, she doesn't know exactly when Hal will be back. He still hasn't written, He's due back Sunday. This is the truth, at least, but whether he will turn up or not, she doesn't know. I see that playwright fellow met his end. He taps at the papers on the table. Did you know him? You being a woman of letters, thought you might have. I did once, as it happens. Her mind is cast back to the old days, when she was surrounded by musicians, players, writers. Her youth was made up of them. It was Will Shakespeare who had encouraged her to put her own pen to paper in the first place. She has him to thank for that. No one knew of him back then, but everyone believed he would make something of himself. He could work magic with words like no one else. His death is a great loss to that world, but it is a world she is no longer a part of. Mansfield picks up one of Lady Arbella's papers, as if to read it, though she knows he cannot. Despite her desire to discover what has been written about her, about that cauterized friendship, she has hardly managed to read a thing since she has begun the washing work. Reaching to take the paper off him, she finds her hand captured in his. Looking at it, he draws in a breath through pursed lips. Must be sore. He softly brushes her raw skin with the pad of his index finger. She snatches her hand away, tucking it in the folds of her apron. It's the starch. Not used to hard toil? She doesn't answer, but meets his gaze directly. Expect you've always had someone to do your housework for you. She still says nothing and remembers how life used to be before she'd had to let the servant girl go. All that time to think and write. If only she could write now, she might feel closer to the person she used to be. But she hasn't even time to read. Her mind drifts way back, when she was Henry Hunsden's she wanted for nothing. Her greatest chore was to read to him. You have a voice pure as running water, he used to say. Or accompany him to the theatre. If she closes her eyes, she can still hear the roar of the crowd and the laughter. Or entertain him in the bedchamber. You make me feel immortal, he had told her once. She had had all the time in the world to compose poetry. When you're 18, you have no idea of the finite nature of things. She senses time bearing down hard on her. 10 days ago you had fine hands. The softly spoken compliment sounds odd on Mansfield's coarse lips. I still have 8 fingers and 2 thumbs. That's what matters. He takes a swig of his drink and she watches him. His own hands dwarf the cup. One of his nails is black, and she notices for the first time that he is missing the tip of his left little finger. Astonished that she hadn't seen it before, for it seems now startlingly apparent. She wants to know what happened, feels a kind of sympathy. He is not entirely an unattractive man. Rough, yes, but not unattractive. There is no need for you to labour in such a way. His voice has dropped an octave. Not this again, she thinks. But in spite of herself, she is imagining those hands, that stump of a finger on her naked flesh. A shiver grabs her. It's not such a great hardship, she says. There are worse ways to make a living than doing laundry. For some reason, she thinks of the smell of the lye, so pungent it makes her retch. I suppose it's convivial, if nothing else. It is that, she replies. She will not give him the satisfaction of knowing how the washerwomen have ostracized her and make him believe she will weaken and relent to becoming his whore. It is clear he still hopes for that, even after her firm rebuffs, though she fails to see why he would want a woman of 46 when with his money he could pick up a wench down in Southwark on any day of the week, even Sunday. But a woman like you is not cut out for such work, an educated woman. She thinks she can detect a note of disapproval beneath his words. Sadly, my education has not well prepared me for a real life. There is not much call for a female clerk. She emits a sour laugh. There is another way. He has adhered his gaze onto her breast, though she has crossed her shawl over and tucked the ends into the waist of her apron so there is not an inch of flesh visible. Surely it's not such a terrible prospect. It's not terrible, no, she says. She knows well enough that a man whose pride has been dented can become vindictive, and that is the last thing she needs. But neither is it a prospect I can consider. She doesn't look at him, keeps her eyes fixed on her blistered hands, and wonders if it shows on her face that she is lying, for she is considering it. She thinks of her time liberated for reading, imagines Arbella's papers offering up their secrets. Acquiescence is beginning to seem inevitable.
Hardwick. Essex is dead. It reverberated in my ears. More than anything, more than the sorrow that was twisting its way through me, I felt a fool, for I believed I had known Essex, but all I had known was an imaginary creature conjured up for my own comfort. Crouching down, I plucked grandmother's discarded letter from the ashes in the unlit hearth, secreting it up my sleeve before going to comfort Margaret, who was crouched over the table, spilling tears on to Job's dead woven children. My hand hovered over her head, not quite touching. "Don't cry. You barely knew Essex." Her tears were delaying my opportunity to discover the contents of Cecil's letter, and my impatience began to loom. "It's just," she snorted into her handkerchief, "it's just that everything's about to change, and there's nothing I can do to stop it. Things cannot stay the same forever." As I said the words, I was struck by the thought that for me, life was to stay the same forever. My world, on the brink of opening, was to have its lid rammed back on. I was to continue waiting for my real life to begin. I had the urge to scream at her, tell her how lucky she was that her life was in motion, but pushed that thought away and mustered some sympathy. "You've always talked of wanting a husband, infants." I found my arms opening for her, and, without questioning, she leaned into my awkward embrace. Her body felt unpleasantly soft in contrast to my own, and the thought of her damp tears and oozing nose meant it took all my strength of will to sit still. I tried to be warm, but simple affection felt so very difficult to me. I was unused to it, I suppose, and that letter was burning a hole in my sleeve. Once her sniffing had abated, I said, "Why don't you go to the kitchens and fetch some sweetmeats? That will cheer you up." I hustled her off and took the stairs to the first floor. I felt my life shrinking once more, as if soon it would be too small to accommodate the whole of me at one time. Perhaps, I thought, I would have to hack off pieces of myself to fit. Grandmother was in the withdrawing chamber, sitting in the half-light, tapping her fingernails on the arm of her chair. "Shall I light some candles?" I said. There was no reply, only the thrum of those fingernails. "Would you like me to fetch you something?" Tap, tap, tap. "A drink, perhaps?" Tap, tap, tap. It was as if I no longer existed, and for a moment I wondered if I had become invisible, silent, transparent, like her windows. "Grandmother?" I said, approaching, standing so close she couldn't ignore me. "What is it? What have I done?" My mind was churning with possible reasons for this sudden withdrawal of affection, things that might have been revealed in the letter in my sleeve. What did other people do in such circumstances, I asked myself. Do they get on the floor to supplicate, leaking tears? Do they beg and paw and cling? I didn't know. "Don't," is all she said, with a small dismissive flick of her wrist. I hoped my dejection wasn't apparent in my expression. Grandmother couldn't bear a weakling, so I stood tall and walked on through, leaving her in the gloom. As I was half out of the door, I heard her utter those familiar words, "If only you had been a boy." To get to my own chamber, I had to pass through hers, for the other door, which led to the corridor, was kept locked for my protection. I occasionally allowed myself to imagine armed men scaling the building in the darkness and spiriting me away. At first it was a petrifying thought, but over the years it had transformed into a kind of hope, driven by a fantasy of escape. I never allowed myself to imagine the full consequences of such an event: marriage to a Catholic, an army raised, the Queen ousted, or worse, an executioner looming above me. No, it was just the escape itself, with Dorcas, galloping away into the night. In Grandmother's room there were 2 men dismantling my bed. Its blue and white canopy was loosely folded on the floor, and they had set about taking apart the frame. "What are you doing?" The 2 men turned to me, removing their caps.
The Dowager Countess instructed us to put it in your own bedchamber. My bedchamber? I said stupidly, as if I didn't quite comprehend, pointing at the connecting door. That is correct, my lady. Well, carry on then, I suppose. Paradoxically, I felt devastated, rejected, though I had dreamed for years of being liberated from sharing grandmother's chamber. My own chamber was smaller, and I wondered how they would fit the big tester in, supposing they would have to remove the existing bed where Margaret slept with one of the other maids. I sat on the floor by the crackling fire, pulling the paper out. It left an ashy smear on my frilled linen cuff from where I'd plucked it from the dead hearth. I opened it up and, angling it towards the remaining light, began to read.
Most esteemed Dowager Countess, Essex met his end this morning, and there has been little grief. The events of the past month have wrought changes that we could not possibly have foreseen. The political climate has altered irrevocably, and it would seem that Her Majesty has turned her thoughts for the succession away from Lady Arbella and towards King James. Nothing has been said, but with my knowledge of her I feel I am well placed to interpret her feelings and actions on the matter. Speculating upon her intentions, I can only imagine she feels England has no appetite for another of her own sex on the throne. There seems no other motive to elevate a foreigner above a legitimate English heir. It is for this reason that I regret to announce the indefinite withdrawal of Her Majesty's invitation to the Lady Arbella to court. It is my greatest desire, dear Dowager Countess, that you can find it in yourself to understand I have had no choice but to bow to Her Majesty's desires in this matter. But my regrets run deep, for, as you know, my greatest wishes have long lain with your granddaughter. The best we can now hope for is that your jewel is matched favourably with the Queen's blessing, and I assure you I will work tirelessly to achieve such an end. There are a number of foreign princes desiring of an allegiance with our royal house who might make appropriate potential suitors for her hand. R.C. On the 25th day of February, in the year of our Lord, 1601.
My lady, it was the men dismantling my bed outside the door, would it inconvenience you greatly if we brought the bed through now? No, of course. I touched the corner of the paper to the flames and held it, blazing until it threatened to burn my fingers, only then dropping the last fragment into the fire. I stood, smoothing the front of my dress with my palms. My world was spinning, and I felt that if I moved I would tumble right off the edge of it. The trajectory of my life had been altered irrevocably, but I was still the same person and didn't know what to do. Gathering my thoughts, I resolved to find Starkey. His counsel would help. The men returned holding candles, looking ghoulish in their light. For a moment I imagined them catching the hangings, flaring up, flames licking at the fine plasterwork ceiling. I made to leave. The miniature of the Grey sisters was on my desk. The men must have put it there, supposing it mine. An old conversation flashed through my mind. Why do you keep the Grey girls here? To remind myself that even the best-laid plans can go awry. What do you mean by that? You can never know which way public opinion will fall when a childless monarch passes on. Not enough care was taken in the choice of Jane Grey's husband. That was what led to her downfall. I remembered not really understanding what grandmother meant by that at the time, but now I was beginning to get a sense of the jostling for position as the Queen aged, and it was clear that I had been elbowed out of the way. I gave my head a little shake in an attempt to dispel the image, which had appeared in my mind, of Jane Grey, blindfolded, kneeling at the block. I don't know how I made it to the schoolroom downstairs without falling, but I must have found some inner resource of steadiness. Starkey was in there as I expected, reading in the dim light of a single flame. Though I was not supposed to be with Starkey unchaperoned, I found it easy to circumvent this restriction, and the schoolroom had become a sanctuary where he and I passed many hours together, sometimes in silence, separately scribbling our thoughts onto paper, sometimes engaged in a lively exchange of ideas. "You will ruin your eyes," I said, taking a taper and lighting more candles as a means to calm my inner turmoil. "My trip to court has been—" "Postponed," he interrupted. Yes, the servants were talking about it. "Not postponed, no. The invitation is rescinded." "What is the reason given?" He was frowning. I sat and explained the contents of Cecil's letter. forcing myself to remain steady and not allow the frenzy that was moving through me in waves to break my surface. "This is a setback, that is all. You know that, don't you?" "I'm not so sure. The Queen seems adamant, according to Cecil." "Listen to me. You were born to take your rightful place. It is not a question of choice. Remember Socrates. For a just society, each must perform his ordained role. Doctors must heal, soldiers must fight, rulers must rule." I was always reassured by Starkey's ordered version of the world, in which everything took its proper place, but I had begun to suspect that, in the face of outside forces, such an ordered world might be less straightforward than I'd once believed. "But Cecil is the man who decides. You know enough of him to understand that. He may insist it is the Queen's wish that my cousin takes the throne, but he wears his ambition too close to the surface. Even I, who know so little of men, know that. If he believes there is advantage to him in James becoming king, then that is what will happen, despite what he has said in his letter about it being solely the Queen's wish. Have faith. God has his plan for you." There was a quiet fervour in him, in his eyes, and the way he pressed his palms together and was moving them back and forth like a supplicant. Between God and Socrates, Starkey had built around me an impregnable edifice. It was a refuge with its own certain logic, in which we had existed comfortably. "Your cousin," he continued, "is a foreigner. He has no right to your throne, no matter what Cecil—" He spat the name as if it were the devil's. "Wants. It is what God wants that will come to pass." "And the Queen? If it is her wish, then that must reflect God's desire, for she is his emissary." "It is—" His mouth opened, but he seemed unable to force a sound out of it. Sudden as a sneeze, the words came, "Not her wish." He then repeated it calmly. "It is not her wish." Starkey's unwavering confidence had a powerful allure that drew me in tightly, and he regarded me with a beatific smile that seemed filled with love. "God has shown me in a dream. You know this, anyway." "Your dream of me crowned?" When the barren years were stretching out and I was despairing of ever being recalled to court, Starkey had spent a day in prayer, begging for a vision of the future. When he slept, that was his dream. "I wish I had your faith." I banged my fist down onto the table, hard enough to bruise the knuckles. "Don't," he said, "please." He offered his hand like a question. I nodded my assent, and he took my bruised fingers very gently, inspecting the damage. "Cecil is seeking a foreign match for me." I was thinking of the conversation earlier with grandmother about marriage, and how it was to be avoided until I was on the throne. But everything had been different only a few hours ago. My world was like a reflection in a convex mirror, nothing quite as it should be. "There will be ways to prevent that." He seemed so sure. I longed for his unassailable conviction. Hardwick, 22 months later. "My lady!" A shard of light fell through the gap in the curtains, reigniting the pain that had been hovering. I scrunched my eyes shut. "My lady!" Joan's voice was needling. Joan was Margaret's replacement, in a manner of speaking. I say that, for she was more jailer than companion. She had thrown a stack of my papers on the fire not long before. "You don't want all of this nonsense cluttering up your chamber," she had said of it. I suspected spite, but it might have been sheer ignorance. I buried my head beneath the covers, trying to imagine Joan away. "I'm not well." Joan made an exasperated sigh. "But your grandmother requires you to join her. She's waiting." I could hear the worry in her voice, and suspected it was more her fear of displeasing grandmother than concern for my health. "A minute. I need a minute." I could hear her tutting, but ignored it, concentrating only on taking several long, deep breaths. The pain in my head sulked like an ignored child. I circled my temples with the tips of my fingers, remembering the pilfered ewer of grandmother's best French wine that Starkey and I had imbibed in the schoolroom on the previous evening. Such indulgence was not a regular occurrence, and Starkey had needed persuading to break his Advent fast, but we were commiserating his imminent departure. Grandmother had dismissed him. It was under the guise of his being offered a congregation elsewhere, But in truth it was a dismissal, part of the slow whittling away of those closest to me. Thinking of it caused my hatred to flare. Soon, I feared, she would find a reason to be rid of Doddridge, rendering my isolation complete. Fragmented memories of the previous evening returned. We had made toasts, all sorts of toasts, to Socrates, to Plato and the Stoics, even to dear Dorcas, if my memory served me well. We had laughed and laughed until we could barely breathe, neither of us wanting to think of the fact of his imminent departure. I could hear Joan riffling through the papers on my desk. "I don't know what she finds to write about," she said to herself, though loud enough for me to hear. "And what's the point if no one ever reads it?" I held my breath to prevent myself from snapping at her. Slowly, as my thoughts assembled, I remembered the letter Doddridge had secreted between the leaves of a book left on my pillow the previous evening. As I was retiring, stupid with drink, I had read it, or tried to. "The petals are falling from the rose, and it is time to gather our forces in preparation," Uncle Henry had written, but beyond that my memory was a blur. All I knew was that it contained something important and deeply secret concerning my future. I racked my brains to remember where I'd put it, fearing I might have left it exposed on my desk where Joan was now nosing about. But then I had a vague memory of having read it in bed, with a candle, whilst Joan was snoring on the truckle, of dripping wax on my coverlet, could feel the smooth discs under my fingertips. I searched amongst the bedclothes to no avail, but, sliding my hand beneath my pillow, my touch met with the rough surface of the paper, and relief flooded through me. The day burned red through my closed eyelids as I surfaced, but the headache had receded to a distant throb. Squinting, I could see the sturdy shape of Joan standing over me with the light behind her, making her expression unreadable, though her impatience registered in the clearing of her throat. "Better?" Her tone suggested I had wasted her entire morning, though she had waited a couple of minutes at most for me to emerge. She folded her arms firmly beneath her great shelf of bosom, which stretched the fabric of her dress perilously tight. "Yes, better, thank you. You do look off colour, I must say." I swung my legs out of the blankets to sit upright, regretting the sudden movement as my head swam for a moment and nausea loomed. But I sat absolutely still on the edge of the bed until it died away. Warmth was spreading out into the room from the hearth. I touched my fingertip to the hidden letter once more to be sure it was truly there, and I hadn't burned it for caution whilst in my cups. "Your time is nearing." Only fragments came back to me. I stood, nodding my assent for Joan to help me into my underclothes. Lacing my bodice, she pinched the skin of my waist, hard enough to hurt but not to bruise. That was her way. "You are all skin and bone." "It is the way God made me." "Better than your great hefty shape," I thought. "No more shapely than a lad." A bud of satisfaction opened in me on hearing that. "I should like to wear the green velvet today." I said this knowing Joan would have to fetch it from downstairs. "I would like to look my best for Starkey's last day." "You two are thick as thieves. You'll miss him," she said with a sly smile. "Why don't you wear the rose damask? It suits your complexion better than the green, particularly as you look so unwell today." Joan was mistress of the backhanded compliment. "It must be the green. Green is Starkey's favourite colour." This was a lie. I had no idea what colour Starkey preferred. We had far better things to discuss. "Anyone would think that you were sweethearts the way you talk." It was framed light-heartedly, but not meant so. Perhaps she believed that was the reason for his departure. She made a final half-hearted attempt to promote the pink dress, fully aware that I was not often amenable to persuasion, and left the chamber muttering, "Stubborn as a mule," under her breath. Once the door had closed behind her, I took the letter to the window. Uncle Henry's florid hand brought a smile to my face, but the content was serious.
My dearest and most beloved royal niece, it is my understanding that Cecil is negotiating to wed you abroad, and my mother is inexplicably in his pocket. This will undermine any hopes of you ever fulfilling your purpose. We must prevent this if your cousin James is to be overcome in his hopes to take the throne that is yours. Our perfect solution lies in a proposition from Lord Beauchamp. He has offered one of his sons, probably the oldest, Edward, for marriage. A match such as this would seal your claim incontrovertibly. The Seymour boys have enough royal blood to make a suitable union with you. As the grandsons of Catherine Grey and the Earl of Hertford, they are the only Englishmen I know of who do. 2 Tudor lines would be entwined. The Seymour line may be illegitimate, though I happen to know Hertford is determined to prove it good. He would know if he was properly wed to Catherine Grey, and there are many others who believe the union was sound. The petals are falling from the rose, and it is time to gather our forces in preparation. There will be a window of time when the rose is almost withered, in which you can wed with no risk of repercussion, for heads will all be turned the other way. If your cousin is proclaimed, it will be too late and too dangerous. I can only assume, and hope from deep in my heart, that you are willing. Your time is nearing, a mere matter of months, I'd wager, and you must be prepared to leave Hardwicke at a moment's notice. I will have everything in hand. There are a number of influential nobles who, when it becomes necessary, will gather to counter Cecil's faction and the Scottish claim, and back yours. Few will want a foreigner on the English throne. I will begin discreetly mustering support and plan to gain the Earl of Hertford's favour. That will shore us up, and doubtless bring others to our cause. I ask you to send what things of value you own to a safe place, as you may find yourself in need of funds once away from Hardwicke. I await your word of agreement. Your loving uncle, Henry Cavendish. 20th of December, A.D. 1602.
A buzz of anticipation traversed the nape of my neck. We had heard of the Queen's failing health from the usual lines of communication between the court and Hardwicke, a constant back and forth of messengers on the Great North Road. The entire country had been quietly on tenterhooks, waiting, preparing. I imagined the window of time, a period of limbo when the Queen would be reaching out to death, not quite gone, but neither in a position to crush my Seymour marriage with her practised force, and before Cecil had a chance to bundle my cousin onto the throne. For the first time my fate seemed tangible. It was my window. I was perched on its ledge, ready to fly from it to meet my future. Casting my gaze across the gardens, I saw a pair of doves cooing to each other on the roof of the gatehouse. It seemed like a sign, though I was not a great believer in omens. Thinking about Hertford and his own doomed marriage to Catherine Grey, I wondered whether his intentions in that had been driven by ambition or love. But things are never so clean-cut, for surely love and ambition are often bedfellows. I had cause to believe he would be sympathetic to my situation, having lived through something similar himself. I did not know him, had met him briefly once at court, but felt an affinity which I assumed he shared, for did I not have the same Tudor blood as his long-dead wife running through my veins? The idea of fighting for my legitimate claim had ignited a spark in me. After all, I had been raised knowing it was the sole purpose of my existence. What truly stirred me, too, aside from the idea of the crown, was the adventure of such an endeavour, the fact that I, who had lived a life entombed, with no jurisdiction over my future, was taking hold of my own destiny. I watched the pair of doves take flight, their tail feathers fanning out beautifully as they opened up their wings. I was stimulated not by the notion of marriage in and of itself, but by what such a union would bring me. It would raise me to my rightful station, and even if it didn't succeed in setting me on the throne, it would set me free. I destroyed the letter and, with those funds in mind, took up my casket of jewels, emptying it on the bed, picking out the few prized pieces. They were all the wealth I owned. Had I come into my father's lands on my majority, as I was meant to, I would not have needed that meagre collection of trinkets. It was my cousin James who persisted in keeping my inheritance from me. Grandmother had petitioned him on my behalf for years. I reasoned that James didn't see it in his interests to furnish me, his rival, with sufficient riches to buy the kind of influence that might challenge his own ambitions. I bundled up the jewels into a small cloth bag, tucking it beneath my petticoats. Then, taking up a length of linen and my embroidery scissors, I sat hunched on the floor and carefully made a small incision above my ankle. It was a monthly ritual. I squeezed the lips of the cut, catching a few drops of blood on the linen, watching it blossom out into the weave of the fabric. After mopping the tiny wound, I discarded the bloody cloth in the linen basket and was putting on my stockings as Joan returned. I smiled at her. "You seem better," she said as she helped me into the green velvet. "I do feel a little more like myself." She tightened my laces while I plaited my hair and coiled it to my head, fastening it. All the time I could feel the pouch of jewels pressing against my thigh. "There you are." She handed me a lace-edged cap. "Lovely." To see us, you might have thought we were the best of friends. As I'd anticipated, she picked up the linen basket, holding it on her hip, sifting through its contents with her opposite hand. "Can't the servant maid do that?" I said. "Yes, I suppose so." She had the blood-stained linen between the tip of her finger and thumb. "Your courses are on time to the day. You are lucky. I can never tell from one month to the next when mine will appear." The idea of Joan's monthlies horrified me. I have been blessed with regularity. She had no idea that my courses had stopped long since. Joan was saying something. I wasn't listening, was watching the rolls of her chin wobble as she spoke. The sight of her flesh made me feel cast in steel, slender and deadly as a sword. In my life, as it was then, with its margins so narrow, such a seemingly small deceit as the pretence of my courses was a great triumph, and its effects poured into me, filling me with courage to execute the greater deceit that was looming. As I entered the withdrawing room, the dogs greeted me, tails waving lazily. Grandmother was silhouetted in the window, and there were various members of the close household scattered about the room. Starkey was reading, Doddridge was in conversation with Mr. Reason, and the little cousins were playing draughts in the alcove. As I approached Grandmother, she snapped, "You missed morning prayers." "I've been out of sorts." She looked me up and down. "You seem perfectly well to me." In the garden below, some men were busy reshaping the winter beds, transforming one of them from the form of an A into an E, so they spelled out, rather than A.S. for Arbella Stewart, E.S. for Elizabeth Shrewsbury, Grandmother's initials. I couldn't help saying, "How convenient that both Stewart and Shrewsbury share an initial. It will save the men a good deal of work," and made no attempt to hide my sarcasm. She sighed with pursed lips and ran her hand down the length of her pearls, reminding me of my own treasure cached beneath my skirts. "I trust you are feeling better now." There was not a splinter of sympathy in her tone, only irritation, but what use was sympathy to me anyway? "Let's eat. We have all been waiting." We gathered at the table, and Starkey said grace. I felt Grandmother stiffen with annoyance when he stumbled slightly over one of the prayers. "This is the last grace you will say for us," I said once we were seated, feeling intensely the tug of imminent separation. "I wish you would stay longer," said Wilkin. "An opportunity has come up." Starkey was falsely bright. "And in life opportunities are to be grasped with both hands." Wilkin was unable to resist finishing Starkey's oft-used saying. "We can't keep him here forever," I said. "That would be selfish." "Will we have a new tutor, then? Not some fellow who is fond of the birch," Franny pleaded. Starkey was known for his lenience with the children. Grandmother masticated slowly in silence, seeming impervious to the sentiment about the table. "There is a new man coming in January," I told the children, "but in the meantime I will be keeping an eye on your studies. Isn't that right, Starkey?" "Wilkin, will you vow to speak only Latin with Lady Arbella until the new man arrives?" he said. "Voveo," said Wilkin. "Promitto or spondeo might be more correct for such a promise," I corrected. "Will you teach me Latin too, Cousin Belle?" asked Franny. "Don't be silly, Francis. Girls don't need anything more than the most rudimentary Latin," said Grandmother, taking a slice of manchet bread, inspecting it closely, picking out some tiny impurity, and sniffing it as if it might have been poisoned. "But Cousin Belle knows Latin," pleaded Franny, refusing defeat. "It is different for her. She will be, well—" She stopped, and I thought that in that moment Grandmother no longer knew what I might be. "It is different." The secret of my escape simmered beneath my skin, and I wondered when my indomitable grandmother had lost her fight. "But different why?" Franny had not accurately read Grandmother's mood. "Enough!" she barked, silencing the child. "The sooner the new tutor arrives, the better. Our Bella has more important things to do than conjugate Latin verbs." What things? I wanted to shout, for nothing filled my empty days. I rubbed at the little incision on my ankle with my foot. In some small way, that sensation, the intense momentary sting of it, reminded me that I was the governor of my destiny, that I had mastered a convincing illusion that had taken in even prying Joan. It reminded me that I had the courage to set myself free, whatever the cost. I filled my plate and, breaking my food into small pieces, quietly slipped some to the dogs. They had developed the habit of lurking about beneath the table near me, where the pickings were rich. Hunger prodded insistently at my belly, but I refused to acknowledge it, and skulked off like a demon in the face of a saint. No one noticed that I ate almost nothing, for the impression I managed to create was the opposite. I had learned that it is easy to make people imagine they know what they are seeing, just as Uncle Henry liked to do with his tricks. Looking back, I have often wondered what made me thus. Perhaps it was that I had been educated for a more stimulating kind of life, prepared for greatness, and found myself an adult woman of 27, kept in perpetual girlhood, in a world bereft of even jurisdiction over my daily walk in the gardens. That feeling of emptiness, that glorious hollowness, and the artifice that achieved it, gave me a sense of accomplishment, perhaps even of pride. Once we had left the table, I made my way down to the schoolroom, seeking a moment alone with Starkey before his departure. I shut the door, and, noticing last night's empty flagon of wine in the corner, said lightly, "You look as if you've seen better days." He didn't take my cue and tell me I was hardly a picture of health myself, as he might have done on any other day. "I can't endure this." He turned his back as if he couldn't bear even to look at me. A silence fell, punctuated only by the faint clamour coming from the great hall where the rest of the household were finishing their meal. Grandmother employed a large entourage. She liked to think of Hardwick as her own personal court. I could hear the clatter of dishes being cleared, followed by the scrape of a table being pushed back against the wall. "You must make the best of it," I said eventually, to his black worsted shoulders, so straight. Starkey had perfect bearing. "Think about it. You will not be stuck here with... You can find a nice girl to be your wife." My voice cracked slightly. "A nice girl is the last thing on my mind." He turned back to me then. "I have never had any other ambition than to serve you." He looked like a man grieving. "I wish—" I didn't continue. We both looked at the floor, not knowing how to fill the silence, but then I found myself surprised by a sudden overwhelming desire to reach out and take his hand. It was cold and stiff. I rubbed it between mine to warm it up as one might a child's. His desolation was written all over him, and I had to resist the urge to blurt out the plans for my marriage, to tell him that we would soon be reunited and away from the auspices of my grandmother, that he would be my chaplain in my new life, my imminent new life, that we had a shared future to look towards, to tell him that Uncle Henry was mustering armed men to aid my escape. But I knew well enough that I might endanger him with such knowledge if my scheme went awry. The idea of Starkey withstanding a grilling from Cecil or his henchmen chilled me to the core. "When things have changed," he must have supposed I meant at some obscure point in the future, "I hope you will take the position of my personal chaplain." "May that day come soon." "It may come sooner than you think," I said silently. Then, "You never know." "It grieves me to leave you here with so few friends. You will be at the mercy—" His words faded away. "Come now, have you not spent hours drumming into me the advantages of stoicism?" He smiled then. It was a wan sort of smile, but it gave me a splinter of joy. "You are right. Stoic I shall be." "I am more resilient than you think, and though I may be bereft of friends within these walls, save for Dodderidge, I have many elsewhere." I began to count them off on my fingers. "Aunt Mary and Uncle Gilbert, Uncle Henry, Cousin Bessie, and there is you." I smiled then too. "Wherever you are in the world, I will always think of you dearly." He was gazing at me with a strange intensity, and then, without warning, he flung his arms around me, holding me tight. I could feel the thump of his heart against my own. I had never been held in such a way. It was the way a child might cling on to its mother before a period of separation, or even the clasp of a lover. I allowed my head to rest on his shoulder. The worsted wool was rough against my cheek. I closed my eyes. Time slowed. Our hearts matched in rhythm. I inhaled as he exhaled, as if we had a pair of lungs in common, like those conjoined twins you hear of, who only live a matter of hours. I emitted a strange, faint moan, and he broke away from me abruptly. "I'm so sorry, so sorry. I don't know what came over me." His cheeks were painfully red, and he could not bring himself to look my way. "No, I stumbled over the words. "I'm glad of it." I willed him to meet my eye and read my sincerity. "You are the nearest thing I have to a brother." "A brother?" He snorted with sudden derisive laughter. "Please God, not a brother." I interrupted him, afraid of what he might have been about to say. "There is something I need you to do for me." Anything. It would be an honour." His eyes lit up, and I wondered if he was relieved that I'd prevented him from finishing his previous statement. "Tell me what it is I can do." I began to fumble beneath my skirts and was reminded suddenly, strangely, of that time back in my childhood when I changed into those voluminous breeches in the Stand Tower at Chatsworth. Catapulted briefly back to the feeling of riding astride, bareback, the force of the wind filling me with the potent sense that nothing was beyond my reach. I pulled out the linen-wrapped package of jewels, placing it on the table beside us. "These are all I have of value. I cannot keep them here, for I fear Grandmother will commandeer them. Will you take them to Cousin Bessie? Did you know she's with child? It will be nice for you to see her again." I was rambling to prevent myself from spilling out the true reason for this service I was asking of him. I held out the parcel, and Starkey took it with the solemnity of someone receiving the sacraments, clasping it in both hands, carefully with a look of reverence. "What shall I tell her?" "To keep them safe, that I'll be in touch, and to tell no one." "I am honoured that you trust me with so delicate a mission." He had become stiff and formal, but the memory of his body pressed up to mine hung in the air. "I might need funds one day." This was the most I dared tell him. The less he knew, the less likely he would be endangered. "You must not breathe a word of it to anyone." We were interrupted by Wilkin clattering in, calling out loudly to his sister to hurry up. He stopped, and must have sensed intrigue in the air, for he said, "What are you doing? What is that?" pointing at the linen bag in his tutor's hands. Starkey looked petrified, as if caught out by the devil himself, and a new flush crept over his face. It should have occurred to me then that he was unsuitable, too nervous, too fundamentally honest for such a delicate and possibly dangerous mission. He opened his mouth to say something, but I spoke over him. "It is a leaving gift from me. I thought Mr. Starkey might like a few trinkets for his new home to remind him of his time at Hardwick." Starkey was staring at me aghast, perhaps fearing he too might be required to lie. He was a man of the cloth, after all. Or perhaps the realization was alighting on him that the task he had agreed to fulfill might somehow put him at risk. "What are they? May I see?" The boy was plucking at the corner of the bag with eager fingers. "No, Wilkin," I said, trying to keep my voice firm and steady. "It is to be a surprise for Mr. Starkey. Don't you think it will bring him more pleasure to open it when he has arrived at his destination, and then be reminded of us all at Hardwick?" "I suppose so." Only then did I notice Franny leaning on the door jamb, watching us, sucking on a strand of hair that had fallen free of its ties. "What? What will be a surprise?" "Nothing," said her brother with a dismissive wave. "Come on, let's go." He reached up to a shelf, taking down a measuring stick. "We are going to measure the long gallery. Mr. Reason and Mr. Doddridge cannot agree on its length," he added before rushing from the room with his sister in his wake, leaving me hoping he wouldn't mention my supposed gift to Grandmother. "Don't make too much noise," I called after them, mindful of the fact that Grandmother had forbidden them from going up to the gallery unaccompanied. "And don't forget we are supposed to be conversing in Latin." "Are you truly willing to do this?" I asked Starkey, once we were alone again. I couldn't be more willing. He seemed to have gained a new composure which gave me confidence. You know I am ever your most loyal servant. I remember having the fear then that I might never live up to the expectations he held for me. I have thought often about fate. When you have been bred for a particular destiny, it is hard to change the course of it. Like an arrow, once aimed and fired, its flight is predisposed unless something should stray in its path. One day I hope to be in a position to reward your loyalty. He was holding the jewels pressed to his chest as if they might have imparted some special power to him. I do not seek personal reward, only that you find your rightful place. Despite everything, Starkey had never given up his belief that the throne would one day be mine, but the idea of wearing the crown, embedded in me from infancy, had become an abstraction. It was the hope of liberty that drove me. Uncle Henry's marriage plot was my lodestar. Indeed, my desire to escape the confines of Hardwick was greater than my fear of the grave potential consequences of the plot's failure. I watched as Starkey cached the jewels on his person. That done, we stood a few feet apart, enveloped in awkwardness. I wanted to step towards him and return to that glorious embrace in suspended time, but a spontaneous act cannot be repeated, and I found I couldn't muster the courage. "It will be cold on the road. You will take care not to catch a chill, won't you?" The bathos of my words made me sad, and all at once I couldn't bear the idea of him spending Christmas with strangers, not with me. "At least it will be frozen rather than muddy." He seemed pleased, too, to be able to resort to banalities about the weather. Unfamiliar emotion was ballooning in me, threatening to make itself known. "Have you packed your things? I could send Joan to help you." That old witch. He looked at me in mock horror, and his eyes glinted briefly with humour, forcing a laugh from me. "Write to me," I blurted out. Neither of us wanted to leave first, as if by doing so we might destroy something fragile, like new-blown glass shattered, but I girded myself and moved towards the door. "I shall watch you leave from the gallery window." I felt my resentment build at the thought that I wouldn't be able to ride the length of the drive with him, nor even see him off at the stables. As consolation, I clung to the thought of my imminent freedom with dear Starkey back by my side.
Clerkenwell. Someone is whistling in the street. "Hal," says Amy under her breath, rushing out of the door, and there he is, strolling along, bag slung over his shoulder, lute hanging from his hand. She waves, calling out to him, noticing how he stiffens at the sight of her. "If you'd sent word you were coming, I'd have been better prepared." "I thought you knew I'd be back today, 2 weeks." He shrugs, allowing his dark hair to hang forward so he doesn't have to look at her as he passes by to enter the house. "Without word, I wasn't absolutely sure." She follows him in and shuts the door. "I didn't expect you so early. I've no small beer and I haven't started making the bread yet." She is thankful that she finished off the final load of laundry and delivered it to Mansfield's house before Hal arrived. He makes a cold little huff in response as he lets his bag drop to the floor. She takes his lute, placing it carefully on the high shelf. She'd like to hug him, but senses it is not a good idea. "I'm not staying long. Been asked to go on progress with the King's party, leaving at dawn." "But that's wonderful news." She pastes on a big smile and throws her hands up to hide the disappointment. Though how would she have hidden her penury and her new working arrangements if he were to have stayed? She would have found a way to explain, but there is no need now. Besides, she is happy, for this is a great honour. "I knew they'd recognise your talent." He goes to the cupboard, opening it, picking up a piece of elderly cheese. "There's nothing to eat, dear mother." "No, I was saying, if I'd known you were coming." He leans against the table and begins to pare the rind off the cheese. "You never told me you were dismissed from the court by the King." "It was a while ago." She senses she must tread carefully. "It didn't seem to matter." "And that's not all you've kept from me, is it?" It was surely impossible that he knew the other reason for her dismissal. "Rumours about my paternity." Amy swallows, partly relieved that it is not the other thing, mired in shame that she has to explain. I wouldn't listen to them if I were you. You know how people will invent stories, particularly at court. Just nonsense. Why is she lying? She has become tangled in her own untruths. So I am not Lord Hunsdon's bastard. Hal, please. She can't bring herself to deny it fully. Please don't be like this. Let's not allow some idle tittle-tattle to spoil the fact that you're home. She stops short of reminding him he is all she has. He knows that. But she sees something shift in his demeanour. The tautness drops off him. He flicks his hair back and smiles, bright as lightning. He has chosen to believe her. He was always like this, could never hold on to a sulk for long, and it makes her quite giddy to see that smile again, the ghost of the gappy babyhood grin that melted her heart every time. It's the same even now he is a young man, that welling of love, that feeling that she must rein it in for fear of smothering him. You know they talk of you a good deal in Queen Anna's chambers. Your poetry is greatly admired there. I didn't realise you were so... He stops and seems to puff out a little. You were well known, Ma. They still talk of my work at court. It fills her with joy to think of her lines being read, thinking of the Queen's women still discussing her poetry even after such a long absence. It makes her feel she's still part of it all. It made me so proud, Ma. I wanted to butt in and tell them I was your son. I hope you didn't. Oh, of course not. I know my position. He smiles again. But, he pauses, why, if you are so celebrated at court, did the king dismiss you? He was offended by the content of my work, that I sought to defend Eve and other women he deemed indefensible. Hal has a crease of incomprehension running vertically between his eyes. And King James doesn't approve of educated women. His wife is not of the same mind. It is only part of the truth, but she cannot tell him the rest. Her secrets and lies press down on her. The tabby jumps onto the table, and Amy reaches out to push her off, but Hal grabs her wrist. What's happened to your hands? Amy tucks them away beneath her shawl, but Hal pulls the garment aside, exposing them, chapped and raw as hunks of meat. And this only after 2 weeks of washing. He looks at her, questioning. It's nothing. She wraps him into a hug so he can't see them. How happy I am to have you back. She's always struck by the size of him, for in her imagination he is still the small boy she raised. So you're going on progress with the royal party. I am so proud of you. She leans away to look at him. To think, my little boy, playing for the king. Fleeting annoyance passes over his face, reminding her that this truce is fragile. He will not have liked being called a little boy. She wants to ask if he will be paid for his services, but is afraid he will read the worry written all over her if she brings up the subject of money. Just as your grandfather did. It was King Henry on the throne in those days. The music master has increased my fee by a halfpenny, which is not much, but I feel sure that it will lead to patronage of one kind or another. There are 1 or 2 noblemen who have made noises. It's my flute playing they like, rather than the lute. The place is overrun with lutenists, but pipers are more rare. None play as well as you, of that I'm sure. Those lords and earls will be falling over themselves for your talent. Be patient, my darling. She lets him go, still taking care to keep her hands hidden. I have a few eggs. I'll boil them for you to be going on with. I hope they're feeding you well at court. You should see the quantities of food they serve. Whole sides of venison, great knuckles of pork, poultry I never knew existed, and every day, not only on feast days. His eyes are bright with it all. I have seen it. Oh, I remember the banquets in Queen Elizabeth's day. Goodness, you couldn't have conjured up such sugar artefacts. She is struck by the memory of a sugar castle, its fine detail, each roof tile a separate painted square, each window a minuscule transparent pane, the delicate turrets topped with tiny banners, so lifelike they appeared to flutter in an imaginary breeze. demolished as if destroyed by cannon fire by the end of an evening. They compare stories of excess, each trying to outdo the other, and Amy is glad the attention has gravitated away from her secrets. There will be more washing tomorrow. She can feel each great basin of water hefted from the fleet, all the wringing, all the beating, all the heavy lifting, her aching bones and those awful women making it all the more difficult. She is thankful Hal won't witness any of it, if he is leaving at dawn. She remembers the royal progresses, the bustle and the excitement of them, the servants run off their feet, packing and unpacking, dismantling and rebuilding furniture, their great convoy trundling through towns and villages, people lining the road hoping for a glimpse of the royal party. How she loved to explore the unfamiliar houses, losing herself in winding corridors, happening upon libraries with books stacked to the ceiling where she'd steal a half-hour alone. She remembers too the conversations with Lady Arbella, in stolen moments, in which they would discuss poetry and writing, exchange their work. Amy sought her advice about her defence of Eve, and between them they would scrutinize all the biblical stories about wicked women to tease new truths out of them. They talked of Fremantle too, and how that tragedy symbolized the ways silenced women found to be heard. It was a perfect project for Lady Arbella, who always seemed to her to be a woman with much to say, but to whom no one listened. Thinking of her leaves Amy hollow for the absence of that affinity. The loss of a friendship can be every bit as devastating as the loss of a love, particularly when it is lost through one's own fault. "We shall have a feast of our own, Ma. I shall go out to the market and buy one of those pies you like so much." Inexplicably she feels tears pricking at her eyes and moves to busy herself by the hearth so he doesn't see. "Did you find something of interest in those papers?" he asks. "Goodness me, yes." She thinks of little else as she scrubs and squeezes and beats the dirt out of the endless stacks of filthy linen. Her raw hands are proof of her shame, but the lack of candles and the density of the text means she is making interminably slow progress. She is like Tantalus, the fruits at her fingertips, yet just out of her grasp. "It's not what I'd thought." "What had you expected?" "A drama. I knew she'd worked on one once, a tragedy." "What is it then?" Amy is at a loss to explain exactly what it is. "Scenes from her life, I suppose. Very personal. And sad. It would bring tears to a glass eye." "You are funny, Ma, taking such pleasure in misery." She had never thought of it like that. "It's not that I enjoy the misery, but it brings inspiration." The cockcrow wakes her. She hears someone moving downstairs. It is not the cat. The tabby is beside her, curled on the pillow. Fear pours at her. She imagines an intruder, wondering how she will defend herself, until she remembers, through the fog of sleep, that Hal is home. She lies a moment, luxuriating in the warmth of her bed, refusing to think about the 3 loads of washing that will be delivered in a while. Instead, she thinks of preparing a breakfast for Hal before he goes on his way, and drags herself down the stairs. "Good morning, my darling boy," she says as she stops under the lintel at the bottom. But the place is empty. Hal's bag is nowhere to be seen, and his loot is not on the high shelf. "Hal?" She goes to the door, looking up and down the street, but it is empty, save for a few chickens pecking about and a stray dog sniffing in the gutter. She walks along a little and calls his name again. "He went off with his bag." She turns to see Goodwife Stringer, who has appeared from nowhere, standing arms folded. "Did he not bid you goodbye?" She gathers herself. "I expect he didn't want to wake me." The woman looks unconvinced. "He's going on the Royal Progress." "Even so, you'd have thought he'd have bid his ma goodbye." Goodwife Stringer is looking at her intently, waiting for her to say something, but all she wants is to get inside and see if Hal left her a note. "I'm very busy. Please excuse me." Inside, there is no note, but there, placed accusingly, at the middle of the table, is her miniature. It has the inscription, "Henry Lord Hunsdon, Etatus Suae 68, Anno D 1593, spelled out in gold on a bright blue background running round the curved edge of the image. She sinks onto the bench, looking at her grotesque hands, dropping her face into them, and begins to weep, feeling her fragile world crumble to extinction.
Hardwick. Though he had been gone barely a week, I was bereft without Starkey, and thankful that Hardwick had begun to fill with relatives arriving for the Christmas season, with Aunt Mary amongst them. My aunt's permanent air of chaos, things forgotten, things in disarray, things mismatched, teemed with her tendency towards unrestrained enjoyment and raucous laughter, provided a welcome disruption to the rigorous order of Hardwick. On the day she arrived, we braved a walk round the icy garden, where she slipped me a letter from Uncle Henry, telling me, "I know about your plans. I intend to do what I can to help." I read it as we walked together. It was bitterly cold, and our breath hung in clouds.
On reflection, I think it should be you to canvass Hertford's support rather than I. A plea directly from you will have an air of authenticity, demonstrate you are a willing party, a driving force in this, and not simply a pawn in your favourite uncle's power games.
"Have you read it?" I asked her. She nodded. "He showed it to me before it was sealed." We were conscious of grandmother watching at the window, and instinctively spoke in whispers, as if she were able, through some kind of supernatural force, to hear us. "I see he wants to shore himself up against mishap. It's reasonable, I suppose. The risk is great to any who choose to aid you, should anything go." She let her words hang, seeming unwilling to utter out loud the possibility of mishap. "He'll be able to distance himself from the whole affair, say it was entirely my plan and that he was simply doing my bidding. I may have been headstrong and naive at times, and unprepared, cloistered, as I had been, for the cut and thrust of the real world, but I was not so stupid as to believe that Uncle Henry was plotting for familial affection alone. He stood to gain much by our ultimate success. "You know Henry," she said, but I didn't really know him, just the memories I had of the dashing uncle with the magic hands. I was aware, though, that he was as much a means to achieve my freedom as I was a pawn in his game of politics. "Whom should I send to Hertford with my petition?" I asked. "Doddridge is the obvious choice. He's trustworthy to the bone. Mind, you will need to instruct him well." "Doddridge? Shouldn't it be someone of higher standing? Might the Earl not be insulted?" I couldn't bear the idea of losing Doddridge, who'd been with me since childhood, even for a few days. I suppose I'd been hoping she might suggest her husband. A petition from one great Earl to another was sure to have traction, but my hope was futile, for I knew Uncle Gilbert wouldn't dirty his hands in such treason. "Doddridge knows how to handle himself, and we can easily invent an excuse for his departure. Perhaps his sister near London will fall ill and want him by her side," she suggested. "You're so much more resourceful than I." I felt inadequate beside my aunt, who seemed to have a practical understanding of the world that couldn't be found in books. "It's hardly surprising, since grandmother has had you holed up here for most of your life. You are all education and no experience. My dear girl, once you are out there, you shall find your wings." "Why are you helping me?" I had a sudden urge to understand why she was prepared to embroil herself in treason on my behalf. "Because I love you, of course." She laughed then, in a sudden, uninhibited burst. "I'm glad to have seen the back of that dull little man, aren't you?" said grandmother as we all sat to dine later. We were quite a crowd with the Christmas arrivals. Mr. Reason had droned out a lengthy prayer. We'd been taking turns to say grace in Starkey's absence, and a man from the village was coming up to oversee matins and evensong every day until the new chaplain arrived in January. "On the contrary, I miss Starkey." As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I regretted them. It was ill-judged to show dissent, given I was secretly preparing for flight. "Do you think he's arrived yet?" asked Wilkin. "Do you think he's opened your gift?" "A gift?" said grandmother. "I knew nothing of this." "There is nothing to know. I merely offered him a knick-knack as a memento of his time with us here." Did you? The room fell silent save for the crackle of the fire, and she gave me a hard stare. You were far too familiar with him, the son of a tradesman. They spent a decade together here, Mother. Aunt Mary sprang to my defence. Of course they would have grown close. They were of similar age and shared a love of learning. Well, I have spent a lifetime with Mr. Reason, haven't I? Grandmother looked over towards her old retainer. How many years is it? Reason gulped down a mouthful in order to reply, something approaching 40, my lady. And I wouldn't dream of developing a fondness. It simply wouldn't be appropriate. It would embarrass him, wouldn't it, Mr. Reason? Reason looked quite embarrassed enough as he nodded his agreement. Doddridge rose to refill our glasses, catching my eye and flicking a look towards the ceiling. I would miss my ally when he went off to deliver my proposal to Hertford, with Starkey absent too. Starkey had written. He had been pondering on Socrates, he wrote, and how it is not merely life, but a good life that has value. The parish he'd been promised now seemed less certain, and though the tone of the letter was bright, beneath it I detected something else, not quite sadness, more like wistfulness. Perhaps he was missing me, as I was him. Mother, you are so old-fashioned. Aunt Mary was the sole person who dared tease Grandmother. Uncle William, an undemonstrative man with a tidy ginger moustache who was father to my little cousins, sat stiffly as if awaiting an explosion. Aunt Mary winked across the table at me as she added, Will you be inviting Henry for the festive season, Mother? That profligate son of mine. Grandmother's indignation prevented her from reading her daughter's playful provocation for what it was, and she began to list Uncle Henry's failings. There are worse things than profligacy, said Aunt Mary, wiping a dollop of something off her chin with a finger and then licking it. Grandmother wore a look of disapproval as she watched her daughter. Perhaps he needs to be brought back to the fold. There will be no prodigal son stories where Henry is concerned. Grandmother's response was emphatic and came with a sour look, which caused an uncomfortable silence to fall over the table. The dogs gathered around me, hopeful for titbits. I ate mouse-sized morsels of white fish, the texture of wool. Even for someone like me, who was never seduced by delicious fare, the Advent meals were unappetizing. I had a letter from Margaret Byron, I said to change the subject. What is her news? Asked Grandmother, but I was aware this was pretence as my correspondence had been read. I'd seen the hairline crack on the seal where it had been opened. She had a baby. What did she call him? Grandmother had made a rare slip-up. She could only know the baby was a boy if she had seen the letter. I felt a small surge of inner power to be a step ahead of her. Once the meal was over, I found a moment alone in my chamber to write a letter of introduction for Doddridge to present to the Earl of Hertford. I truly believed then that Hertford's own miserable history of secret marriage would make him sympathetic to my cause, and thought about mentioning it in my letter, but caution prevailed. Anything incriminating was to be avoided, so my note was brief and plain. I send my loyal servant, Mr. Doddridge, and beg you to hear the news of importance he brings, and so on. Folding the paper, I held a candle beneath the wax cradle, tipping a little of the viscous liquid onto the join. With all the letters passing between my uncle and myself, the acrid smell of hot sealing wax had become associated in my mind with the idea of freedom, and so ignited in me a spark of optimism. As I pressed my seal, the creak of a floorboard behind me sent a pulse pattering in my temple. I turned. Grandmother stood in the doorway, with Joan behind her. To whom are you writing? She was wearing a benign expression, but I was not fooled. I thought I'd send a letter to Cousin Betty, wishing her a peaceful festive season, since she won't be joining us. I turned to face them, matching Grandmother's insincere look, and, as deftly as Uncle Henry performing one of his conjuring tricks, slid the offending note beneath the mess of books and papers on my desk. She approached, casting an eye over the clutter. You haven't written anything. She ran a finger over the unmarked sheet of paper on the top of my writing sheaf. Not yet, no. I was considering what I might say. Her finger continued to explore the objects on my desk. My gut tightened. But your wax cradle is hot. Fear reached for my throat, threatening to steal my voice, as my mind searched manically for a plausible lie. Yes, I was silly. I wrote asking if she was with child, forgetting how tactless it was in the light of her recent miscarriage, so I threw it on the fire. She looked at the hearth and then back at me. I could see her suspicion turning like mill cogs. You are not known for your tact, are you? It is something I am trying to improve upon. It was all I could do to resist expelling a huge sigh of relief. Even you are not perfect, grandmother. It was a risky strategy, but I felt that a mild insult would provide a distraction, and I was right. Perhaps you should look to the plank in your own eye before you point out the splinter in mine. Her voice was clipped. To think of the years I have cared for your every need. My every need? I could feel my anger rising, despite the fact that this was my own manufactured altercation. Perhaps it was so, while you remained convinced of becoming the Queen's grandmother, but now you believe me to be a spent force, and the Queen is bent on naming my cousin James. I am little more than a prisoner in your house. What about my need for freedom? I couldn't help my raised voice. I have no idea what you mean. You have quite an imagination, Arbella. I advise you to rein it in. With that, she turned and swept towards the door. The children are running riot in the long gallery, she added without looking back at me, where I have forbidden them to go. Will you fetch them down? I stuffed the letter under my dress, my small triumph blossoming in me, and followed her out. We separated on the stairs, she going towards her withdrawing room, and I mounting towards the staterooms. I could hear Wilkin and Franny with some of the other young cousins, out of breath, laughing, the throb of their footsteps beating back and forth. It sounded as if they were playing chase. I longed to join them, to fling myself back into childhood, tuck up my skirts and run, to feel that breathless abandon once more. The high chamber was empty, and its fires were not lit, making it as cold as outside. There had been a new consignment of artefacts from Wingfield, and I noticed a glass vessel had been set in pride of place on the table at the centre of the room. It was a thing of great beauty, indescribably delicate, its glass body a great orb that flared out at its opening into edges so fine they were almost invisible. I remembered clearly, though it was far back in my early childhood, where memories are like dreams, the visit to grandmother's glassworks. I had watched, spellbound in the hellish heat, as a measure of sand was transformed into a luminous blob of matter, spinning and twirling on a rod before cooling to glass. It was an inexplicable alchemy that something as ordinary as sand could be transformed in such a way. Those glassworks had provided every pane in the vast Hardwick windows. During our visit, grandmother was presented with the glass vessel, and I was given a perfect crystalline teardrop. I held it to my eye, and the world was changed, its angle softened, objects distorted, magnified, nothing quite as it should have been. It had seemed a marvel to me, though it was likely nothing more than a drop that had fallen in the making of something else, given to a child for amusement. I still have that drop in my cache of treasures, can even now feel its smooth outline through the bag. I reached out my finger to touch the glass vessel, but thought better of it, imagining it shattered over the floor and grandmother's fury. A loud crash rang out. I took a moment to register that the vessel was intact, and the sound had come from the long gallery. Running through, I found the children standing paralysed, flushed, faces terrified, besides the shattered fragments of an alabaster urn. I stopped. We could all hear the sound of hurried footsteps making their way up the stone steps. "Go, go! Take the back stairs, quick! I'll say it was my fault." They span round and ran to the door, but Wilkin hesitated momentarily, meeting my eye, as if to say he should be a man and take what was coming to him. I nudged my head towards the exit, mouthing, "Go." He slipped away just as grandmother made her entrance, flanked by Dodderidge and Reason. "What on earth?" She looked horrified, quite grief-stricken, as if it was one of the children lying in pieces on the rush matting. "I'm afraid my skirts must have brushed it as I was trying to get a better look at my parents." I pointed to the pair of portraits above, knowing that a lie must not be too elaborate as to rouse suspicion, nor be too simple as to seem implausible. Grandmother stooped to pick up a shard.
It was a unique piece, irreplaceable, the finest alabaster.
Her upset was baffling. It seemed as if she was on the brink of tears. I did not know it then, that a person can appear to grieve for one thing when it is something else that has caused the sorrow, and not even be aware of it.
"Where are the children?"
she asked. "I sent them down to the nursery some time ago." I wanted to step towards her, reach out a comforting hand to her shoulder, but was rooted to the spot.
"Can I never have anything beautiful without it being destroyed? I will not allow you to demolish everything I have built, Arbella."
I caught a look of confusion that passed between the two men, and I was no less puzzled than they by her words, but then was suddenly struck with the thought that perhaps she had discovered my secret plan. It could easily have mired her in disgrace, toppled her empire. We might all have been up to our necks in charges of sedition if things went wrong. I'd known it before, of course, but it was only then, there before the broken urn, I fully realised that my plan, a princess of the blood marrying without royal assent, could easily be constructed as high treason, and that the consequences might well be grave and far-reaching. I imagined Grandmother distancing herself from me, shrugging me off like an unwanted garment as I went to the block. Grandmother would do whatever was necessary. She was a survivor, and there had never been any doubt of that. "When was it you stopped caring for me?" The words spoke themselves without my permission, and I wished I could take them back. Doddridge was making a gesture with his hand, flattening it and lowering it as if to say, "Don't make it worse."
"When you disappointed me," was her answer.
As she said it, she seemed to forget her distress over the broken urn, investing her voice with its usual firm authority.
"When defiance became your watchword."
"I'm sorry, Grandmother, truly sorry." I was not sorry, either for the loss of that urn or for being the source of her disillusionment. Ripples of anger moved through me, but I focused my mind on my escape, and was convinced then that she remained in the dark, for had she known of my secret plans, she would not have been talking of disappointment and defiance, but of betrayal and treason.
"I have lowered my expectations in respect of you," she said as she made to leave the room, indicating that reason accompany her. "See to it this is dealt with, would you, Doddridge?"
Once she had left, I leaned back against the cold wall and expelled a cloud of breath, closing my eyes to gather myself. Even then I was trying to think of ways to regain Grandmother's approval, refusing to see the futility of such an aim.
"It's likely she's short-tempered from lack of sustenance," Doddridge said quietly. "Once Christmas is here and there is meat on the table, she will be in better humour."
I opened my eyes. I doubt it. We stood in silence for a moment, he looking at his hands. They were fine and long, the kind of hands a musician would envy. I walked over to the door, closing it. "Can I trust you?" Those hands rose towards his face, flapping.
"Do you need to ask? Of everyone under this roof you can trust me the most, my lady. I have served you for more than 20 years.
I thought about it then. I couldn't remember a time when Doddridge was not with the family. I knew him better than I knew any of my uncles. "I need you to perform a service for me." I noticed a spark ignite in him, and he stood straight, towering over me, his stoop forgotten.
"Whatever you ask is my command."
"It is a matter that requires the utmost delicacy, and one which might distance you from my grandmother."
"It is you I serve."
He looked so very solemn, like a man on the eve of a battle. I took the paper from beneath my clothes. My breath quivered. "I need you to go to the Earl of Hertford at his house in Tottenham. Uncle Henry has promised a good horse to take you there. He says it will be stabled at the sign of the bell in the village tomorrow. You must request a private audience, and then explain to Hertford that I am offering my hand in marriage to his grandson, Edward Seymour. Impress upon him the importance of his support for this union. Ask that he send Seymour here to Hardwick, although," my mind was whirring, "he must come not as himself, but," I paused to think, "as a man with land to sell. Grandmother will not be able to resist that." Doddridge was folding and unfolding those long hands.
"What of the risk to you?"
Never mind that. I saw the concern written clearly on his face. Uncle Henry has everything under control.
Royal permission?
I nodded, not wanting to lie to him, but neither wanting to worry him further. I'm relying on you. Are you sure you can do this?
But...
He hesitated, and I feared he would change his mind.
Who will watch out for you here with both Starkey and me away?
I was touched by his caring and had to force a wave of sadness into submission. Not an hour went by that I did not think of dear Starkey. You will not be gone long. I can manage to look after myself, and Aunt Mary is here.
I am glad of that.
He hesitated.
But even so,
please tell me you will do this.
Will it not rouse the Earl's suspicion to be approached by one such as me? I am not of his standing, a mere retainer, an ordinary man. It is not correct. He may be insulted.
He was still folding and unfolding his hands.
Would your uncle not be a more suitable candidate?
Uncle Henry is so unpredictable, and you are uncommonly resourceful, Doddridge. I know you will find a way to convince him. I am sure, anyway, that Hertford will be as keen on this idea as I am, as we are. After all, it will set his family back up where they belong. Remind him of that. He took the letter between the tips of his finger and thumb, as if it might burn him, and slid it out of sight into his doublet. I hadn't noticed before that his clothes were quite shabby and threadbare in places. Can you borrow another suit of clothes? I realised what a silly thing it was to say, for no man in a 40-mile radius was likely to be as tall and lean as Doddridge. I wished I had the means to send him to the tailor in Nottingham on his way south, but I had little, and even less since I'd sent all my valuables to Cousin Bessie.
I have a doublet put away that was made for my wedding. I wonder if it might still fit me.
Your wedding? You are not a married man, Doddridge.
I lost my wife when you were still a girl.
It is easy to forget that those who serve you have lives of their own in which you play no part, and it struck me then that, although Doddridge knew everything about me, and had served me for years, I knew almost nothing about him. I wanted to ask what had happened. How had she died? Had he loved her? Yet all I found myself saying was, "I'm sorry."
It was long ago. Time is a great healer.
The truth of his platitude resonated with me, for the death of my mother, the cause of utter devastation to my 7-year-old self, had lost its potency over time, and thoughts of her had become entirely abstracted. "I'm sure the doublet will do. The Earl will certainly be more given to agreement if you—"
"If I look the part."
"See? We are like an old married couple, finishing each other's sentences." I said this to lighten the atmosphere, which had become burdened with the weight of the events that would shortly begin to unfold. He looked wistful, and it occurred to me that marriage to such a man, a kind man, might make a person very happy. I rarely thought of happiness. It was not something I had been raised to expect. A pair of servant lads arrived with brooms and a large carton to clear up the broken urn. "Take care with the pieces," I said. "Perhaps it can be put back together." I sank to the floor to inspect a large shard, painted with what I realised only then was the apple from the tree of knowledge. "Goodness, it is the fall of man scattered here." I held up the fragment for Doddridge to see, and we both began to laugh. How Starkey would have loved the irony. The lads looked from us to each other, shrugging in bafflement at the sight of the pair of us heaving and snorting with laughter, and I was filled with hope, as if the whole world was conspiring towards the success of my mission.
Clerkenwell. Amy slumps against the table with a miniature of Hunsdon in her hand. The thought that she has lost her son's trust once more is too much to bear. She has become so trapped in her own web of guilt and secrets and half-truths that she can barely find the strength to answer the tap at the door. She stands, tucks the offending miniature of Hunsdon out of sight and calls, "Just a moment," before splashing water over her face and wiping it dry on her apron. She will not give Mansfield the satisfaction of seeing her brought to tears. But it is not Mansfield on the stoop with a bag of soiled linens. It is a young boy, and she can tell by the look of him, the square face, the tawny shock of hair, that he is Mansfield's son. He puts down the bag just inside the door and loiters, just as his father does, as if waiting for something. "Do you want a slice?" She points to the half-finished pie that she and Hal had enjoyed the evening before. It will not keep, so she may as well share it. He nods. She cuts a slice, handing it to him. He mumbles a thank you, eating silently and quickly, as if he hasn't had a square meal in days. She watches on, remembering Hal at that age. He couldn't get food into himself fast enough. Thinking of him is a physical pain, skewering down into her. "Like it?" He comes up for air, nodding. "It's Mars pastry is heavy as lead." He covers his mouth, seeming embarrassed that he's insulted his mother. "I'm sure she's too busy with all your brothers and sisters to find time for cooking pies." "I help her sometimes, but not when Far's about. He says it's not work for a lad, that if I've got time on my hands I ought to be chopping wood, not cooking." She offers him another slice. "In the king's kitchens, all the cooks are men. You can tell your father that next time he complains." "Is that true?" He looks at her, making no attempt to hide his curiosity. "How do you know?" "I have spent some time at court." She holds out her ugly hands. "Not that you'd think it now." "What, in the king's laundry?" He seems impressed at the idea that the woman who washes his shirts might also have washed the king's. "No, not the laundry, in the Queen's chambers." He makes a face of disbelief. "I wrote poems for the Queen and some of the great ladies." "Poems?" He picks up one of the written papers from the table. "I wish I could read better." "Do you not go to school?" "I did, but Far says the schoolmaster is crooked and that my time is better spent learning a trade. 'With a skill, you'll always have work,' that's what he says. Once he took me up the bell tower of St. James's. 'See all them roofs,' he said. 'Each and every one of them'll need mending one day.'" He pauses, dipping his head to look at the floor. "But heights frighten me." "I don't much like heights either," she says. It's not particularly true, but she wants him to feel better about his confession. She knows well enough that boys don't like to seem weak. "What's your name?" "Edwin." She writes Edwin Mansfield on a piece of scrap paper. "You can read that, I assume?" "Course." He's a little indignant. "Well, that is a beginning. Let's play with the letters a bit. What's this?" She writes Win. He reads it out loud. "And if I take the D and put it at the end?" Wind. That's right. He looks pleased, as if he'd invented the wheel, and they continue for a while making words out of the letters in his name, until he becomes restless. "I better go. Far'll be wondering what I'm up to." "You better had then." "If I come back, will you show me some more?" "Certainly, if there's time." She likes the idea of feeding this hungry young mind, feels it might bring her something meaningful. It reminds her of when she taught Hal his letters. Though when she will find the time she doesn't know, given she has no time even to read. Just as he is about to leave, he turns back and says, "If you wrote poems for the Queen, then why are you doing our washing?" It jolts her in the way only the bald truth can. "You may well ask." He lingers in the doorway, waiting for a proper answer. She thinks of her youth. It was far from typical, the spirited life she'd led growing up in a family of musicians, the house always filled with song, the visiting poets and composers and actors, the lively arguments, such freedom she'd had, so unlike other girls. And when that was cut short by the death of her parents so suddenly, to have had the fortune to be taken under the Countess's wing, to have had an education and access to a world beyond the reach of most. Lady Arbella springs suddenly into her mind. How opposite their lives had been, and yet they had a profound empathy, a shared love of ideas, of the written word. It makes her feel urgently, despite her dramatic downturn in fortune, the desire to spread her knowledge, to make it all count for something. Fate can sometimes take a curious turn. I lost my husband, and he had squandered all our money, so now I am a poor widow, and I have to earn a shilling where I can. "Oh," he says as he slips out into the street, and she is left alone with her guilt. As she prepares for her day of work, she runs through the letter she will write to Hal. She will explain that she didn't want him to feel burdened by the stain of illegitimacy, that she wanted him to have a sense of family, rather than always feeling that he belonged elsewhere. She had seen noblemen's bastards at court, noticed how they were always slightly sneered upon and never quite fitted. She didn't want that for Hal. She prays he will understand.
Hardwick.
Doddridge has been arrested.
Grandmother stood at the centre of the chamber with contempt scratched over her face. I had to muster all my self-control to keep my poise and show nothing of the mixture of emotions, fear, guilt, dismay, coursing through me, causing the fragile structure of hope that had buoyed me up in the previous weeks to collapse. "That is terrible news. Of what is he accused? Are you sure? Doddridge is the most honest man I was burbling like a person with something to hide, so I staunched my words, but could not dispel the image of Doddridge in his best wedding doublet, crouched, terrified in the corner of some filthy cell too small to accommodate his tall shape.
"What is he accused of?" she repeated back to me. "Why don't you tell me, Arbella?"
Aunt Mary, standing behind her, looked at me with a finger pressed over her mouth. How could I possibly know? A twinge of pain nipped at my side, below my ribs, not a pain I knew, no ordinary colic. Doddridge's haunted face imprinted itself on my mind's eye.
"Don't be disingenuous with me. Do you think I don't know when you're lying? It was I who raised you."
Grandmother fingered her pearls.
"You are completely transparent to me."
I could not stop thinking of Doddridge festering in a cell on my account. How doubtful he had been about the mission, and the gentle pressure I had exerted on him in the full knowledge he would not refuse me. "Where is he being held? I hope he has not been hurt."
"If you cared for his well-being, you would not have involved him in your folly."
"I don't know what you mean." I knew she could see through my feeble deceit by her look, which penetrated like a shard of glass through flesh.
"You sent him on a mission to the Earl of Hertford with an offer of your hand in marriage to the Earl's grandson."
I was wondering how she knew this. I had been so careful, so discreet, but there was a hole in my ship, and I could feel myself sinking, cold water moving up my body. That strange pain continued to nip.
"Have you any idea what kind of danger this places at our door?"
Grandmother continued to shuffle her pearls.
"Goodness knows I have tried to make you aware of the threats, tried to protect you from all this, Arbella. Think of Catherine Grey. Think of what you risk with your recklessness."
She brought a hand to her forehead.
"And as for poor Doddridge—"
Pausing, she stepped forward so I could see her expression, which wasn't angry, as I expected, but full of distress.
"Well, if he hangs for aiding in attempted treason, his blood will be on your hands, and we will all be brought to our knees."
Aunt Mary closed her eyes, and the colour dropped from her face. "Treason," I repeated, lost for words. My bodice was pressing too tightly against my ribs.
"You know as well as I that with your blood, what you propose to Hertford is treason."
The rage that had been welling in me found its sudden release. "A curse on my blood, then!" I shouted. "For it is that which means I am kept here a prisoner for fear someone should fix their ambition onto me and threaten Her Majesty's throne." I couldn't stop. "You have never cared for me, only for what I can bring you. Is it not enough that you came from nothing and now own half the county, that you, a nobody, will end your life as the Dowager Countess of Shrewsbury rather than plain Mistress something or other?" She slapped me sharply across the cheek.
"How dare you speak of me like that? I, your kin, your grandmother."
Her voice was a low, controlled rumble.
"I did not have the privilege of birth that you had. I had to work for what is mine, and you would waste your birthright on a disgraced family like the Seymours."
Her voice trailed off, and I saw in that moment that she was jealous of her high-born granddaughter, jealous in the knowledge that, however hard she worked to achieve her position, she would never be what I was. and in spite of that I had become as useless to her in achieving her dreams as gunpowder left in the rain. "Have you never thought that I am a human being, made of flesh, not simply a receptacle for that Tudor blood you prize so greatly? I believed you cared for me once, but—" A sudden stitch split my side. I gasped, collapsing to the floor, feeling the rasp of the rush matting against my cheek. Grandmother stepped away and went back to agitating those infernal pearls. "Joan! Mary! Our Bella is having a turn. Will you help her to her chamber?" The pain had me in its grip, making my breathing shallow and in turn making me light-headed. I longed to pass out, to be free from the agony even for a moment, but the stabbing kept oblivion beyond reach. I tried to collect my thoughts. Breathe, breathe, deeply, evenly. In my mind I began to count backwards from 100. It was a method Starkey taught me once, a way to tolerate the intolerable. 99, 98, 97. I was writhing on the floor, suddenly aware of the scent of harvest emanating from the matting, pressing my nose to it for distraction. 85, 84. The pain intensified, as if I were clasped in the jaws of a monstrous beast. "Shh, shh, sweeting, be still." It was Aunt Mary cradling my head in her lap, stroking my hair. "It will pass." 61, 60, 59. I looked at Aunt Mary and up at Grandmother and Joan standing over us like shadows, unable in that moment to remember who they were, feeling panic engulf me like a bore of cold water, loosening me from reason. 44, 43. Aunt Mary's hands were soft and warm. She slowly unpicked my fingers one by one from where they clutched my side. I felt her fumbling at my laces, slackening them, and her other hand slipped beneath my bodice, slowly, firmly stroking back and forth. 22, 21, 20, 19. "Fetch a measure of laudanum," I heard someone say. I suddenly retched up bile, as if my body was trying to rid itself of a poison. Someone flapped about with a cloth, attempting to mop it up. It was bright yellow as a buttercup, or a lemon, or brimstone. I became aware of a low, rhythmic moaning sound that was escaping from deep in my body, and I felt Mary rocking me gently back and forth. She was softly humming a tune that was familiar, but I couldn't remember where from. I lost count of my backward numbers, lost all sense of things, lost myself entirely, possessed by the agony emanating from deep within me. Someone held a spoon to my mouth, pouring liquid in. I felt the cold trickle of it run down my throat. The moaning continued, and the rocking, and Aunt Mary's gentle stroking until eventually the pain began to dull and slowly withdraw, a snake slithering into the undergrowth. I must have finally fallen unconscious, for I came to in my bed with Aunt Mary still at my side. "You are back," she said. "My poor sweeting. How are you?" My head was swimming pleasantly, and the pain had receded to a faint echo. "Who are all those people?" I asked, looking towards a crowd of faces hovering on the other side of the chamber. "We are alone. It's the tincture playing with your imagination." I looked again, and they had gone. "Doddridge!" The memories came flooding back, and with them the awful realization that everything had gone irretrievably wrong, and Doddridge had paid the price. "Is there news of him?" "Why don't you sleep some more, and we will talk of it all later. You are in no state." "What is this?" I touched a cross that hung on a fine chain from her neck, felt the cold of silver against my fingertip. "A crucifix." "You are imagining things again, sweeting." It disappeared. Or did she tuck it away? Why would I wear a crucifix? I could not think of a reason why Aunt Mary would wear such a thing, but then again I could not think of a reason for anything, for my mind was flickering with improbable thoughts, landing on each one momentarily before fluttering away, leaving only a vague impression that could not find words to be described. Somewhere it occurred to me that I might be muddling her with that other Mary, the Queen of Scots. Hadn't she said to me once, "Ask Mary Talbot"? My thoughts swirled and drifted, unable to catch hold of anything, my head like butter on a hot day. It must be the poppy. But I'd felt sure of the cool touch of metal against my skin. An image of Doddridge alighted. I tried to hold on to it before it flitted off, finding words to attach to it. What happened in Tottenham? The word sounded strange on my tongue. You are in no fit state. No! I heard myself, firm, resolute, clear, quite unlike my buttery head. I must know. How did grandmother find out? Hertford was not as amenable to the idea as we'd believed. She hesitated. I shouldn't be burdening you with all this now. Tell me, I said, surprised once again at my firmness. I was using all my willpower to stop myself from drifting away. He alerted Cecil at once and placed Doddridge under lock and key. Cecil! I tried to focus on what I was hearing. So the Queen knows. What has she said of it? I felt the world draw tightly around me. She has said nothing. Nothing? Was nothing good or bad? I could not tell. Did it mean she was truly coming to the end of her days, or... My thoughts were wandering again, and I could think only of Catherine Grey, that bright-eyed feather of a girl, trapped behind the oval of glass on grandmother's side table, starving herself to death with grief. How do you know this? I forced my mind to focus. Cecil wrote to Mother. I saw the letter. Sir Henry Brouncker has been ordered to question you. To question or interrogate? As I said that, Mary's face was horror-struck. I'm just naming it for what it is. I knew well enough that Cecil's men did not merely question, not when treason was suspected. Cecil was once my champion. Not any more. He supports your cousin James's cause now. That much I know. With Cecil behind him, James has become an unstoppable force. But my wedding was to change all that. I was trying to remember why my wedding would change things, but couldn't grasp any sense of it. What will happen to me, Mary? My voice sounded small, like a child's. She took my shoulders and looked me directly in the eye. It is a setback, that is all. A setback. You shall have your wedding. I scrutinized her face for signs that she truly believed what she was telling me, finding nothing there but doubt and apprehension. I sensed my head clearing a little, but the price of that was a resurgence of pain pecking at me, tearing out gobbets of my flesh. And Uncle Henry? He has gone to talk to Beauchamp to see what can be salvaged. I saw the hope ignite in her as she said it. Lord Beauchamp? Her hope did not catch hold in me. If Uncle Henry was prepared to show his hand, then things must have been worse than Mary suggested. I tried to imagine them, Hertford the grandfather, Beauchamp the son, and Edward the grandson, but I couldn't. I didn't know what they looked like. My mind was repeating, the throne or the tower and nothing in between, like a Greek chorus. What is the reach of Beauchamp's influence without his father's backing? We do not know yet, but many won't support a foreigner such as your cousin James wearing the crown. We may have a tentative friendship with Scotland now, but most Englishmen will always consider the Scots as the enemy. But Beauchamp cannot muster the nobility as his father can, surely. It is possible. My face scrunched up, and a groan formed in my throat as the pain returned in earnest. More tincture? I nodded, murmuring, just half measure. I heard the chink of the spoon against the file. We must get you better for Sir Henry Brouncker, she said, but her words were not making sense. Who is that? Never mind, sweeting. Try and sleep. Will you stay with me? I will be here by your side all night. I mean longer, not just the night. I heard her hesitation. She cleared her throat. Gilbert wants me back in Sheffield. Does Uncle Gilbert know? My mind was turning to butter once more, and I couldn't remember who knew about my secret affairs, whose side everyone was on. No, and best he doesn't. I can't stay too long, for it might arouse suspicion. I felt my hand grip hers as if I were a drowning woman, clinging to a tuft of grass on a riverbank, which made me think of the girl in that play. What was her name? The girl who drowned. What did you say? She asked. The girl in Mr. Shakespeare's play who drowned herself. You told me about it. You saw the play. You mean Ophelia? Why are you thinking of that? Her voice was soft. It was a sin to take her own life, even if she was a fiction. She stopped, stroked my hair away from my face, and rearranged my coverlet. Don't think of that. Turn your mind to happy things. Remember when you were small and Gilbert was teaching you to ride? He mounted your pony to demonstrate something, I can't remember what, and it bolted. Mary was laughing, and I had a memory of Uncle Gilbert, vast, like a Titan, on Dancer, his feet almost touching the ground, but my laughter kept slipping away from me, revealing the image of Ophelia that lay beneath. Ophelia with the face of Jane Grey. She was holding her severed head up above the water to prevent herself from drowning, the gore spilling, making clouds of vivid pink. And then she was not Jane, but the Scottish Queen, who evaporated to leave Catherine Grey in her place, fragile, emaciated, slipping slowly beneath the surface. Was Catherine Grey a sinner too? I asked. What made you think of her, sweeting? She refused to eat. That is not considered a sin. I believe she had a proper burial. Let's not talk of that. It's the poppy addling you. I shook my head sharply to expel those dead girls. Stay a couple more days, I beg of you. I was still gripping Mary's hand. I will stay until you are better. Gilbert cannot take offence if I am nursing my sick niece, can he? I felt in that moment that if I were to let go of her, I would disappear forever into the vortex of my own mind. The disease ravaged me, leaving me weak and muddle-headed and anxious for news of Doddridge, though none seemed forthcoming. I had lost all sense of time, but was aware it had been a while since I had left my bedchamber. I was resting and reading a letter from Starkey that must have arrived some weeks before, as he talked of his plans for Christmas, which I knew had been and gone. It had been opened, this time without any attempt to hide the fact. There was nothing in it of interest to anyone but me, only abstract ideas extrapolated from his reading of the ancients. It made me miss keenly our conversations. Joan entered brusquely with my best silk brocade gown in her arms. "Your grandmother wants you in the long gallery. Here, put this on." I stood holding my arms out obediently, while she whipped the gown over my crumpled petticoats, fastened a scratchy lace ruff about my neck, and began bustling about the room, searching for gloves and sleeves. "Why this rush? Where is Aunt Mary?" "Your aunt left for Sheffield yesterday. Do you not remember?" She had tied my sleeves on and was scraping my hair away from my face, up and over a wad of wool, twisting it and pinning it tightly at the back. Of course, Sheffield. I'd thought my confusion was in abeyance, but clearly it was not, for I had no memory of Aunt Mary's departure. I had no memory of anything much, save a shadowy sense that something bad had happened. There was a woman hovering behind Joan, holding something which Joan snatched up sharply and fastened into the tower of hair she'd created. "Who is that?" I whispered, wondering if the woman behind was really there, or one of the battalion of people that visited my dreams. "You know Bridget," she said loudly in reply. "Your aunt's woman." Bridget stepped forward, smiling with reassuring apple cheeks, and I remembered then who she was. "Do forgive me, Bridget. I haven't been myself lately." "No need to apologise, my lady. Your aunt asked that I stay with you." I felt the decoration fall from my hair, catching it as it dropped. It was grandmother's jewel, set with an emerald the size of a robin's egg. Joan was on hands and knees, fumbling beneath the bed. "There must be a pair of suitable shoes somewhere here," Bridget whispered. "If you have need to contact your aunt, I will pass on any—" She stopped as Joan emerged, mouthing the word, "letters." Something was wrong if I needed to pass letters secretly to Aunt Mary too. My unease proliferated, and I wondered whether Bridget had news of Doddridge. "I knew they were here somewhere." Joan shoved some slippers onto my feet. They were too tight. She stood back to appraise me. "Goodness, you look terrible!" and began pinching some colour into my cheeks. No permission asked to touch my person. I supposed it was no longer deemed necessary. "The jewel! Where's the jewel?" I held it out. It fell. She took it and began to pin it in my hair again. Why am I wearing grandmother's emerald? I'm just doing as I've been told. Her mouth was a harsh line, full of pins. Now where are your pearls? She was searching, opening boxes, looking beneath things. I sent them. Realising what I was about to say, I stopped. Sent them where? She looked like a cat with a glimpse of a mouse, ready to pounce. I'm all in a muddle, I said. I haven't seen them. There was a moment of suspended silence as she looked at me, pondering on whether I was lying. But then she harumphed. You'll have to do without them, I suppose. There's no time to look. What's the hurry? I asked again, but as she marched me towards the door, she merely replied that grandmother would tell me. Wait! I shook myself free from her grasp and went to the ewer, pouring some water into the basin. There isn't time for that! Joan was tugging at my shoulder. Ignoring her, I sluiced my face with the cold water, feeling instantly better, more myself, and I could sense my wits returning. Bridget passed me a cloth. I rubbed my face dry, feeling icy droplets escaping down the front of my dress. I must say you look better for that, said Bridget, offering me her smile again, and I remembered her clearly then, how she and Aunt Mary had taken shifts to sit with me through the worst of my illness. I feel better for it. Joan sucked her teeth. Ready now? I sailed past her, out of the door, through grandmother's chamber, and marched smartly up the stairs, with hefty Joan in breathless pursuit. Grandmother was pacing the gallery with Uncle William and Mr. Reason. All my painted relatives looked down from the walls. At last, she seemed agitated. Mr. Reason, go down and tell our guest that we can receive him now. She took me aside, pulling me by the hand to the centre of the chamber. The Queen's agent is here to talk to you. Her rings bit into my fingers where she held me. Now, for pity's sake, don't dig yourself further into this treason, my girl. I did not raise you to be another Catherine Grey. We will all be tarnished if you do not think of some plausible reason for your actions. Everything, my thoughts, the room, grandmother's voice, her face, was distorted, and I tried to focus on the splash of icy water, as if the mere thought of it might irrigate my jumbled mind, but couldn't quite put things into the correct order. Fear was gathering like dark clouds, and I must have looked gormless, for she took both my shoulders and stopped just short of shaking me, saying, Lord preserve us all. She began to walk then, linking her elbow through mine, indicating for Uncle William to hold my other arm, pacing as if we were taking our usual daily exercise in the gallery, under the watchful eyes of those ranks of relatives. We were at the far end when Reason returned with a man who, from that distance, seemed to have few distinctive features, save for the fact that he wore a rather gaudy outfit of raspberry wool, the sort of thing designed to impress, and a tall black hat with a large bouncing feather, framing rather than disguising his receding hairline. He stopped. Reason positioned himself with the correct deference a little behind, wearing a frown. Sir Henry Brouncker, for that is who my visitor was, seemed unable to prevent his gaze from floating about the room, clearly, by his open-mouthed look of wonder, marvelling at the stately proportions and the sheer expanses of glass. Grandmother purred beside me, seeming to forget momentarily her woes, as the place had the desired effect on this royal emissary, who would doubtless spread word of the Dowager Countess of Shrewsbury's splendid abode. Sir Henry, she raised her voice to be heard from the far reaches of the room. Come, come. She beckoned with a gloved hand. I didn't recognise those gloves. They were made of kid and gold lace, threaded with pearls and precious stones. Her dress, too, was scattered with jewels, and I understood then why Joan had pinned the emerald pendant into my hair. Grandmother was determined to assert her status on this man in any way she could. She would intimidate him with our splendour. I looked at Uncle William on my other side. He was in embroidered silk and velvet, with an army of gold eyeglets, and his gingery moustaches were trimmed and curled as if he would sit for a portrait. I wondered if Brouncker was beginning to feel his raspberry suit a little less lavish. Have you met my son, William Cavendish, and my granddaughter, the Lady Arbella? No, indeed, I have not had the pleasure. The occasion seemed to be rubbing off on me, for my muddled thoughts began to form an orderly line. I noticed that Grandmother hadn't introduced me as Her Highness, as she always used to. My relatives on the walls were bearing witness to this denial. A flutter of fear palpitated in my throat as I watched the man approach, in his blushing suit and stiff ruff framing a formless face that had all the allure of a potato. I leaned in towards the solid shape of Uncle William to steady myself. Brunker's approach seemed to take an age, as if he were rowing himself up against the tide. Grandmother's indomitable hauteur buoyed me, and she turned to me with a nod and a smile, which I reciprocated. It was the first affectionate gesture that had passed between us since that fateful letter had arrived, cancelling my visit to court almost 2 years before.
"Fret not," she whispered. "You are more than a match for this one."
I felt a chip of love for her then, sensing myself no longer in isolation, with a disparate scattering of supporters, but at the heart of something great and powerful and unassailable, a family that had united behind me. Brunker fell to his knees and held out a letter to Grandmother, making an effusive greeting, noticing her beautiful gloves, his eyes dancing over the brilliants stitched onto them and over her lavish satin sleeves before alighting finally, pupils dilating, on the heavy pearls, big as marbles, falling to her waist. I saw that the letter carried the royal seal and recognised Cecil's precise script. "Sir Henry?" I projected my hand forward towards the fellow, and the ostrich feather in his hat bobbed giddily as he dipped to kiss it. His palm was slightly clammy, his lips dry and unpleasantly rough, but as he stood, he smiled, and his formless face took on a lively, congenial aspect that was less at odds with his outfit. Perhaps, I thought, this wouldn't be so bad after all. Grandmother had opened the letter and was reading. "So you are here on Her Majesty's business. Well, we knew as much." "I am indeed, my lady. Just a conversation, in the hope that the Lady Arbella might be able to shed light on the circumstances with your retainer Doddridge and his meeting with the Earl of Hertford." So it was to be a gentle exchange rather than an interrogation. Grandmother squeezed my hand once more, which spurred me a little. "I'm afraid I will need to sit," I said. "I have been unwell, you see, unable to leave my bed for—" I realised I didn't know how long I had been ill. For all I knew, I had lost several months, although I gathered from the chill in the air and the grim sky beyond the window, with a leafless tree silhouetted against it, that spring hadn't arrived without my knowledge.
"Why don't you take a seat, dear?"
said Grandmother, as if she always spoke to me with such affection.
"Sir Henry will not think it rude under the circumstances."
Brunker was nodding in deferent agreement as Grandmother led me to a throne-like seat at the end of the chamber, beneath the painting of the Queen in a dress that I noticed, only then, was not dissimilar to the one Grandmother was wearing.
"William, would you fetch a seat for Sir Henry?"
She pointed to one of the small stools that the children used to sit on. I had forgotten how Grandmother had a formidable instinct for creating an atmosphere of intimidation. I had been on the receiving end of it only too often.
"We shall give you some privacy,"
said Grandmother, taking Uncle William's arm and moving slowly off toward the far end of the gallery, like a galleon put to sea. Brunker carefully lowered himself onto the stool, and the effect was complete. I on a throne, and he at my feet. I caught sight of my shoes. I didn't recognise them. They were very pretty, sparkling with little jewels, and pinched horribly. Brunker was talking, but the rushing of blood in my ears prevented me from hearing. I watched his mouth move, his shining bead eyes flicker. Heat blossomed beneath my dress. "How was your journey?" I asked as a way to bring myself back. "Not too arduous, I trust." He was talking about the weather, but my head started to swim once more.
"Might I be direct, my lady?" he said eventually.
I looked at those bead-like eyes and slowly nodded as a knot of trepidation tightened in the pit of my stomach.
"It has been reported that you sought the hand of the Earl of Hertford's grandson."
He was smiling, but his tone was not like to match, and I imagined his teeth were sharp fangs, like a cat's. Fear began to creep from my belly through to the far reaches of my limbs. The word treason circled my head. "Then your information is incorrect, sir."
So your man Doddridge did not visit the Earl at his house in Tottenham with a proposal from you?
That pain had returned, jabbing at me, a crow pecking at carrion. You are mistaken. I managed to speak, but felt as if my voice was far, far away, and I couldn't help thinking of Doddridge. My heart stammered as I realised I might have to sacrifice my dear friend. I didn't think I could. Doddridge is visiting his sister, who is ailing.
Doddridge is under lock and key at the Westminster Gatehouse.
Now, yes, but I meant he left here to visit—
We know he was at Tottenham. He was arrested there.
Brunker interrupted. My head was spinning. He was looking at me intently, too intently. At Tottenham? Yes. I was all a dither. Yes, on an errand.
For you?
Too intently. My head was empty. He was riffling through his pockets and pulled out a creased sheet of paper, unfolding it, flattening it out, presenting it to me as if it were a New Year gift. The crows pecked on, still circling about me. Treason, 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 they carked. I swallowed. The paper was written over. What is it? I began to read. What was it? Had Doddridge jotted down my instructions? It looked like his hand. Was it a confession? There it was, the plan, each detail explained in ink. I did not write this. The words were dancing on the page. My mouth was dry. Peck, peck, peck. Brunker said nothing, only looked at me with an expression that was impossible to read. Then words spewed out of me. Doddridge must have gone to Hertford of his own accord. Perhaps he saw some profit in it. He is a man who will do anything for gain. A fog of shame gathered over me. I was filthy with it. No, I am confused. My illness had muddled me. Doddridge is a good man, a loyal man. I tried to retract my betrayal, but just as blood cannot be unspilled, words cannot be unspoken.
Your loyal man, Doddridge, has named names. Your chaplain, Starkey, is one of them.
I was back in that moment. Starkey's arms about me, his body pressing up to mine. Not him! It came out as a cry. I had cursed them all who championed me. I cannot! I do not! You must be— I rubbed my hand over my side. If I could, I would have ripped my dress from my body. Treason, treason, treason.
My lady. Brunker's face was an inch from mine, as if he could see my soul through the orbs of my eyes. You are not being clear.
Clear? I couldn't find words. Peck, peck, peck. A groan blew out of my mouth. Perhaps— I needed time to collect my thoughts.
Perhaps.
I could give you a written statement. Pain seared through me, impeding my breath. I thought I would faint. Air! I dragged myself out of the throne chair, taking a step towards the window, then became aware of the floor coming up to meet me with interminable gradualness as if time had slowed. The emerald dropped from my hair with a soft little thud. One shoe freed itself from my foot, whispering as it skidded over the matting. My skirts sighed as I crumpled to the floor. Brunker pulled off his raspberry doublet and shoved it beneath my head. It was coarse and itchy. He crouched over me, unsure what to do, fingers hovering, not quite touching.
"Not this again,"
I heard Grandmother say. Her voice was teeming with disappointment. I felt privy to everything. The woodworm scuffling in the legs of the old chair beside me, the mice burrowing behind the panelling, the inner workings of Grandmother's mind. Uncle William got to me first, scooping me up into his arms. "Light as a cloud," I heard him whisper. I felt, in that moment, as if I could be invisible. The transparency that Grandmother accused me of could be turned to my advantage. I could disappear at will and reappear elsewhere, like the Queen in Uncle Henry's 3-card trick. I could hear Grandmother ordering Reason to get the doctor, and then explaining to Brunker that I had been ailing, that they had feared for my life. I hadn't known that. People don't tell you when they think you are dying, I suppose, unless it is sure and the chaplain is to be fetched. Uncle William took me to my bedchamber. His solid grip was the only thing that prevented me from drifting off into the air. His face, behind that neat moustache, was stiff with concern. Uncle William could not have been less like his brother Henry. He had none of Henry's abundant charm, was dependable, favoured pragmatism and hard work, and the making of money. It was no wonder grandmother favoured him. He laid me carefully on the bed and pulled a cover up over me, before adding another log to the fire and stirring the embers until it was ablaze. I drew myself into a ball as the pecking intensified. I began counting backwards again. "I will fetch one of your women," he said quietly, leaning over me. I gripped his wrist, saying, "Not Joan. Send the other one, the new one." I couldn't remember her name. Mary's woman. "You mean Bridget?" "Yes, her." My grip loosened. "And tell Sir Henry that I will give him a written account of events as soon as I am capable." Once he had gone, I was left with those vile birds, my circling harpies, and grandmother's words. We feared for her life. Was I dying? And if so, was I afraid? I didn't know. "Am I done for?" I asked Bridget as she bent over me. She looked flushed, those round cheeks redder than ever, and was wiping damp tendrils of pale hair away from her face. She must have run up the stairs. "I don't believe you are." She said it with such confidence I truly believed her. I could hear the now familiar chink and gurgle of the tincture bottle, imagine the relief it would bring. Opening my mouth like a baby bird as she poured it in, I readied myself for blessed oblivion. She tenderly manoeuvred me round and undid my gown, sliding it off, and then my bodice, lifting it away as I began to drift. "We need to produce a measure of water for the physician to inspect. Do you think you are capable?" I nodded, and she slipped a shallow bowl beneath me, carefully, so carefully, as if I were excessively precious, one of grandmother's alabaster artefacts, or that glass vessel so fine its edges were like air. I felt my water come. It was a mighty release and eased the pain fractionally. She extracted the bowl and, though she tried to hide it, I saw the horror on her face as she inspected its contents. What is it? Let me see." I don't know how I found the words in my semi-stupor, but there they were. I could feel her reluctance. "Show me, Bridget!" I said it like an order, and she placed the bowl close to my head. It smelled strong and acrid. I tilted myself to see and was momentarily confused, thinking I had been bled and not been aware of it, for the bowl was full of blood. But it wasn't blood. Blood is a dense red, and this was more translucent, like carnelian, the colour of the Scottish Queen's Agnus Dei. "Bring me my writing things?" "I think you should rest." Bridget set the bowl down and sat beside me. "I must explain myself to Sir Henry." "Not now, later." She began to sing very softly, a lullaby, the kind wet nurses sing to fractious infants. "He's gone," said grandmother, looming over my bed. I was propped up with pillows and the sheets were spattered with ink blots from my efforts to articulate my account of things. I had done it once and was requested to redo it, for apparently Brunker could not make sense of what it said. "This won't be the end of it. When the Queen hears how you have confounded her agent, she will be, well, I can't imagine she will be anything other than incensed. All this business about a secret lover, I don't know." A secret lover? I couldn't remember exactly what I had written. My head was so muddled with the poppy. I focused my thoughts, and a vague impression came to me of having invented another suitor to prove I didn't intend to wed Edward Seymour. It had made complete sense at the time. "I have sent word to Her Majesty begging lenience," she continued, "but she is unwell. This is the last thing she needs." Grandmother seemed unusually distracted. "I don't know, Arbella. You'd better find a way to explain yourself, or you will be on your way to the Tower. Mark my words." She turned her gaze to the ceiling with a deep sigh. My mind began to clear of fog. "I have become a liability, haven't I? Perhaps it would be better for you if I were in the Tower, and you and Cecil could wash your hands of me entirely." "Don't be silly, Arbella." She looked away as she said it, and I knew I'd hit on the truth. The fog lifted further. "I am aware Cecil wants my cousin on the throne." "I don't know why you believe that. Cecil merely does the Queen's bidding. She lowered her voice, smoothed it.
You've been very confused in your illness. I think you perceive conspiracies where there are none. We are family, and Cecil has long been an ally.
She straightened my rumpled coverlet.
Now, if you would just give me the name of this suitor.
I spoke firmly over her. I'd like Brunker sent for. It came to me with brutal clarity then. It was not the Queen who was my enemy. It was Grandmother and Cecil who worked against me. Brunker was a direct line to the Queen, and if I pleaded with him directly, begged genuine forgiveness, neither Cecil nor Grandmother could twist my words to their own ends. Now I am well enough, I feel ready to make my deposition to the Queen. I will give the identity of my suitor to her, through Brunker, and it will all be resolved.
Dearest.
She held her pearls in a fist by her throat, like a noose.
Write it all down, and I'll see it gets to Her Majesty. There's no need for that dreadful little man to be called back.
I insist upon his return, I said. She took my writing box and set it down on my lap, opening it, pulling out a quill, thrusting it towards me.
For goodness sake, just write down his name.
She was only just managing to control her temper. It was plain she couldn't bear thinking things might have occurred without her knowledge. I took the quill from her and placed it back in the box. Nothing will pass my lips until Brunker is sent for. Nothing, not even a sip of water.
Don't set your will against mine, young lady, for you will never win.
She stood and swept from the chamber. I wouldn't be so sure, I called out after her. I knew she was no match for me when it came to abnegation. I had been rehearsing my powers of self-denial for years, just as a young man prepares for the battlefield, with daily practice. Propelled by a surge of inner force, I got up from the bed and called Bridget in to help me dress. "You are up," she said. "I'm so glad to see you're feeling better." "I'm more than better." "There is something," she began to say, but I interrupted her, not taking in the look of concern she wore. "Has there been a reply from my aunt yet?" I had written some days before, begging Aunt Mary to return. "I have it from one of the pages that your letter to her was intercepted. Your grandmother threw it on the fire." She twisted her apron in her fingers until it was a mess of creases. "On the fire," I repeated, not knowing what else to say, thinking of all those burned letters, all the ash building up into a great black edifice of invisible words, thinking too of all those cracked seals, of the correspondence read before it came to me. "Is there another way to get to her?" "There is a fellow in the stables. I'd like her to send help to Doddridge, at least ensure he is comfortable and not suffering ill treatment." I wriggled out of my nightgown and raised my arms for a clean shift to go over my head. "Leave it to me." "You have quite a network in this household, Bridget, with the friendly page and the stable hand."
"They are not my friends, my lady. They are your friends. There are more here at Hardwick who support you than you think."
"There is Mr. Charworth, who goes about with your glove tucked into his hatband." Bridget began to lace my bodice with quick fingers. "Mr. Charworth wears my glove in his hat. Goodness! I had always thought Charworth just another of Grandmother's many retainers. He had certainly never made himself known to me as a supporter. What does my grandmother say of it?"
"She doesn't know it is your glove."
Bridget raised her eyebrows and held my petticoats open for me to step into.
"But there is something important."
She tried to speak again, and once more I didn't take note and spoke over her. "I see now why my aunt has left me in your care. Can Mr. Charworth be sent to discover the whereabouts of Brunker? I have asked my grandmother to call him back, but she seems reluctant to do so. If we can at least get him as far as the gates. Tell him to say to Brunker that I will reveal the identity of my suitor to him alone. That way it will reach the Queen's ears before Grandmother's." She was at my front, fastening the hooks of my sleeves, and whispered, "This suitor is an invention, isn't he?" I nodded, whispering back, "But it's turned out to be a good ruse to get the Queen's agent back." "But will your grandmother allow Brunker in?" "I have a feeling she will." Bridget tipped her head as if about to ask what my plan was, but seemed to change her mind. "There is something else." "What else?" Her crumpled expression made me instinctively brace myself. Something they wanted to keep from you. They thought you too fragile. And do you think me too fragile, Bridget? She answered me with a question. Who is Starkey? I shriveled inside. What's happened to Starkey? He was dear to you then. Was? My heart began to flap. He took his own life. Someone let out a terrible howl, the sound of a man on the rack or a beast at the knackers. It was I who made that ungodly sound. It echoed about the room for an interminable time. No, I said, it can't be possible. He was a man of the cloth, a man of God, wouldn't... You have misunderstood. I'm sorry. She was looking away from me. I felt my flailing heart shatter, fragments lacerating my vital organs. First Doddridge had lost his freedom, and then Starkey, dear Starkey, cast himself into eternal damnation, all for me. They said he was disappointed at the loss of a position. He hanged himself. I don't know more. She spoke quietly, shaking her head. Desolation took hold in me, desolation and remorse mingling to make a monster. I knew it wasn't Starkey's thwarted prospects that led him to suicide. I knew him too well to believe that. People don't kill themselves over disappointment, least of all Starkey. It was the fact that he had aided me in my unsuccessful treason. However small his part in it was, he would have found a way to render himself culpable. Perhaps he believed he had led me to it. Brunker's voice resonated in my head. Doddridge has named names. Your chaplain Starkey is one of them. Had the authorities grilled Starkey too? Had he feared revealing something under interrogation? Perhaps he knew more than I thought he did. He would rather have died than unwittingly betray me, that I knew. He would have meditated on other noble deaths, Cleopatra preferring suicide to dishonour, Socrates choosing hemlock rather than flight, the upholding of justice. The difficulty, my friends, is not in avoiding death, but in avoiding unrighteousness, for that runs deeper than death. We had talked often about such things, but always hypothetically. I had never believed either of us would have to make that choice. I imagined him buried in unhallowed ground, condemned for eternity. Remorse swelled in me, clogging my thoughts, and I found myself on my knees, pleading with God to see my dear friend's actions as those of a martyr rather than a sinner. For what he did for me, for my cause. When did he abandon his belief in God's plan? I knelt there for some time, my face buried in my palms, unable to move, the demon that cursed all who loved it. An image ran through my mind, a river pool strewn with flowers, a body floating just beneath the surface, blurred by ripples, Starkey's waterlogged features just visible. No, 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 no. My lady. Bridget was at my shoulder. I might as well have killed him with my own hands. I yearned for the release of tears, but knew I was incapable. If you are dry and brittle as glass, you cannot make tears. I began to feel determination building in me, a desire to render Starkey's death meaningful. If he had lost his belief in God's plan, then I would sustain it in his stead. In my head, I was composing a new letter to Uncle Henry.
Clerkenwell. A month has passed since Hal left, and a suffocating despair has crept up on Amy. No matter how hard she works, and she works until she can barely stand, until she can barely think, she cannot obliterate her guilt. She has written to him almost daily, scratching out her pleas, but her letters have all been returned unopened. She has thought of Starkey hanging, his neck snapped by the noose. Though she never knew him, and Lady Arbella never spoke of him, his gentle spirit came to life for her in those pages, and died there too. In her darkest moments, she can hardly bear to think of it. She has inspected the large beam that runs the width of her chamber, calculated in her head the length of rope she might need. It is only Hal who keeps her from that sin without redemption, She has hurt him enough already. Lady Arbella's papers sit still unfinished. Amy tries to rediscover that sense of inspiration she'd had a few weeks back, when the story had grabbed her by the throat, but the feeling is lost. She looks at her monstrous hands, and can remember Cecil, or Salisbury as he had become by then, taking her fingers like a nurse inspecting a child's nails, saying, "It is most unusual that a woman should seek to publish, and such subject matter." He clearly meant that, like the king, he disapproved. She had wanted to say, not most unusual, but unprecedented. I am the first. To throw his disapproval back at him, let him see how proud she was of her achievement. But she'd said nothing. "I see you have written a poem to the Lady Arbella." He still held her hands, continuing to inspect them. "I have written poems to many women," she'd said, but he wasn't listening. "Not the hands of a laundress, are they?" Her breath had faltered. He knew. She was not dismissed from court for offending the king, not really. Mansfield arrives, interrupting her thoughts, walking in, as usual, without knocking, as if he owns her already. "How's my favourite laundry lass?" "I'm hardly a lass." He approaches with a look that makes her feel naked. The wasp is back buzzing incessantly round the jam. "Truth be told, I'm dog-tired." "Well," he moves up close to her, "the bedchamber is a mere few steps away." He smells different, ambergris or something. His constant pestering has worn her down, and she has resigned herself to the inevitability of giving him what he wants. Perhaps then she will be rid of him. "It's not like you to go wearing fancy perfumes, Mansfield." She steps away. "Are you trying to impress me?" She wonders if she's flirting with him or trying to keep him at bay. He certainly thinks it is the former, to judge by the look he's wearing. It would be so easy to submit to him. She imagines being freed from the back-breaking cycle of washing, the sores on her hands healing. All the time she would have to write and think. Maybe. He grabs her, then kisses her firmly, his mouth suckered onto hers. She allows it, telling herself to let it happen. But she is finding it hard to breathe. The ambergris is cloying, too sweet. "Get off!" Using all her strength, she pushes him violently away. "I can't." A chair falls as he loses his footing and staggers back over the room, spitting an oath. "Please," she says, trying to gather herself together. "I don't want to make you an adulterer." This is not what is foremost in her mind at all, but she knows it is the best way to provoke his conscience a little. It has worked in the past with him, at least. He meets her gaze in sullen silence, looking like a dog that has just been beaten. "It's not that I don't like you, I just think you have misinterpreted me," she whitters. "I would need to feel more." What is she saying? She finds she can't express herself. "I know you think, because of my past, that I have loose morals, but I loved Lord Hunsdon. I didn't do it for anything but love." She realizes how ridiculous it is to talk of love under such circumstances, and can see the disbelief scrawled over his face. What could a girl of 18 possibly have wanted with a man beyond his 60 years? Oh, never mind. A thick silence wells, and she fears she has gone too far. But from nowhere, an idea flares up in her. "Your boy, Edwin." "What about him?" His eyes narrow. He seems angry or confused, as if she is trying to trick him. "Would you like me to teach him his letters?" "What are you getting at?" Suspicion is crawling over him. "I could teach him to read in lieu of my debt to you." She can't believe she's not thought of this before, that her education is a resource she can tap. Suddenly her world, a world that had been shrinking only moments before, seems to expand, as if filling with endless possibility. He looks, with his open-mouthed stare, as if she has suggested she roast his offspring for supper. "And what would any brats of mine want with books?" "If they can read, well, they will never want for employment. They could go up in the world." So there are no tumble-down houses in London, are there, Widow Lanyard? No roofs to mend? The sarcasm doesn't suit him. There'll be plenty of work for my boys until kingdom come. But if they know their letters and numbers, they won't be easily fleeced. Are you suggesting that I'm— Of course not. You're nobody's fool. He relaxes a little. Seems to have decided it wasn't an insult. But we all want the best for our children, don't we? She hopes his silence means he is considering her proposal. Letters and numbers. He turns to face her, and she knows she has gained the upper hand. We could come to an arrangement about the numbers. I have 3 boys of the right age. The rest are too young, and the girls, I don't want my girls being ruined by book learning. Amy wants to snap back a retort, but holds her tongue, just says calmly, For what I still owe, I will teach your eldest lad his letters, and if you want the others taught and want them to know their numbers too, then perhaps we can reach an arrangement. He looks at her, and then at the floor, seeming to cogitate. Maybe he is trying to calculate the value of what she is offering. After all, learning cannot be weighed like a bag of nails. Knowledge is priceless. She pauses for her words to sink in. So do we have a deal? She holds out her hand. His face breaks into a sudden smile, and he laughs, saying, Well, I must say there are no flies on you, Widow Lanyard. Taking her hand and shaking it firmly. It is agreed. He hesitates then, looking surprisingly sheepish. I'm sorry for what, you know. It was unforgivable. There is little in life that is truly unforgivable, Mr. Mansfield. With some things it can be best to pretend they never happened. She senses that her magnanimity is making him feel like the smaller person. Forgiveness can be a powerful tool, for it leaves an adversary morally indebted. It was Henry Hunsden who taught her that. You have a heart, Widow Lanyard, I'll say that for you. I'll send the 3 boys on Monday. The littlest is only 6, is that too young? Not at all, the younger the better. She opens the door for him to find Goodwife Stringer on the stoop with the tabby held by the scruff at arm's length. Amy suspects she has been listening, or trying to. Good morning, Mr. Mansfield, she says, tilting her head to one side with a smile spread over her face. He mumbles a greeting and excuses himself, striding away down the street. The smile turns to a sneer directed at Amy. Your cat has been getting at my hens. They've stopped laying. Amy takes the tabby, apologising, holding her tongue rather than suggesting that it might have been the recent thunderstorms that have stopped her hens producing. Still alone? She is craning past Amy to look into the house, casting her eyes about. My Hal is still on progress with the court. She resists the temptation to slam the door in the woman's face. If she is impressed, she hides it well. Do you know about Mad Dot? What about her? Found beaten to death. Good Lord. She thinks of the poor woman searching in perpetuity for her dead children. A kind of hell. No one would wish such a violent end on a person, but perhaps it was a release. Someone overheard her talking to the devil, you know. Terrible business. Amy will not be drawn into talk of witchcraft. She knows only too well that her words might end up twisted. Suspicion alights so easily, and she is already regarded as an oddity. Goodwife Stringer begins to walk away, but as she does, she turns. You'd better take care. Amy wants to challenge her, ask her what she means, but she doesn't want to add fuel to the woman's fire. Once the door is closed, she sits a while, relishing in the thought that there will be no more laundry. She thinks of Hal, feeling for the first time in the last month a sense of calm, realizing that all he needs is time, and that the more she pursues him, the further out of reach he will put himself. The day stretches out before her, empty, hours of daylight. So she picks up Lady Arbella's papers, taking up where she left off, allowing the story to get beneath her skin, finding once more, at last, that prickling of anticipation that things obscured will be revealed. She reads voraciously, hoping for answers, stopping only to cut herself a hunk of bread and a slice of cheese, returning to her chair at the window to continue reading as she eats. until the story possesses her, and time is of no consequence.
Hardwick. Uncle Henry's reply was swift in coming. Bridget fumbled in the folds of her skirt, pulling it out. It was crumpled and smeared with dirt, but I recognised his writing. We were at the back end of the knot garden, behind the high yew hedge that obscured the view from the house. I was aware we hadn't much time before Joan, or someone else, was sent out to see what we were up to, out of sight like that. I had folded my grief up and stored it away, but Starkey whispered to me constantly. "Where are you?" I whispered back. In the orchard beyond, the apple trees were in full March bloom, and the optimistic blue of the sky was clear save for the occasional white billow of cloud. That, with the doves coo-cooing from the roof of the stables and the hopeful chatter of the finches flitting about the hedge, made spring seem almost within reach. I unfolded the paper.
Your star is rising, Arbella. We will go ahead without Hertford support. Beecham is in agreement. The Queen is ailing. They say her mouth is so ulcerated she can barely eat or drink. Your time is coming. Seymour and his father are waiting for us. I have armed men mustered all around you. Come to the gatehouse at midday tomorrow, and we will get you away.
I looked at Bridget. Tomorrow at noon I will be spirited away. I walked on out of the shadow of the yew. Inside I was effervescing. My escape is planned. You can tell our friendly page boy to go to my Uncle Henry with the news that I will see him tomorrow as planned, and tell the lad in the stables to make sure Dorcas is ready, saddled up for me by noon. "May God go with you, my lady," she replied, and I turned to see her drawing her finger across her front from left shoulder to right. My suspicion began to stir. "Why did you do that?" "Do what?" "You were crossing yourself." "Why would I do that?" I began to doubt what I'd seen. I was light-headed from lack of nourishment. I had kept my vow, nothing had passed my lips, and with each refusal I felt my power flourish. Brunker's return had become inconsequential, but I continued my stand so as not to arouse grandmother's suspicion. She knew my will was not so easily broken. "Of course. Why? I was only wrapping my stole more tightly. Do you not feel the chill?" She tucked the ends of her shawl into her girdle. "There, that's better." She thrust her hand beneath it with an exaggerated shiver. Of course she was cold. I was layered in furs, but she wore only that thin woolen scarf. "Did you think me a secret Catholic?" She made a laugh, as if such a thing was entirely absurd, and I felt silly for allowing my imagination to run away with me. "It's no surprise you were on the edge, with news of my escape," I whispered. "Exactly." We walked on back, counting the paces from the gatehouse to the door, the path I would take in the opposite direction the following day when Uncle Henry arrived. 88 steps, and he would be waiting at the gates with Dorcas to whisk me away. Staff supper was being laid out in the great hall, servants scurrying to and fro, laden with dishes. As I passed, I threw Uncle Henry's letter into the fire, stopping briefly to make sure it caught. I tried to imagine my freedom, able to conceive it only in abstract sensations, wings spread, the wind beneath them, flying up. I walked on through the hall and up the stone flight of stairs, past the tapestry of Job's dead children, to the private rooms where family supper was about to be served.
"You look better," remarked Grandmother. "The walk must have done you good. You have some colour in your cheeks again."
I pretended to smile at her, as if offering peace. I needed some fresh air after being cooped up in my chambers for so long. There were 1,000 things left unspoken beneath our falsely bright exchange. The new chaplain said grace, and we sat. Uncle William offered me bread, which I refused. The chaplain, a bald man with a large nose, was attacking his food, masticating with his mouth open. I looked away. The children were snatching up titbits from each other's plates when their mother wasn't watching. She ate delicately, in small mouthfuls. Uncle William piled his plate and gorged himself, dirtying his moustaches, mopping every last residue of sauce with his bread. Grandmother talked more than ate, making forced conversation about a recent land acquisition, and trying to ignore the fact that I was sitting beside her like an exclamation mark, while hunger gnawed silently at me, making me stronger.
The dogs looked at me hopefully through habit, but they eventually slunk down to where the children sat.
"At least have a sip to drink," said Uncle William.
"Thank you, I won't," I replied. Grandmother wore her exasperation openly, and I gloated inwardly, feeling my escape almost at the tips of my fingers. Eager to return to the privacy of my room after supper, I made an excuse and floated away, light as air. Joan tried to follow me, but I sent her on an errand. Sitting at my desk, I began to write, scribbling out my thoughts as fast as I could think them, until my hand ached. The act of writing helped me to focus my mind on the preparations for the following day's journey. Starkey's ghost hovered, for the plan that had begun with the valuables he'd delivered into Cousin Bessie's safekeeping was coming to fruition. I wouldn't allow his death to have been for nothing. I whispered as much to him. He whispered back, "God's plan. It is God's plan." A twist of anticipation tightened in me. I would wear the plainest dress I had to avoid unwanted attention, and would cover myself with a hooded cloak. No one would question such a garment at that time of year. The only concession to sentiment I would take was my small bag of treasures. I tipped the little pouch out, inspecting each item. The bell from Geddon's collar, the tier of glass which magnified things, made the invisible visible. Uncle Henry's weighted die that only rolled a 6, and the Agnus Dei, blessed by the Pope. It glowed in the candlelight as if lit from within. "What's that?" I jumped, surprised, and the object fell from my fingers, rolling over the floor. "Bridget, you gave me a fright creeping up like that." "What is it?" She stooped to pick it up, tossing it as if it were a coin. "Nothing, just a thing the Scottish Queen gave me when I was a child." How could this girl, so cavalier with a sacred object, be a secret Catholic? I reprimanded myself inwardly for having allowed my imagination to run away with me earlier in the garden. "I'd be careful who sees this. It looks like a popish toy." She held it out to me, meeting my eye. "No need to worry about me. I won't tell anyone, but please take care." I began to list all the things I would need for my journey when Bridget asked, "Have you ever wondered what it is like to just be an ordinary woman?" She paused, adding in response to my obvious puzzlement, "To not be a princess of the blood." Someone asked me once what I would like to be if I were a commoner. A little current of air riffled the papers on the desk, and I knew it was Starkey. "And what did you say?" "I said I'd like to be a groom." I was thinking of being reunited with dear Dorcas the following day, wondering if she'd know me after all these years. "But you'd need to have been born a boy for that." "Exactly," I replied. "Why do you ask?" "Because all women who are not princesses imagine what it would be like to be one." She laughed then. "Silly, isn't it? Now I must make sure you have a few necessaries for tomorrow." She began to busy herself about the chamber, adding as an afterthought, "Now that I know what the life of a princess is truly like, I would not wish it on my worst enemy." It was another bright day, and the sun was almost at its highest point. I stood in the shade of the portico, looking down the path, 88 steps to the gatehouse, listening out for horses. I thought of Uncle Henry's armed men in the woodland around Hardwick, down in the valley, unseen. Dozens of them, he'd said. I would knight them all when I was queen. I could hear the clank and clatter of dinner inside.
"If you will not eat, you may not sit at my table,"
Grandmother had ruled, and I knew I had won. Little did she know how she played into my hands with that punishment. The thought buoyed me up, made me strong. Hunger twisted through my gut. I was never more alive. I wondered what the Queen was feeling with her ulcerated mouth. We were both starving, she to death, I to life. I heard them, at first a faint thrum, becoming louder, the rumble of hooves and jangle of tack, slowing and coming to a halt at the gates. Through the arch I could see 3 horses. One was Dorcas, saddled up and riderless. Uncle Henry dismounted. I couldn't see his companion. My anticipation began to buzz as if I'd been colonised by a swarm of bees. Starkey whispered, "Go, go, this is your chance. Fly away, Philomel." I made my way forward. Uncle Henry was talking to one of the guards, gesticulating forcefully. It turned quickly into what appeared to be an altercation. A young man, one of the pages, ran past me towards them, and I could only suppose that grandmother was surveying the scene from her window above. I walked on, counting my paces. 10, 12, 14. I expected my empty body to feel weightless, to float, but on the contrary, it was as if my bones had been poured with lead. I could barely put one foot in front of the other. Nevertheless, from somewhere I found the strength to shift myself down that path. 36, 38, past the flower bed now shaped in an E, with its new plants fresh and green. E for Elizabeth, S for Shrewsbury. The A for Arbella was there in the lawn still, like a ghost, where the sparse pale turf had not yet quite married with its lush neighbours. I walked on, my heavy, heavy legs pleading with me to stop, telling me it was impossible. The page had turned and was making his way back to the house, presumably for orders. I didn't mean to, but I looked up then and back, like the couple in the Bible who had turned to salt, to the central window. There she was, a familiar black shape in it, calling me like a lodestar, making me lose my resolve. I stopped the page. "Tell her I would like to talk to my uncle at least." "You don't need her permission any more," said Starkey. "Fly away." But asking permission was a habit. I was unused to the idea of freedom. The boy ran into the house and had returned to me before I had taken even a dozen excruciating paces. 48, 50. The guards had multiplied and formed a line across the gates. "Your uncle may enter, but alone." The boy's face was red. I couldn't tell if it was the result of his running or embarrassment at being the one chosen to play a part in the denial of my freedom. He continued on to relay grandmother's message to the guards. One of them stepped forward, raising his line of sight to where she was framed in the window. What would she do? Make a gesture like Caesar, the thumb pointing up or down to dictate whether I would live or die? I resisted turning this time, kept my eyes on the gates and watched as the line of guards parted to allow my uncle through. I was rooted to the spot, so light-headed my attention began to wander, and I imagined the birds were talking to me, warning me. The doves on the roof were purring the word, "Duh, duh, danger." I could not tell where the menace lay, out there beyond the gates or back behind the glass. Fly away. Uncle Henry looked red-faced and worn, paunchy, older. Thin straggles of grey hair hung from beneath his hat. Of course he was older. I hadn't seen him for a decade. He had never before greeted me without a smile. That day was the first time. "The bitch has given me half an hour with you," he spat, taking my arm and helping, almost lifting me towards the house. How strange, I thought, that I am such a great weight, bones of lead, yet to him I am as light as the finest glass so fine it would shatter in a breath of air. My mind wouldn't stop perambulating off in different directions, only occasionally alighting on the sensible thought that it was folly to have embarked on such a journey, having ingested nothing at all, in 3 days. I might have felt cleansed as a saint, but I was in no fit state to go travelling about the country. We passed through the great hall, where 40-odd pairs of eyes watched us in silence from the dining tables. Estate workers, servants, embroiderers, grooms, most of whom I'd known since childhood, all wondering what was happening. Bridget was there. Bridget knew. Uncle Henry rattled with arms, a sword hanging from his belt, a dagger beside it, a pistol tucked into his doublet. We threaded our way through the tangle of passages to the schoolroom, where Starkey's spectre flitted about like a draught that made my heart billow. I sat, at last, in the high-backed chair beside the barren grate and listened in a daze to Uncle Henry explaining what would happen. "We can storm the place. I have enough firepower out there. I have only to give my signal and mayhem will be loosed." His eyes blazed in anticipation. "People will be hurt," I muttered, seeing only then the reality of what I had agreed to, that it would be a battle, that people would suffer, may even be killed.
"What did you expect? That you could simply walk out of these gates?"
His fist clutched the pommel of his sword. That is what I, in my naivety, had expected, that grandmother's resolve would be magically overcome simply by the sight, the mere thought even, of Uncle Henry's armed men. But of course grandmother was not cowed by anything. How could that fact not have occurred to me?
Don't go faint-hearted on me now, Belle.
There it was, the glittering smile I remembered.
Think of it! Wed to Seymour, the pair of you will be unassailable.
Yes, unassailable, I said, hearing Starkey. You were bred to it. It is God's plan for you.
That's more like it.
He began pacing the room.
This is what will happen. You will come to the gate to see me off. I will give the signal, and my men will be here, quick as a trice to deal with the guards. They are waiting, ready for a fight.
I don't want anyone hurt.
Belle,
his voice softened.
Look at me.
I looked. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he hadn't slept for days.
Trust me.
A noise caused us both to turn toward the door, and there was Grandmother standing tall, one hand on the jamb.
Give me a minute with her, Henry.
It was not a request, it was a command, and he responded like an infant to his nurse.
You look terrible,
she added, as he passed her to wait outside the room. She closed the door and came to sit beside me, drawing her chair up close.
It's cold in here.
She took off her fur wrap, that horrible dead creature with rubies for eyes, and put it around my shoulders, touching her knuckles gently to my cheek.
Frozen.
She leaned back, her chair creaked.
He can't be trusted. You think you know him, but you haven't seen him more than a handful of times in your life. To you, he is all magic and laughter. But I know him, and I know that you are no more than another gamble to him, his greatest stake in a life of risk. He stands to win the highest prize if he can get you on the throne.
I was raised for that. You raised me for that.
You were raised for that, but things have changed. Things beyond my control.
Her tone was filled with authority, as if she understood everything, and perhaps she did, with her connection to Cecil. But Cecil had betrayed me.
If Henry doesn't succeed in his great plan, his wager, and he won't, for a gambler always loses in the end, it will be you, not him, in the Tower awaiting trial for treason.
His plan is a good one.
Pah! Henry's even less competent than Essex, and look what became of Essex. His scheme is not what you think it is. I know the man he came here with, Stapleton, a renowned papist. He doubtless has a ragged army of disaffected Catholics waiting in the woods. He will have promised them you are open to conversion, dangled you as a Catholic queen to get them on his side, promised them he has papist connections abroad to put you on the throne. It will be deemed a Catholic plot, and you will pay the price, my girl.
From the side of my eye I could see Starkey hanging by the neck from a beam. Why, if you risked so much as you said you did to bring my parents together, will you not help me to wed Edward Seymour? Isn't it the same?
You must learn to assess the level of risk in any undertaking. The risk must always be worth the reward. That has been the key to my success.
She paused, sitting forward.
I will make everything right, Arbella.
Why should I trust you more than Uncle Henry? She took my hand then. Her skin was cool.
I may not be the most warm-hearted of women, but I have raised you and been fond of you in my way.
She let my hand go.
You have enough examples. Don't be like those grey girls who thought wedlock would set them free. And look what happened to the Scottish Queen.
Starkey was silenced. Grandmother's pull was proving too great a force for me to resist. In hindsight, I have often wondered if it was because I had known nothing other than Grandmother's rule, and, even though hers was a loveless regime, it was a familiar one. I was the dog that would not leave the master who beats him. "I'm sorry," I heard myself say. If I had been the type for tears, then it would have been a moment for them, but neither of us was given to excessive expressions of emotion. That bald fact made me see I was more like Grandmother than I'd thought. I had her recalcitrance and determination, and perhaps, too, her courage. She was right. I was nothing but the cardboard queen in Uncle Henry's 3-card trick. Follow the lady. Where is she? Not there, no. She is here. I have her. I will ask him to leave. She stood and exited without another word. Uncle Henry was incandescent with rage as he fired off questions at me.
Why would you listen to that embittered old hag? Hasn't she kept you prisoner here for a decade? Have you lost your nerve? Did you think we could take you without a struggle? Do you think I mustered all those men for nothing?
I thought he might hit me, but, turning his back, he kicked out at the wall instead, leaving a mark on the whitewash and a roar of frustration in the air. Perhaps if I had sensed a fragment of true fondness from my uncle, not just that twinkling smile reserved for those he was about to fleece, the outcome of that day might have been different. It might have been worse, but then again, it was equally possible that grandmother was wrong. He stormed from the room. I watched from the low window as he traversed the garden towards the gate, those 88 paces. My fingers wandered to the bag of treasures hanging from my waist, finding the weighted die. It no longer represented the brilliant mercurial uncle who had magicked me away to freedom. It had become a reminder that no one could be trusted. I took it out, rolled it, willing it to say something other than 6, but 3 pairs of tiny eyes stared up at me. Part 2. I must shape my own coat according to my cloth, but it will not be after the fashion of this world, God willing, but fit for me. Arbella Stewart, Letter to Sir Henry Brouncker, Ash Wednesday, 1603. Travelling south. I was unprepared for the impact the Queen's death would have on me. It was like a blow to the head, leaving me senseless for a time, for the force that had invisibly defined my existence, my entire purpose, was gone. She named James on her deathbed, coerced by Cecil, some said, and as a result I was free, or so I believed. Had I done nothing, the outcome would have been the same. My struggle to escape, the effort it had taken to force the return of Brouncker, the scheming, the risk, none of it had made any impact. It had given dear, loyal Dodderidge a most terrible ordeal, but the greatest and most futile sacrifice had been the loss of Starkey. Looking back, I have come to understand that some fractures can appear to mend, but leave an invisible fault line, a place of fragility, and Starkey still whispers to me even here, now, beckoning, and I long to go to him. The violent upheaval that had hung over the country on tenterhooks in fear of civil war hadn't occurred. The Catholics, who apparently had such a long-held fervour to see me enthroned, melted away into the crevices of England. England seemed to forget that James was a foreigner, the son of an executed traitor. In the end, it seemed, I was not worth fighting for. I was not male, and after half a century of female rule, England had no more appetite for a woman on the throne. God's plan had died with Starkey. I was 27 years old and had never truly experienced freedom. I hardly knew what to do with it, and, as an animal that has spent its life caged feels safe only within the familiar confines of its prison, I took my first steps tentatively. That fearless boy-girl who had ridden, flying bareback all those years ago, was not the same hesitant wraith who, reunited at last with Dorcas, took a sedate walk around the home farm. The mare seemed to sense my nervousness in the saddle and plodded obligingly, gentle as a lamb. A person can be broken just as a horse can. She knew me, even after a decade's absence, whickered and snuffed, blowing hot breath into my collar, as if we had ridden out only the day before. I recognised the groom who led her to me, a man in his middle years with cropped steel-grey hair. People age, but their eyes don't change. "Tobias," I said, remembering our play fight at the Chatsworth Stand Tower, "have you been here all along?" "I left for a time, my lady, but returned a few years back. I've been taking good care of this girl for you." He scratched Dorcas behind the ears. I was wondering if he was our friend in the stables who had been running errands. "Well, I am most grateful to you, Tobias. Dorcas is very dear to me."
"Will you be riding her or taking the carriage on your journey south?"
"I'll be riding. Make sure she's well rested, won't you?" It was in that moment that the full realisation settled on me with a strange ambivalence that I would at last be leaving Hardwick. It had been my whole world for more than a decade, and it dawned on me that freedom meant having no home of my own. I would be dependent on the kindness of others, for I had no great means, only that paltry package of jewels in the care of Cousin Bessie. Grandmother had settled almost nothing on me. James refused to release the Lennox lands that were rightfully mine, and I was obliged to beg a stipend from the royal coffers. To that end I wrote letters to Cecil, who held the key, pleading that the new king bestow a living on his impecunious royal cousin. Grandmother came to the door to see me off. It was an awkward moment, and I was glad to have Aunt Mary at my shoulder for moral support. We said goodbye rather formally, as if I'd been a house guest, and although I hadn't expected an embrace, I'd thought perhaps a peck on the cheek might be forthcoming. But we stood, neither wanting to be the one to step forward. Though it was spring and quite warm, she was wearing the white stoat with those infernal eyes, but rather than unsettling me, as they always had, they reminded me that I would no longer be scrutinised. She made an attempt at something that couldn't quite be called a smile, and I felt suddenly strangely rueful about all the trouble I'd caused, when she'd cared for me and protected me in her own way. I would have liked to articulate my gratitude, but as I began to speak, so did she. I wanted to... She paused, and I felt she was going to say something, an apology, an expression of love or regret. My heart was on the brink of opening, and I remembered Starkey saying, "An apology is a powerful force for healing even the greatest of rifts, but most difficult to arrive at." We looked at each other. She was clutching her pearls. "You can take the carriage as far as Rest Park. I have no use for it for a week or two. I'll send one of the boys to bring it back." "There's no need. I was planning to ride, and we've got the luggage cart." I saw a small flutter of disappointment move over her face. "I see." The pearls clicked like gaming counters. "We'd better be off," said Aunt Mary, "if we are to make it to Newstead before dark." "Yes, you'd better," said Grandmother, and I turned, numb, to walk those 88 steps to the gatehouse where the horses were waiting. It didn't take me long to find my confidence in the saddle, and Dorcas responded accordingly, picking up her pace to ride ahead as we used to, once we were on the soft ground. I began to unfurl. The air smelled crisp and grassy, and the trees all sported their brilliant spring coats, new and fresh, giving me a sense of things beginning. Margaret Byron was at Newstead. I was pleased to be reunited, even if only for a night. She had made me a pair of embroidered sleeves as a gift, her needlework exquisite as ever, and talked unceasingly about her baby, who was with the wet nurse. The only time she mentioned her husband was to say, "I've given him a son, so he's happy." That was what I was for, after all. I didn't say it, but I wondered where the passionate Margaret had gone, the girl who was in love with love. Perhaps she had realised that love comes to nothing in the end. On we travelled towards Rest Park, where we were to stay a few weeks with Cousin Bessie. My wings unfolded slowly, aching from lack of use. On the first morning I woke before dawn and, for the simple reason that I could, I went to the stables, tacked up Dorcas, and rode alone out in the woods in the half-light, breathing in the dank scent rising from the loamy ground. The trees made dark shapes in the vagueness of early morning, and the floor was spread with a muted carpet of bluebells. Dorcas pricked her ears, and we stopped to listen to a nightingale, the hopeful herald of summer. It inevitably brought back Ovid's tale of Philomel from all those years before at Hampton Court, but even that miserable memory was outsung by the nightingale's enchanting refrain. "You are truly free," whispered Starkey, as Philomel was finally free in her feathered coat. Starkey followed me everywhere, in each current of air, each cracking twig, each unexpected palpitation of my heart. For years my world had been the walled garden at Hardwick, where nature was clipped and carefully arranged. So that dawn wood, silent save for the song of a single bird, was an Eden to me. Further joy arrived in the shape of a communication from Dodderidge.
"I am released without charge, and would like to return, if you are willing, to your service."
He mentioned nothing of the hardships he had endured on my behalf. Even I, confined as I had been for most of my life, knew that interrogation could be brutal, especially for one of no particular consequence. News came thick and fast to Rest Park, messengers travelling back and forth with the latest on the whereabouts of the King's party. Our evenings were spent mapping my royal cousin's progress south through England towards the capital, all the nobles vying to play host to their new monarch, hoping for a position in the royal household. From Rest Park I was to go not to court, because plague kept everyone away from Whitehall, but to Sheen Priory, the residence of the Marchioness of Northampton, a woman I knew barely at all. She had served the old queen in her youth at the same time as grandmother. It was an odd kind of freedom, really, for letters from Cecil directed my fate, dictating where I would go and when. It was summer by the time I arrived at Sheen. The going had been light, and we'd made good time on the road south, reaching the ferry across the Thames earlier than expected. The house was ancient and rambling, its red brick bathed in sun and its windows framed by creeping greenery. The gardens surrounding it were an unkempt riot of colour. As our boat slid silently along the wooden pier, I saw a gardener in a wide-brimmed straw hat, bent over a cluster of sweet peas. She was cutting the blooms off with a large pair of shears and tossing them into a basket nearby. It was like a scene from Arcadia, and I half expected a shepherd to appear with his flock. I stepped from the boat and peeled off my travelling gown, filthy from the road, handing it to Bridget. "Do you think I should change?" I asked her, suddenly awkward, unsure of myself in that unfamiliar setting, realising how unaccustomed I still was to the world beyond Hardwick. "Do you think that is her?" Bridget nudged her head in the direction of the hatted woman who was making her way towards us. "Don't be silly." She was teasing me as a way to put me at my ease, I supposed. The woman had taken her hat off and was waving it. I couldn't understand why a gardener would be approaching us, clearly intent on making a greeting. Grandmother would have been mortified had her own staff behaved in such a way. "I think it is her," said Bridget. "Look at the air of authority. I'd better make sure the luggage is dealt with." She turned back towards the barge where the lads were unloading. I wanted to grab her hand, make her stay with me so I wouldn't have to confront the stranger alone. Despite my years, I felt no older than an infant clinging to its nurse's skirts. The woman was calling out, "Wonderful! Wonderful to see you have arrived safely!" She wasn't young, in her 50s perhaps, with the soft plumpness that sometimes comes with age, but she looked magnificent. Her complexion translucent white, almost blue, hair the colour of quince jelly, threaded with silver, everything about her awry. Her dress loosened so it dropped away from one round freckled shoulder. I thought of grandmother, how different she was, not a hair astray, primly laced, nothing out of place, and her abhorrence of freckles. I began to walk towards her, and when I was near enough I saw something in her expression, a scrunch between her brows, suspicion perhaps, or concern. I couldn't tell which. "I trust your journey was not overly arduous, Highness." She dropped into a curtsy. Despite her unconventional appearance, this was a woman clearly accustomed to the requirements of precedence. No, please," I stammered. "There's no need, really." "All those years serving the old queen," she smiled again broadly, baring a set of small, straight teeth. "Old habits die hard." "I am so very grateful to you for your hospitality." "Oh, look, here come your horses." She pointed out towards the river and the ferry lumbering across. I could see Dorcas tossing her head frantically and the groom trying to calm her. "I can't blame them getting nervous on that contraption. They'd probably rather swim over." I was unsure whether she was joking and couldn't think of what to say. I had become so unused to people I didn't know, and at Hardwick grandmother had always provided a buffer between myself and her guests. Our hostess led me through the gardens, and whereas I'd thought them unkempt at first sight, I realised that their wild beauty was governed by an almost invisible organising principle. The deliberate informality was so unlike the harsh symmetry of Hardwick that I felt once more as if I had stepped into a land of fable. "It's beautiful," I said, wishing I had come up with something less banal. "It is a wonderful bower, isn't it?" That look had returned, as if I were a puzzle she was trying to solve. "Do you like my ornamental cherry?" She pointed to a sapling, gangly as an adolescent, close to the riverbank, the earth freshly dug at its base. "I thought it would look rather lovely by the water." "Ornamental? It won't bear fruit." "Its sole aim in life is to give pleasure." She stroked its trunk, seeming wholly enamoured with her spindly tree. "Lovely," I said, but the idea of planting a fruit tree just to look at, indeed to talk of it as if it had an aim, was incomprehensible to me.
"I expect you would like to change," she said then. "I have given you rooms overlooking the river. I thought you might like to watch the comings and goings."
Then she put 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled like a cowherd. A pair of hounds appeared magically from the undergrowth and followed us towards the house.
"Did you bring any pets? These 2 can be rather territorial, but they're harmless enough."
I found myself telling her about the little dog, Gedden, that had belonged to the Scottish Queen, who had attached himself to me when I was a girl and wouldn't let anyone else near.
"There might be a puppy for you," she said. "One of the spaniel bitches is whelping. All the ladies at court have little dogs. They make a frightful mess, chewing the chair legs and pissing on the tapestries."
She laughed, and I supposed I looked shocked, for she said,
"You must think me vulgar."
"Not at all," I replied. In truth, I liked her ease, her light conversation.
"I'm not English, you see, so I can get away with it. My lax behaviour can be put down to eccentric foreign ways. Even after decades here and 2 English husbands, I am still Swedish to the core. I think the Queen, the old Queen, liked me the more for it. I was fond of her, but it was easy to be fond of her if you were one of the ones she chose to like. The others—"
She didn't finish, and I remembered Elizabeth, how ferocious she had seemed to me at times, how small and intimidated I had felt beside her. I didn't really know her.
"You were hardly given a chance, kept locked away out of sight all those years. I never could understand that."
She was absently twisting a lock of hair around her finger.
"She was a very jealous woman, oh, fond."
I had never heard anyone talk of the Queen as a person beset by ordinary emotions.
"Well," she continued, "I hope you will feel at home here. I know what it is like to be in someone else's house. It can be hard to feel at ease."
"I have never had my own house, so I know nothing else." I didn't mean to sound embittered, but it came out that way. She had touched a nerve, and I felt like poor Dorcas tossing her head.
"I suppose you have not,"
she said, glossing over my aggrieved tone.
"But a husband will rectify that."
She gave me a conspiratorial look.
"I suspect the Privy Council are poring over suits from foreign princes at this very minute."
"If they are, I shall be the last to know." There it was again, my acerbity undisguised, the sense I had of myself as a spinster with no purpose and no place in the world.
"Well, that is the price of status, I suppose."
We walked on in silence for a moment.
"I didn't expect you to be—"
She hesitated.
"To be so—"
She inspected me as if seeking clues as to what might be going on beneath my surface.
"I didn't expect you to be so well. I had been under the impression you were—"
"I was ailing," I interrupted, still unable to curb my brusque tone, "but I'm quite recovered now, thank you. I won't be a burden." I wondered then if she had offered to house me, or if I had been billeted with her at the behest of Cecil, near enough to court to keep an eye on, with Richmond a stone's throw away and Whitehall a short trip downriver.
"No, I would never think that. It is an honour for me to house the King's first cousin. You are truly most welcome here."
She smiled, radiating warmth.
"You are still thin from your illness. Never mind, we will fatten you up here. We enjoy our food in this house."
Fatten me up for what? The house was dark, and it took a few moments for my eyes to accustom themselves to the gloom, but there was a fire blazing in the hall, which burnished the panelling with coppery light. There were several people scattered about at the far end, children and grandchildren, I imagined, but the Marchioness hustled me through.
"You can meet everyone later. The last thing you need is a crowd to confront when you haven't had a chance even to catch your breath from the journey."
I was grateful to her for sensing my inhibition. She led me up an ancient staircase lit with red and blue beams from a stained glass window. Everything smelled of beeswax polish, and the floorboards creaked underfoot as I followed her along a twisting corridor. She swung open a door at the end.
"I have given you Catherine Grey's bedroom."
Catherine Grey?
"Her mother lived here for a time, and this was Catherine's chamber."
I'd long been haunted by sad Catherine Grey, and there she was at Sheen, making me wonder momentarily if there was an invisible pattern to fate. "Did you know her?" I asked.
Not really. She was older than me, and by the time I was serving the Queen, she was no longer there.
I suppose she meant, by no longer there, that Catherine Grey was already imprisoned.
But everyone talked of her, not in front of the Queen, of course, that was forbidden. I took her to be one of those people who made an impression, for everyone to still be talking about her so long after she'd gone.
The chamber smelled of camphor and rosemary, and the ancient floorboards listed to one side. The bed was vast, and its drapes were embroidered with scenes from the Odyssey. Penelope at her loom, suitors climbing in through half-open windows, pushing at the door, kneeling at her feet.
"I will have some fresh flowers sent up,"
said the Marchioness before leaving me alone with Bridget. Grandmother hadn't approved of cut flowers. They were an affront to nature, she said. The view from the window looked over the gardens rolling gently towards the river, a wide swathe of sun-touched silver with a pair of swans gliding by as if for show. It was a pretty, contained view, such a contrast to the vast, undulating Derbyshire countryside that I'd become used to seeing framed in Grandmother's legendary windows. Bridget busied herself with my things, and we talked of Doddridge, who would be joining us soon. I wondered why he wanted to return to my service, given I was the cause of all his troubles.
"It'll be loyalty, I expect," said Bridget. "Is he a loyal type?"
I had grown so close to plain-speaking Bridget that I had forgotten she'd never met Doddridge. But people are loyal to a cause rather than an individual, I think.
"I beg to differ, my lady. A cause is nothing without a person at its heart."
"Sometimes you talk like a book of idioms, Bridget."
"I don't know what you mean, but I shall take it as a compliment."
There was a small portrait of Catherine Grey watching me from the wall beside the door. Her eyes looked out from beneath arched brows, and a high, ruffed collar blossomed up about her ears. Her mouth carried the flick of a smile at its corner, making it hard to believe that this creature, clearly brimming with life, had made such a wretched end for herself. "What were you like? Did you inspire loyalty? Did you ever believe you would be queen like your sister?" I asked her silently.
"She seems nice, the Marchioness,"
Bridget said, helping me into a clean shift. "She does," I replied. "I like her. She has no airs, though she seemed puzzled by me, looked at me strangely. It was as if I was not what she expected."
"That's because you are not what she expected."
"What do you mean?"
"They all thought you'd be mad as a basket of snakes. Thought it was the reason you didn't get the throne. Everyone expects you to be some kind of slobbering idiot or crazed loon," she laughed. "You must have given them a shock, poised and beautiful as you are."
"Why on earth would they have thought that?"
"Oh, it was put about, apparently."
"Put about by whom?" I asked, disturbed at the idea of people saying such things about me.
"Cecil, I wouldn't doubt," was her answer. "He had the most to gain."
"And where do you find such pieces of information, Bridget?" I was always surprised at her knowledge. For a woman who couldn't read, she was exceedingly well informed.
"I listen."
She tapped at the side of her nose with a smile. "You'd be surprised the things people say when they think you are too stupid to understand." Later at supper, after I had met the small battalion of family, the Marchioness leaned into me and quietly said,
"I truly thought Elizabeth would name you as heir. She often talked of it, and she spoke more frankly to me than to most. I don't know what happened. Everything changed after the business with Essex."
I wanted to quiz her about it, to plumb her for information, but wasn't quite sure how to form my queries. There was so much I didn't know. "I'm not sure I would have made a very good queen," I said. I was thinking of my many conversations with Starkey about what kind of queen I would be, realising that the myriad hypothetical aspirations I held would have turned to dust in the face of reality, all those ambitious courtiers wanting to make a puppet of me.
"I don't know. We shall see what happens,"
she said, closing the conversation by offering me a dish of sweetmeats, telling me her youngest daughter had made the marchpane fruits, pointing to the girl at the other end of the table. I watched them all for a while as I pretended to eat, the easy chit-chat, the bursts of raucous laughter, and wondered how I would ever fit into that new world. Doddridge arrived on the following afternoon. I was at the pier to welcome him. He looked gaunt, older, more stooped than ever, and with a haunted look about his eyes, but he smiled as he greeted me, saying,
"Free at last, my lady."
"Both of us," I replied. We sat on a stone bench in a corner of the garden, where the sun splashed through the foliage, casting warm pools over the ground. I should never have asked you to go. I regret terribly the horrors I have visited on you.
No,
he turned to me, meeting my gaze.
I was honoured to be able to serve you. I'm only sorry I failed so dramatically.
None of us could have predicted Hertford's reaction. He had seemed open to the idea at one point, or so my uncle said, but I have learned that Uncle Henry is not what I thought.
I had word you were ill,
he said. I was, but I am well now. I could feel Starkey hovering. It was Doddridge who spoke of him first.
I'm afraid it was I who implicated Mr. Starkey. We had been in touch, you see. They twisted his name out of me.
He had dropped his face into his palms, and his shoulders were quivering slightly. What did they do to you?
I'd rather not talk of it.
Well, you are here now.
Yes.
He raised his head, and his eyes were not rimmed in red as I expected, but blazing with rage. Sheen. The days passed in a blur of early summer. Rides out along the riverbank, a fair in the village that had all the servants in a frenzy of excitement, boat trips to see a nest of new-hatched cygnets, great tournaments of bowls on the lawn, and walks with my new spaniel puppy, Ruff, a bundle of affection. It was a blissful month, but that serenity was to be blasted open with the arrival of a letter. It bore a seal I didn't recognise and was from Lord Cobham, a man I recalled meeting only once, briefly at Hardwick, years ago. He was one of Grandmother's godsons, and all I remember of him was a fuss he made about not having been assigned the best bedchamber. That's the kind of man he is, Grandmother had said of it. I never had so much as a conversation with him. After a paragraph of spectacular fawning, in handwriting so neat it offered no character, he made the suggestion that he and other noble and upright men believed my place on the throne more right than any other. They were aggrieved on my behalf. I should write, he suggested,
to Europe's heads of state, promising peace, religious tolerance, and my desire to be led by them in my choice of husband. That way we will remove the impostor. England won't stomach a foreigner, and he is not yet crowned, so there is a chance.
My newfound freedom suddenly crumbled. Nothing was as it seemed. I was no more free than during my incarceration at Hardwick. From there the shape of my future had seemed simple, possible. A year ago I might have been delighted at such a thought, to fight for my throne, to wrest it from the clutches of my cousin, but not now. I had been operating under the illusion that were I simply to escape, all would fall into place, or, as Starkey might have put it, God's plan would have come to fruition. But with the new perspective of my counterfeit liberty, it dawned on me that there were invisible malign forces nipping at me, as they always had. This man I didn't even know thought I would trust him to get me the throne, wanted to raise an army to put me on it, and then what? There was only one way that could end. I dropped the missive with a gasp, as if it had burned me. The Marchioness, quick as a hawk, picked it up, inspecting the seal.
"Cobham," she sneered. "What does he want?"
I found myself pouring out the contents of the letter without a thought for caution.
"Cobham is an imbecile. Can I look at it?"
I nodded, and she read it with a frown.
"Befriend all the heads of Europe, raise an army to overthrow the Scot. As the king is not yet crowned, treason is not a possibility."
She wiped a hand over her forehead, reading on.
"He talks of Raleigh. I might have known Raleigh'd have something to do with it. No place for him either in the new regime. Cobham takes idiocy to new heights with this."
She tapped the paper with her index finger. What should I do? I was so thankful to have her with her level head to advise me.
"Send it straight to the king and apprise Cecil of its contents. That way you cannot be accused of sedition."
Her voice was firm and reassuring.
"Say you do not entertain such notions. Say it in the strongest manner."
She put an arm around me.
"You're shaking."
I could barely speak. I don't know if I can cope with more of this.
"You're terrified, you poor dear girl."
She took me in her arms then, holding me tight until I thought I might suffocate. She smelled of dried roses. I don't know why I trusted her, but I did, and I allowed her to lead me into a little room. The garden room, she called it, where she sat me down, summoning one of the maids with a bell and asking for hippocras to be bought. I thought it only a drink for celebrations, but it was good for calming the nerves, she said. Its thick sweetness clung to my tongue and made my head heavy, but I stopped shaking enough to write to the king. I sealed Cobham's letter in with mine and sent it off with one of the Marchioness's messengers. I heard of Cobham's arrest, and Raleigh's among others, soon afterwards, and wondered if they would come for me. Each arrival at the Priory, the sound of horses alone, sent my stomach to my throat and made my heart falter, but all that came for me from the palace was a letter, heavy with the royal seal, containing my instructions for the coronation. I was to accompany Queen Anna during the proceedings, before all other ladies of the court, it stated.
"You see," said the Marchioness, "the king is bringing you into the fold. He regards you as close family. First lady after the Queen. You have nothing to fear, dear. Everyone will know that Cobham and Raleigh sought to use you for their own ends."
I hope that's true.
"Once the court has settled, you will be invited to join them, I don't doubt," she said to me.
For my whole life I have wanted that, dreamed of it, to take my place at court, but now I am not so sure. I hesitated, realizing the truth of what I was saying. If I had my own house, I would wish it to be like yours.
"You flatter me," she said, "but I doubt you will live like this. You are destined for a palace of one kind or another."
She laughed as if I'd been joking.
"You will be a great prize on the marriage market, although—"
She let her words trail off, leaving me wondering what had been left unsaid. Perhaps she was going to articulate something that I had pondered on, that any son of mine would have a strong claim and might become a focus for insurgency, were England to turn against their new king. The lessons of the Greys loomed large, and, as I retired that evening, Catherine watched me from the wall of my bedchamber as a reminder. On Coronation Day we travelled to and from Westminster Abbey by river, for plague was still rife in the capital and the streets were to be avoided. It rained, a heavy summer rain that took everyone by surprise and thundered on the canopy above us in the Queen's barge. Queen Anna, bovine with a cloud of pale hair and breasts like blue-veined cheese, sat in anxious silence, twisting her gloves. Lucy Bedford was beside her, a high-spirited young woman with a breathless voice given to bursts of trilling laughter at the slightest provocation. She sat arm in arm with the Queen, close as a lover. Her familiarity seemed audacious to me, but Queen Anna didn't appear to mind. Lucy pointed out things of interest through an opening in the hangings.
"That barge belongs to the Howards. Look at the size of it. Isn't the Savoy Palace lovely? Can you see Essex House? It is where—"
Lady Rich, who was next to me, threw her a granite look, saying firmly, "I'm sure Queen Anna knows what has happened at Essex House, Lucy. It was said that Lady Rich was there on the day of her brother's insurrection, that she held out when the house was besieged by the Queen's troops. I remembered Lady Rich for her kindness to me when I'd been turned on by that pack of women. Nearly 15 years had disappeared since then, stolen from me. Lady Rich had the look of her brother. My infatuation for Essex seemed inexplicable at 2 years removed from his death, but then he had barely existed outside my imagination, and I had become another person since then. Queen Anna wasn't listening to Lucy, though. She just kept on twisting the gloves in her lap as if trying to squeeze water from them.
"I am not going to take the sacrament."
She sounded like a child stating an intention to refuse a bowl of porridge. "Please don't vex yourself, Highness. It's all understood. The Archbishop has made an arrangement." It was Jane Drummond who said this in her Scots burr, smoothing her hand over Queen Anna's ermine-clad shoulder. Jane was dark and handsome and young. They were all young, save for Lady Rich. All those creased harridans who served the old Queen were long gone.
"I suppose you know she's a Catholic,"
whispered Lady Rich to me. "I don't understand. I thought—"
"I know." She raised her eyebrows. "Converted, so all the more fervent. Her husband seems to think it doesn't matter if she's discreet. All the girls want to follow suit. They think it'll bring them favour. Not me. I'm too old for all that."
I was confused. I had so long been led to believe that Catholics were the enemy, and began to see that there was much I didn't yet understand about the court. "You won't, though, will you?" she continued. "What? Convert? No, of course not," I said. "The King intends to implement a new lenience towards Catholics. No more fines for recusants. Probably a good thing, but let's see how long it lasts." "And isn't there a treaty planned with the Spaniards? I'd heard this talked of round the table at Sheen. It had seemed so implausible. Catholic Spain had been the enemy for as long as I could remember." "I think Cecil's keen to promote it. He's done not so badly for himself. Still top dog." I wanted to ask her about Cecil. She seemed to know so much, and I felt so ignorant, but she changed the subject, leaning in even more closely, murmuring, "She's very obstinate, manages to get her way over most things." I gathered she had returned to the topic of Queen Anna. She refused to travel from Scotland without her beloved Freddie, who was being raised elsewhere. In response to my obvious puzzlement, she added, "The Scots send their children away very young, you see." James relented. She got her way. And she got her way, too, over her faith. There were so many questions I wanted to ask, but we had arrived at the pier, and we all had to help manage Queen Anna's robes, acres of velvet and fur, in the rain. A canvas roof had been slung over the pier, but the planks were slick as ice, and several women skidded in their kid slippers. We could hear the roar of the crowd, and nerves beset me suddenly. "You go in after the Queen," said Lady Rich, pushing me forward. It was an honour, but I felt self-conscious with all those eyes on me, wondering, given I had never been seen in public before, who on earth I was to hold precedence over all the other women. Or, it struck me like a blow to the gut, were they thinking, "There is the one Cobham and Raleigh would have seen on the throne." I had to force my mind off the trial. My presence there had been requested by Cecil, in Winchester, where it was to take place in the autumn, though he had assured me my testimony would be only a formality. Formality or not, I still felt clammy and nauseous when I thought of it. Despite the rain, which showed no signs of relenting, drenched crowds lined the route as we made our way to the Abbey. But once finally inside, we found it was half empty. Most who were meant to be there had been delayed by the weather. Queen Anna looked strained and weighed down by her damp robes, and James, who must have arrived only moments before us, was seething with anger, as if he thought God had deliberately sent the downpour to mock him. I had never seen my cousin before, only portraits. He was smaller in life, rather mean-looking, I thought, but perhaps that owed much to his foul mood on the day. The royal children were there, stiff with brocade, 9-year-old Prince Henry Frederick and his sister, Princess Elizabeth, younger by 3 years, though not baby Charles. They looked lost and small in the great expanse of the Abbey. A woman I supposed to be their nurse thrust them at me, and Elizabeth pushed her warm little hand into mine. I looked at the woman, questioning. "Her Majesty said they were to sit beside you at the front." In fact, their presence made me feel a little more at my ease, as if I now had a role in the whole thing. The Prince looked at me and smiled. Even at his tender years, I could see the startling appeal that was lacking in his father. There was a great fuss about the King's train, which was so copious the guests had to be made to stand back to accommodate it in the aisle. I realised only then that it had been more than 40 years since the old Queen was crowned, and most there could never have witnessed a coronation before. Throughout the ceremony, the latecomers quietly filtered in, and before long the place was hot with life. The smell of damp wool pervaded, mingling with the incense, and, even from the front, the Archbishop couldn't be heard clearly over the continued thrum of rain. True to her word, Queen Anna didn't take the sacraments, which caused a murmur of disapproval, pews creaking, amongst the ranks of Protestants. The choir were magnificent, like a host of angels. I had never heard the like, was quite transported by the sound, and so, it appeared, was little Princess Elizabeth beside me, closing her eyes to listen. When it was done with and we made our way back to the barge, Queen Anna collapsed into her seat with a sigh and called me to sit beside her, whispering in her accented English, "The crown was heavy as a brick, and the holy oil smells foul." She leaned in so I could sniff her temple. It reeked of something rotten. "Must have been ancient,"
They used the last of it on me. When Freddie is crowned, I suppose they'll have to make some more. I wonder how it is done. Do you suppose they bring it from Jerusalem? Who will bless it, do you think? The Pope must have blessed this batch 100 years ago."
She touched a finger to her forehead, and then, as if remembering the sanctity of it all, she crossed herself. It was peculiar to see such a gesture made openly. "I expect it will be blessed by the Archbishop," I said.
"Of course, the Archbishop."
Then she smiled, revealing a line of pink gum above her teeth. Though I knew she was about my own age, she seemed to me quite childlike with the babble that had replaced her previous anxious silence.
"Will we make a Catholic of you, Arbella?"
Queen Anna laughed to make it seem a jest, but I suspected she was at least partly serious. "I think not," I replied, sounding as firm as was possible without causing offence.
"Have you not heard? I always get my way,"
she added flippantly. I wondered if she was really too dense to realise that, where I even thought open to conversion, the whole house of cards she lived in might have threatened to topple. The king was due to leave on progress after his coronation to avoid the plague, but before he left, he sent for me. I had hoped I might discover an affinity with my cousin, despite the past. He was a man of learning, and I imagined we could perhaps enjoy each other's company. But as I approached, I began to feel increasingly anxious that he would bring up the trial. Only a formality. I kept repeating Cecil's words in my head, but didn't feel particularly reassured. In order to get to my cousin, I had to negotiate my way past Lennox, the Cyclops at the mouth of his cave, and then another group of Scots, lotus-eaters, drinking and smoking in the anteroom, who laughed openly as I passed. I feared I had dirt on my face, or that Lucy Bedford might have pinned a note to my back in jest. Once in the king's presence, there was the Scylla and Charybdis of Erskine, and pretty boy Hay to be dealt with. They gazed disdainfully with whirlpool eyes as I made my way across the chamber, fearing ridicule. The king appeared rough, pale and slack-skinned, with chapped lips and a sparse beard, as if he had been left outside for too long in bad weather. His clothes were surprisingly plain, and I noticed a small stain on the front of his doublet. I addressed him in Latin, assuming such a gesture would warm him to me. But he said, not to me, but to Erskine, with one eye directed my way,
"I don't like a woman with Latin, do you? Makes them seem cunning."
His Scots accent made him hard to understand, and it took a moment for me to grasp what he had said. When I did, I immediately became light-headed with embarrassment, wishing I was a child and could run from the room. Then, directly, he asked,
"Are you any good with a needle? Queen Anna's a fine needlewoman."
Her Majesty is certainly a better needlewoman than I. I was grateful to find the bland compliment amongst my dithering thoughts.
"I've had 1 or 2 marriage proposals for you. I suppose it was inevitable. Nassau is keen."
He seemed to be talking to himself. His tongue made the circuit of his dry lips.
"And if I match you with him, it risks upsetting the Spanish, and we're so very—"
He pinched his thumb and forefinger together for emphasis.
"Close to a treaty. I can't put that in jeopardy. The King of Poland's been sniffing about. He's sending an envoy, wants to have a look at you."
Erskine muttered something unintelligible, and Hay responded with a smirk.
"Queen of Poland?"
The king had turned his bloodhound eyes on me, smiling openly so I could see the morsels of food in his teeth. Grandmother's voice wormed its way into my head. "Don't smile. It will make you seem meek." Smiling certainly didn't make my cousin seem meek, far from it. I couldn't tell if he was making some kind of joke at my expense.
"I suppose I'll have to restore your father's lands to you if you wed. Can't have you going off to Poland penniless, can we?"
I still had no idea if he was toying with me. I knew how long Grandmother had negotiated in vain to gain my father's bequest on my behalf.
"You'll be a rich bride, cuz."
He laughed, and I remained silent.
"You don't seem very pleased. Do you think me a Scottish miser whose word's no good?"
"No, Highness. Indeed, I am overwhelmed at the thought of it." I hoped he couldn't detect the weight of cynicism my voice carried. I couldn't help it. Those lands might have bought me my freedom, but he dangled them over me as a make-weight for marriage. He sucked his teeth.
"You'll have to fatten yourself up before the envoy comes. There's nothing of you. He might mistake you for a boy."
Hay sniggered at that. James reached out a fist and grabbed the top of my bodice.
"See? Empty."
The trio of men burst into laughter, and I longed for the floor to swallow me.
"Oh, what do you think I should do about it all?"
he asked. Do about what? Did he mean what should he do about my body? I felt their eyes on me, stripping me bare, finding me wanting. My mind churned for something to say, but he carried on.
"Cecil is of the mind that you should stay here where he can see you, not to be married abroad. He thinks we wouldn't want any of your pups claiming our throne."
I felt a flare of anger towards that snake Cecil, still holding sway over my destiny as he always had, and wanted to ask what exactly he might have meant by that. "You have 2 sons to see any pretenders off, Highness," said Hay with a smug air, as if he'd had something to do with the making of Prince Henry Frederick and baby Charles himself.
"Ah, yes, my 2 boys.
"Dynasties are built on boys," Erskine smarmed, locking his gaze onto me and smoothing his beard with the tips of his fingers. I wanted to shout at him, tell him that I, of all people, should know that.
"What do you think?"
James's question was directed at me. Fortunately, I'd quickly realised he had no desire to know my thoughts on anything, least of all whether I should be married or not. "I think I should like to be obedient to your Highness in such matters, and if Cecil is of the mind that I ought to stay here, then I consider it a privilege that your Highness might also wish it so. I am most grateful for your kindness."
"It's all very well," he cut in, "that Cecil should want you to remain a maid, but I ask myself, what is an unmarried woman for?"
He paused, allowing his question to hang.
"Unless she is a queen, I suppose."
A grim feeling came over me. I don't—"
Yes,
he said, and with a wave of his hand I was dismissed. As I backed from the chamber, my mind turned over his question, finding no proper answer. What was my purpose? I remembered Margaret Byron's comment about birthing her boys. That was what I was for. I was almost at the door, preparing to confront the Lotus Eaters once more, when the king called out,
"Do you share my wife's faith?"
I wondered if it was a trap, a trick question, but if it was, I didn't know what answer would redeem me. I heard Starkey in my ear. "The truth leads to light." "I do not, Highness."
"Ha!"
He turned to Hay, slapping the younger man's shoulders.
"You owe me 10 English shillings."
It was only as I walked away that I realised there had been no mention of the trial. I was glad to return to the calm of Sheen while the court left on progress, stalked by the plague, hangers-on dying here and there, it was said, forcing the great train to move on ceaselessly. The king didn't mind, or so the gossip went, as it gave him ample excuse to hunt with his close coterie of Scots. The king's fondness for hunting was forcing the privy councillors to chase him around the shires to attend the business of running the country. Catholics began to emerge from the shadows. The first in my orbit was Bridget. "I can be truthful now, my lady, and confess to my Catholic faith," she said. "I had kept it concealed for fear of ever compromising you." I remembered that time in the garden at Hardwick when I thought she'd crossed herself. How fearful I'd been then. It was unsurprising, given I'd been living under the constant threat of kidnap by Catholics for a decade. With hindsight, I thought it a wonder I hadn't completely lost my mind, as people had been led to think. But the threat had not diminished with my new circumstances. It had merely changed, become something I understood even less. "I had my suspicions," I said to her. "And what about Aunt Mary?" I thought of that glimpse I'd once had of a dangling crucifix. "She too," was Bridget's reply. No wonder people thought I'd be willing to convert. Aunt Mary and Uncle Gilbert wrote long letters from Sheffield begging for my news, and I felt thankful, given it seemed I no longer existed for grandmother, that my aunt and uncle continued to treat me tenderly. I harboured a small uncertainty, however, over Aunt Mary's part in Uncle Henry's foolhardy plan, the extent to which she knew of his aims. But I felt I couldn't ask her, feared she would be irretrievably hurt by my aspersions. I felt a great affinity with Uncle Gilbert, as he, too, had long been on the wrong side of grandmother's affections. Indeed, we were numerous, grandmother's outcasts. But she, anyway, belonged to a world that had passed. Aside from the fact of our fondness for each other, I was aware that the Shrewsburys were powerful allies for me. I had come to learn, being out in the world, that family allegiance was of paramount importance. I had known it, but only then did I fully understand it. I felt protected in the Marchioness's tranquil world, but, outside of it, I sensed the fragility of my position, only too aware of the impending trial which, I concluded in my darker moments, could easily be used to get rid of an inconvenient royal cousin who might prove a threat to the throne. On the way to the trial, the coachman had a wager on whether Raleigh would be executed. It was the Lord High Admiral Nottingham who accompanied me. He was an old associate of grandmother's, a frequent visitor to Hardwicke. I remembered noticing as a girl that he'd easily squeezed deference out of grandmother, so concluded he was a powerful ally. And it seemed he meant to take me under his wing, as he murmured encouragements.
"You must not fret over this, my lady. You are not on trial."
The journey was arduous. 2 days in the wind and the rain, and our carriage had to be hauled out from the mud on more than one occasion, with me standing shivering under a tree, shrouded in Nottingham's cloak. As we approached the bishop's palace, where the trial was to take place, we had to push through a hostile crowd which had amassed, shouting against Raleigh, saying he had a Spanish heart, and worse, unrepeatable things. I hadn't realised the extent to which he was loathed. Why would I have, in my cocoon? The carriage drew up right beside the entrance to avoid the rain and the crowds, but my clothes were still damp as clay. The great hall was a cavernous space, teeming with people and echoing with their excited gabbing. They were like a crowd awaiting a bear baiting. They noticed me enter with Nottingham, who thankfully stuck close by my side, their chatter dulling as they watched me cross the expanse of floor. My gut churned, and I feared I would be unable to speak when I was called upon to do so. Cecil was there, and I could barely muster the words to return his greeting as I was led to a pew. I kept my eyes down. The Attorney-General, Coke, in a mountain of robes, eventually called for silence. A hush fell, so quiet that I could hear his chain of office chink as he took his seat. I shook uncontrollably, and hoped people would assume it was the cold. When it was Raleigh's turn to be questioned, there were jeers as he strode to the front, seeming unperturbed, as if he were to be rewarded rather than condemned.
"Never forgiven for his part in Essex's downfall," whispered Nottingham.
I hadn't considered until then the reach of Essex's popularity, even more than 2 years after his death, and perhaps it was more so because he had died a kind of martyr for the Stuarts. I gathered that in the end Essex had supported my cousin James's claim, so it was inevitable, I supposed, that his perennial enemy Raleigh would lose favour once James was installed. I felt dangerously ignorant, as if I might unwittingly make a false step at any moment and find the tables turned on me. The crowd continued to bay outside all morning, and throughout the proceedings I was trying not to think of how I would cope with the kind of tricky interrogation Raleigh was being subjected to by Coke.
"Just tell the truth,"
Aunt Mary had advised, but I felt sure Coke would twist my answers and turn on me. I wished to God she were by my side, but she'd been ailing and was still convalescing in Sheffield. Coke continued to badger Raleigh.
"You meant to make Arbella a titular queen," he insisted repeatedly.
Every time my name left the Attorney-General's lips, he caught me with his eyes and held them on me for longer than was comfortable, as if he knew something I didn't, and I felt further dug into the business. Raleigh cast me as a non-entity in his responses, as if I weren't even sufficiently noble in his eyes to be the queen on a chessboard. He thought to belittle me, but the gallery didn't like it, stomping their feet in protest. Better I were a non-entity, I thought, than the object of men's ambitions. As the questioning continued, Raleigh, deft as an acrobat, refused to condemn himself, tying Coke in knots and distancing himself from Cobham, whose guilt had already been proven. Coke was no match for Raleigh's quick wits, and his exasperation became increasingly apparent. He hooked me with his eyes once more, asking Raleigh, "Are you suggesting, then, it was Lady Arbella who approached you with this proposition?" I gasped, and the jury's eyes turned on me, each of them wearing a look of undisguised bloodlust. They might have been a pack of wolves. Strangely, it was Cecil who jumped to my defence. "Let us not scandal the innocent by confusion of speech. She is innocent of all these things, as I, or any man here." I felt a wave of nausea break over me, knowing I was about to be called to the stand. But in the end, Nottingham insisted on speaking on my behalf, denouncing Raleigh in the strongest of terms for seeking to draw me into his treason. I was publicly deemed blameless. So Cecil had meant what he said when he had declared it a mere formality. Raleigh was convicted. Coke's words could barely be heard above the heckling, as he was sentenced to be hanged, drawn and quartered, and packed off to the Tower with Cobham to await his fate. The crowds outside were jubilant, and the weather suddenly improved, the sun making an appearance for our journey home. But though there seemed an abundance of goodwill directed my way, I still could not shake off the sense of doom that had settled over me. For surely, I reasoned, there would always be those who sought to use me for their own ends, and they would doubtless come disguised in friendship.
Clerkenwell. Amy reads on, completely absorbed, deciphering the tangle of text. She has barely stopped to sleep or eat. The past returns vividly. She remembers it all. The old Queen's passing and the atmosphere of tension, as if England had been a pot on the boil with its lid too tight. The coronation had felt like a great expulsion of breath across the nation. She remembers the relentless rain, but no one said it was a bad omen. They were all too relieved to have avoided a conflict at the old Queen's passing. No one so much as mentioned that it might have been Lady Arbella on the throne. The Countess of Cumberland had invited Amy and her family to watch the procession from the window of her Westminster house. Amy had dedicated a poem to the Countess, and read it aloud to great delight. It felt like an achievement, as she'd been labouring over it for months. But Alfonso had drunk too much of the Countess's wine, had fallen asleep, snoring through his wife's recital, leaving her obliged to invent embarrassed excuses for him. Hal had been delighted to see the royal children pass. "I think I will marry the Princess Elizabeth when I'm grown up," he said, making the whole company laugh. He was 9. It chokes her to think of him now and his relentless silence. She remembers Raleigh's trial, too. Strangely, she'd forgotten it was the Lady Arbella who'd been the focus of his plot. People only talked of Raleigh and what a filthy traitor he was, how loathed he'd become, when a decade earlier he'd still been thought a hero. It had shocked her at the time to see how fortune can turn so easily. But now her own fortune has plummeted. She understands that it takes only a single small event to send fate utterly awry. Evening is falling, so she takes a stool onto her stoop to catch the last of the light, reading on like a woman possessed. She can sense that her own story is about to intersect with Lady Arbella's. The idea excites her, makes her wonder how she will be portrayed, whether she will recognize herself. Will she be there, substantially, at the heart of the story, or as a ghost in the margins?
Whitehall. The King was kissing Sir Philip Herbert, there in the watching chamber for all to see. I couldn't quite tear my eyes away from the tangle of their wet tongues. Didn't know what to think of it. Queen Anna at my side seemed to barely notice. A maid in a diaphanous costume, dressed as a nymph from the masque performed earlier, was spewing in the corner. Her friend, pale and wobbly on her feet, was holding back her cascade of hair. The filmy white layers of her own outfit were stained with red wine, giving the pair of them the appearance of murderer and victim. I wafted the stench of vomit away with my fan and rolled a few needles of rosemary between my thumb and finger, bringing them up to my nose. I had heard one of those girls earlier say to the other, "Newly made Tangerine," flashing her eyes my way. It seemed I would never shake that off. I glanced at Queen Anna. She showed no sign of flagging. The Marchioness had been right, for I was called to court once the plague had run its course, and the King was returned to the capital. It was a bewildering place. Whitehall was a maelstrom of relentless merriment, startlingly opposite to my memories of Elizabeth's sedate court. I felt quite lost, and, paradoxically, I longed for a match to take me away, but the King of Poland's suit, which had seemed so distasteful a year before, hadn't been mentioned recently, and I had little opportunity to ask the King about my future, for the Queen's household rarely mixed with the King's, except on festive occasions. I sat at the heart of that sordid scramble, desperate for an excuse to leave for the quiet of my chambers and a book. As the King's cousin, the First Lady of Court after the Queen, I had been allotted a suite of rooms, but I was obliged to take my cue from Queen Anna, and she was wont to stay until dawn, despite the fact that she was once again pregnant. My freedom had been short-lived, and I longed for that brief, easy life I'd had at Sheen. I was watched at court, much as I had been at Hardwicke. I might have been cleared of any part in Cobham and Raleigh's plot, but I was still considered a risk, though it was never mentioned. Cecil, seated nearby, watched the king and his pretty favourite too, with sharp, rodent eyes, but his expression was a study in neutrality. He plucked invisible motes of dust from his clothes, like a hound casually grooming itself, with one eye on the lookout for rabbits. His unruffled surface seemed to me to mask treacherous depths. He may have taken my part at the trial, but I felt sure that had more to do with his enmity for Raleigh than support of me. For if he truly was my ally, I, and not my cousin, would have been on the throne. I hadn't forgotten his betrayal. A servant smothered the nymph's puke with sawdust and brushed it into a bucket as the two drunk girls flopped down onto a cushion in each other's arms like a pair of exhausted puppies. The musicians had played relentlessly for hours. I wondered how their fingers were not blistered. Their sound was becoming tiresome, to me at least, but apparently not to Queen Anna, who was tapping her feet and clapping along with each new tune. "What's your opinion of?" she asked, leaving her words deliberately hanging. I wasn't sure whom she meant, but, following her line of sight, I realised she was talking of the boy who was still sprawled across her husband. He was smooth and sinuous with undulating golden hair. His outfit was... what was it? Some kind of exotic thing, draped and swagged, that seemed meant to echo the ancient world but was more likely a reason for him to leave those shapely legs uncovered. A mask, and there were many, seemed to me a barely concealed excuse to go about in public half-dressed. "I don't know." I was lost for words, watching that embrace. "He's very pretty. I wonder if he's a poet. He comes from a family of poets. We were at Wilton last year, and you couldn't move for sonneteers." She laughed that light little laugh of hers and rubbed her belly with the flat of her hand as if to remind herself it contained a baby. The Queen seemed to me like water, always finding the easiest passage through and, when not twinkling or babbling, placid as a pond. I never had the opportunity to witness that legendary obstinacy of hers, but I suppose even the most stagnant of pools is occasionally turbulent. "Sir Philip's mother is a fine poet," I said. "What do you think of women poets? I like them. There is a tenderness to their work." She had a propensity to ask a question and then answer it herself, which gave the impression that she spoke for the sake of it rather than anything else. "Do you know the work of Emilia Lenya? I don't suppose you do. She is not well known. Sometimes comes to court in the Countess of Cumberland's party." "I don't think I do," I answered, but the name chimed faintly from the past. "I have tried my hand at writing verse." She looked at me closely. "You have the disposition for it. I don't think I'd have the concentration. We must organise a reading." "Oh, no, not yet. Nothing is finished. Only scribblings." I wished I hadn't mentioned my writing, for it was so private, so intimate, a bearing of the soul, and I couldn't imagine showing it to anyone. "The king doesn't approve, thinks women shouldn't bend themselves to intellectual things. What do you think? You like intellectual things? I suppose it depends on one's education, doesn't it?" "I believe, as Socrates did, that women should be educated in the same manner as men." I was thinking, of course, of Starkey. I was raised in an environment that fostered, "They share a love of hunting." It took me a moment to understand that she had stopped listening to me and had returned to the subject of the beautiful young man. "Do you think that means they share a love of killing?" I asked her, "or simply the exhilaration of the chase?" "I don't know what you mean." She appeared perplexed. "Is it cruelty that they have in common?" I had heard my cousin had a cruel streak, but had not yet witnessed it, not then, unless you can count the unkindness of that erotic display under the nose of his wife. She tilted her head to one side and seemed to be pondering deeply. "Are you any good at trumps, Abella? Can someone bring me a pack of cards?" Reading back, I fear I have given the impression that I held her in disdain for her shallowness, but in fact that was not the case. I grew rather fond of uncomplicated Queen Anna, as she often liked to point out,
"None of the others is like us. They are not born royal."
I didn't like to remind her that our experience could not have been more different. She, a king's daughter, raised at the Danish court, married at 15 to a Scottish monarch, then becoming Queen Consort of England too. And I was little more than an ageing spinster, approaching 30, unused to court, awkward amongst people whose royal blood had become a drawback. But she was kind, extended the hand of friendship, and in a place where one's enemies came in all guises, she seemed too transparent for duplicity.
"Only we understand the duty that comes with high birth."
Is duty the price of privilege, do you suppose? I asked. If ever I talked even remotely philosophically, she would take on a look of profound puzzlement before changing the subject.
"Shall we have a round of spillikins? Let's play blind man's buff. What do you think of my new gown?"
It made me mourn Starkey greatly. What would he have thought of all this, I wondered. He would have been quietly amused as I recounted the events of each day in Queen Anna's chambers. I had Doddridge and Bridget with me, loyal to the core, but no one could fill the gaping void left by Starkey. During sleepless nights, a voice sometimes insinuated itself into my head. "You killed him. There is a price for that." It frightened me, that voice, for it spoke the truth. The cards were brought and Queen Anna played with an intense glee, scoring each point with a flash of the eyes.
"I'd have thought you'd be a more challenging opponent, given you are so clever."
"Your skill confounds me, Highness." She liked that, responded with a broad smile. I had begun to learn the little quirks of court, flattery and self-deprecation, but it all seemed so silly to me, and however much I played their game, I remained something of a misfit, though I was respected in a remote way by most of the Queen's women, for my status alone, I suspected. I sometimes watched the way they all transported themselves, the easy intimacy of their friendships, the ways in which they would touch each other. A head rested on a shoulder, an arm hooked through an elbow, fingers intertwined. It was anathema to me, who flinched if someone touched my sleeve unexpectedly.
"The king intends to make you godmother."
She rubbed her belly once more. I could sense Cecil was keeping one ear on our conversation. "Did you hear?" I turned to him pointedly. "I am to stand godmother." He muttered a few words about being delighted for me and made an excuse to move away. It was a minute victory. There was a small mountain of crystallized fruits nearby. Queen Anna helped herself, offering one to me. "No, I don't think I will."
"I'll have 2 then. Eating for 2.
She stuffed a second into her mouth. I never failed to achieve an inner welling of power in those small acts of self-denial, and felt lean and efficient in the face of Queen Anna's corpulence. "I am greatly honoured to be chosen as godmother." It was true I was honoured, but a phrase I'd once heard somewhere popped into my head. Always the godmother, never the mother, and a wave of longing surprised me.
"Your position warrants it," she said brightly,
her mouth still full, but all I could see was her pity for the oldest maid at court. The powerful feeling slid away, leaving me bereft. My dress was uncomfortable. It was made of itchy material with metallic threads that chafed my skin. At least it covered me, unlike some, which were audaciously transparent, leaving nothing to the imagination. I had begged leave to sit out of the masque, couldn't bear the idea of all those eyes on me, but had reluctantly agreed to wear a costume. So my hair was garlanded with wilting flowers, and my feet were strapped into blistering sandals with thongs twisting up my legs like ivy. I felt ridiculous, like the elderly aunt dressed up for everyone's amusement. My scratchy outfit had once belonged to Queen Elizabeth. Queen Anna had sanctioned the pillaging of the old Queen's wardrobe, something that had caused much excitement when the consignment of garments had been delivered and dumped in a great glittering pile in the middle of the floor. Most of the women had thrown themselves on it, grabbing, tugging, shaking each other off, squealing like a pack of hounds at the kill. Queen Anna watched on, laughing at the spectacle, eventually announcing over the hubbub that she would assign the dresses. One was handed to me. It was heavy as a sack of stones and embroidered exquisitely with flowers on a bed of gold cloth. I was obliged to take it to the Queen's tailor to have it redesigned, and looked on in horror as his shears cut through the precious fabric. It was refashioned to show my ankles, but I wouldn't allow him to cut the bodice away at the breast, as most of the other women had. The tailor's response to that refusal was a pitying look. He charged £20 for his work that I could ill afford, and I had had to borrow Aunt Mary's jewels to supplement my own, those same jewels that had brought upon Starkey's demise. To me they seemed cursed, but I had no others to wear. They had once seemed so splendid, such treasures to shore me up from uncertainty, but they paled in the light of all the other women's startling arrays of brilliance, as if they wore all the wealth of their families scattered over their bodies. The Queen wore her hair high and pinned with a constellation of diamonds that sparkled in the candlelight as she bobbed her head in conversation with Lucy Bedford, whose dress was also encrusted in precious stones. Lady Rich wore £20,000 worth of jewels, or so Jane Drummond had told me. Even with Aunt Mary's borrowings I couldn't compete, and I longed to deck myself in Grandmother's magnificent pearls, but Grandmother and I were no longer even on letter-exchanging terms. I had written several times, but received nothing in return. Being at court was an expensive business. My meagre settlement went no way to achieve the splendour appropriate to my position, and once my retainers were paid, there was little left for lavish couture. The blasted mask dress with its gold thread rubbing me raw would only be worn the once. I lived in a constant state of deficit, calling on favours and the goodwill of relatives and capitalising on the hopes of those who thought I might be able to reach the King's ear on their behalf. The truth was, though the King occasionally granted me an audience, he had no interest in what I had to say, and usually packed me off back to the women's chambers with indecent haste.
"Are your ears burning?"
said Queen Anna, breaking out of a huddle with Lucy Bedford.
"I'm sure they are. Lucy and I have been discussing suitable husbands for you."
"Oh dear," I said. I don't know why. She meant well and had no idea how inadequate she made me feel. Despite the fact I had begun to regard marriage as my sole means to escape from my penury and set up my own household, if I thought too deeply on it, on the proximity of a stranger, of a strange body, the invasion of pregnancy, I was filled with dread. "I don't think Cecil wants to see me wed."
"It's not up to him, is it?"
I wanted to point out that it probably was up to him, given my marriage was a state matter.
"And you can't remain a maid? That would be—"
She paused.
"Well, it would be unthinkable."
There was a hiatus in the music, and Queen Anna announced finally that she had a mind to retire. The thought of being released from the discomfort of my dress propelled me through the spaces of Whitehall towards my rooms. I encountered Cecil, approaching me in the long gallery, which was unsettling, as I'd felt sure he'd still been in the hall when I'd left. He always gave the sense of being in more than one place at a time.
"Ah, Lady Arbella, I am glad to encounter you alone. There was something I wanted to discuss."
He paused and cleared his throat slightly.
"Of a personal nature."
He moved into one of the window alcoves, waiting for me to follow. My first thought was to make an excuse, as my rooms beckoned, but curiosity got the better of me. "Of a personal nature?"
"Yes." He lowered his voice. "I intend to impress upon His Majesty the need to increase your allowance. I cannot promise you a particular outcome, but I think we can persuade him to squeeze a little more from the coffers for his cousin."
"I am grateful to you. But why, I wanted to ask, do you seek to help me?" Perhaps he thought I'd be of use to him one day. As if reading my mind, he replied,
"I have always taken your part since the old Queen's days. You know that, don't you? I have always been fond of your dear grandmother, and, quite naturally, that fondness extends to you." I nodded, dipping my head as if to obediently lap up his endearments, but was thinking, you have no inkling that I used to read all your correspondence with Grandmother, that I know of your betrayal. "Have you settled in well, into the Queen's household?"
He tugged his sleeves smartly to smooth out the wrinkles. "Quite well."
"Perhaps, then, you might be of the mind to put word my way if you find anything amiss."
Is he canvassing for me to spy on the Queen's women for him? I thought. That would explain his apparent favour. I don't know that I have the observant qualities required for espionage.
Goodness me, he interrupted. You didn't think... I merely suggested that you report to me any problems you encounter, so, as an old family friend, I might come to your aid.
Like grandmother, he never smiled, but he tilted his head a little and offered me a benign expression. Ah, well, thank you. I bade him good night and went on my way to my rooms, wondering what our conversation had really been about, and wishing I'd had the courage to ask him outright if it was indeed he who was standing in the way of any potential marriage plans.